Faith of Our Fathers. On the streets of Hanoi, he found himself facing a legless peddler who rode a little wooden cart and called shrilly to every passer-by. Chien slowed, listened, but did not stop. Business at the Ministry of Cultural Artifacts cropped into his mind and deflected his attention. It was as if he were alone, and none of those on bicycles and scooters and jet-powered motorcycles remained. And, likewise, it was as if the legless peddler did not exist. "Comrade!" The peddler called, however, and pursued him on his cart. A helium battery operated the drive and sent the cart scuttling expertly after Chien. "I possess a wide spectrum of time-tested herbal remedies, complete with testimonials from thousands of loyal users. Advise me of your malady, and I can assist." Chien, pausing, said, "Yes, but I have no malady." Except, he thought, for the chronic one of those employed by the Central Committee. That of career opportunism, testing constantly the gates of each official position, including mine. "I can cure, for example, radiation sickness," the peddler chanted, still pursuing him, "or expand, if necessary, the element of sexual prowess. I can reverse carcinomatous progressions, even the dreaded melanoma, what you would call black cancers." Lifting a tray of bottles, small aluminum cans, and assorted powders in plastic jars, the peddler sang, "If a rival persists in trying to usurp your gainful bureaucratic position, I can purvey an ointment which, appearing as a dermal balm, is in actuality a desperately effective toxin. And my prices, comrade, are low. And as a special favor to one so distinguished in bearing as yourself, I will accept the post-war inflationary paper dollars reputedly of international exchange, but in reality damn near no better than bathroom tissue." "Go to hell," Chien said, and signaled a passing hover-car taxi. He was already 3½ minutes late for his first appointment of the day, and his various fat-ass superiors at the ministry would be making quick mental notations, as would, to an even greater degree, his subordinates. The peddler said quietly, "But, comrade, you must buy from me." "Why?" Chien demanded, indignation. "Because, comrade, I am a war veteran. I fought in the colossal final war of national liberation with the People's Democratic United Front against the imperialists. I lost my pedal extremities at the Battle of San Francisco." His tone was triumphant now, and sly. "It is the law. If you refuse to buy wares offered by a veteran, you risk a fine and possible jail sentence, and, in addition, disgrace." Wearily, Chien nodded the hovercab on. "Admittedly," he said, "okay, I must buy from you." He glanced summarily over the meager display of herbal remedies, seeking one at random. "That," he decided, pointing to a paper-wrapped parcel in the rear row. The peddler laughed. "That, comrade, is a spermaticide, bought by women who, for political reasons, cannot qualify for the pill. It would be of shallow use to you, in fact none at all, since you are a gentleman." "The law," Chien said bitingly, "does not require me to purchase anything useful from you, only that I purchase something. I'll take that." He reached into his padded coat for his billfold, huge with the post-war inflationary bills in which, 4 times a week, he, as a government servant, was paid. "Tell me your problems," the peddler said. Chien stared at him, appalled by the invasion of privacy, and done by someone outside the government. "All right, comrade," the peddler said, seeing his expression. "I will not probe. Excuse me, but as a doctor, an herbal healer, it is fitting that I know as much as possible." He pondered, his gaunt features somber. "Do you watch television unusually much?" he asked abruptly. Taken by surprise, Chien said, "Every evening, except on Friday, when I go to my club to practice the esoteric imported art from the defeated West of steer-roping." It was his only indulgence. Other than that, he had totally devoted himself to party activities. The peddler reached, selected a gray paper packet. "$60 trade," he stated. "With a full guarantee, if it does not do as promised, return the unused portion for a full and cheery refund." "And what," Chien said cuttingly, "is it guaranteed to do?" "It will rest eyes fatigued by the countenance of meaningless official monologues," the peddler said. "A soothing preparation. Take it as soon as you find yourself exposed to the usual dry and lengthy sermons which—" Chien paid the money, accepted the packet, and strode off. "Balls," he said to himself. "It's a racket," he decided. "The ordnance setting up war vets as a privileged class. They'd prey off us, we, the younger ones, like raptors." Forgotten, the gray packet remained deposited in his coat pocket as he entered the imposing post-war Ministry of Cultural Artifacts building and his own considerable stately office to begin his workday. A portly, middle-aged Caucasian male, wearing a brown Hong Kong silk suit double-breasted with vest, waited in his office. With the unfamiliar Caucasian stood his own immediate superior, Su Ma Tsopin. Tsopin introduced the two of them in Cantonese, a dialect which he used badly. "Mr. Tong Jian, this is Mr. Darius Petel. Mr. Petel will be headmaster at the new ideological and cultural establishment of didactic character soon to open at San Fernando, California." He added, "Mr. Petel has had a rich and full lifetime supporting the people's struggle to unseat imperialist black countries via pedagogic media. Therefore this high post." They shook hands. "Tea?" Chien asked the two of them. He pressed the switch of his infrared hibachi, and in an instant the water in the highly ornamented ceramic pot, of Japanese origin, began to burble. As he seated himself at his desk, he saw that trustworthy Miss Tsai had laid out the information poop sheet, confidential, on Comrade Petel. He glanced over it, meanwhile pretending to be doing nothing in particular. "The absolute benefactor of the people," Tsopin said, "has personally met Mr. Petel and trusts him. This is rare. The school in San Fernando will appear to teach run-of-the-mill Taoist philosophies, but will, of course, in actuality, maintain for us a channel of communication to the liberal and intellectual youth segment of Western U.S. There are many of them still alive, from San Diego to Sacramento. We estimate at least 10,000. The school will accept 2,000. Enrollment will be mandatory for those we select. Your relationship to Mr. Petel's programming is grave. Your tea water is boiling." "Thank you," Chien murmured, dropping in the bag of Lipton's tea. Tsopin continued. "Although Mr. Petel will supervise the setting up of the courses of instruction presented by the school to its student body, all examination papers will, oddly enough, be relayed here to your office for your own expert careful ideological study. In other words, Mr. Chien, you will determine who among the 2,000 students is reliable, which are truly responding to the programming, and who is not." "I will now pour my tea," Chien said, doing ceremoniously. "What we have to realize," Petel rumbled in Cantonese, even worse than that of Tsopin, "is that once having lost the global war to us, the American youth has developed a talent for dissembling." He spoke the last word in English. Not understanding it, Chien turned inquiringly to his superior. "Lying," Tsopin explained. Petel said, "Mouthing the proper slogans for surface appearance, but on the inside believing them false. Test papers by this group will closely resemble those of genuine—" You mean that the test papers of 2,000 students will be passing through my office? Xian demanded. He could not believe it. That's a full-time job in itself. I don't have time for anything remotely resembling that. He was appalled. To give critical official approval or denial of that astute variety which you're envisioning. He gestured. Screw that, he said in English. Blinking at the strong Western vulgarity, Tsopin said, You have a staff. Plus, you can requisition several more from the pool. The ministry's budget, augmented this year, will permit it. And remember, the absolute benefactor of the people has hand-picked Mr. Pethel. His tone now had become ominous, but only subtly so, just enough to penetrate Xian's hysteria, and to wither it into submission, at least temporarily. To underline his point, Tsopin walked to the far end of the office. He stood before the full-length 3D portrait of the absolute benefactor, and after an interval, his proximity triggered the tape transport mounted behind the portrait. The face of the benefactor moved, and from it came a familiar homily, in more than familiar accents. Fight for peace, my sons, it intoned gently, firmly. Ha! Xian said, still perturbed, but concealing it. Possibly one of the ministry's computers could sort the examination papers. A yes, no, maybe structure could be employed, in conjunction with a pre-analysis of the pattern of ideological correctness and incorrectness. The matter could be made routine. Probably. Darius Pethel said, I have with me certain material which I would like you to scrutinize, Mr. Xian. He unzipped an unsightly, old-fashioned plastic briefcase. 2 examination essays, he said as he passed the documents to Xian. This will tell us if you're qualified. He then glanced at Tsopin. Their gazes met. I understand, Pethel said, that if you are successful in this venture, you will be made vice-chancellor of the ministry, and His Greatness, the absolute benefactor of the people, will personally confer Kisterigian's medal on you. Both he and Tsopin smiled in wary unison. The Kisterigian medal, Xian echoed. He accepted the examination papers, glanced over them in a show of leisurely indifference. But within him, his heart vibrated in ill-concealed tension. Why these 2? By that I mean, what am I looking for, sir? One of them, Pethel said, is the work of a dedicated progressive, a loyal party member of thoroughly researched conviction. The other is by a young Stilyagi, whom we suspect of holding petite bourgeois imperialist degenerate crypto ideas. It is up to you, sir, to determine which is which. Thanks a lot, Xian thought. But nodding, he read the title of the top paper. Doctrines of the Absolute Benefactor, anticipated in the poetry of Baha ad-Din Zuhair of 13th century Arabia. Glancing down the initial pages of the essay, Xian saw a quatrain familiar to him. It was called Death, and he had known it most of his adult, educated life. Once he will miss. Twice he will miss. He only chooses one of many hours. For him nor deep nor hill there is, but all's one level plain he hunts for flowers. Powerful, Xian said, this poem. He makes use of the poem, Pethel said, observing Xian's lips moving as he reread the quatrain, to indicate the age-old wisdom displayed by the absolute benefactor in our current lives, that no individual is safe. Everyone is mortal, and only the supra-personal, historically essential cause survives, as it should be. Would you agree with him? With the student, I mean. Or, Pethel paused. Is he, in fact, perhaps satirizing the absolute benefactor's promulgations? Cagily, Xian said, Give me a chance to inspect the other paper. You need no further information. Decide. Haltingly, Chien said, I had never thought of this poem that way. He felt irritable. Anyhow, it isn't by Baha ad-Din Zuhair. It's part of the 1001 Nights Anthology. It is, however, 13th century. I admit that. He quickly read over the text of the paper accompanying the poem. It appeared to be a routine, uninspired rehash of party cliches, all of them familiar to him from birth. The blind imperialist monster who moved down and snuffed out, mixed metaphor, human aspiration, the calculations of the still extant anti-party group in eastern United States. He felt dully bored, and as uninspired as the student's paper. We must persevere, the paper declared. Wipe out the Pentagon remnants in the Catskills, subdue Tennessee, and most especially the pocket of die-hard reaction in the Red Hills of Oklahoma. He sighed. I think, Sopin said, we shall allow Mr. Chien the opportunity of observing this difficult matter at his leisure. To Chien he said, You have permission to take them home to your condominium this evening and adjudge them on your own time. He bowed, half mockingly, half solicitously. In any case, insult or not, he had gotten Chien off the hook, and for that Chien was grateful. You are most kind, he murmured, to allow me to perform this new and highly stimulating labor on my own time. Mikoyan, were he alive today, would approve. You bastard, he said to himself, meaning both his superior and the Caucasian Pethel. Handing me a hot potato like this, and on my own time. Obviously, the CP-USA is in trouble. Its indoctrination academies aren't managing to do their job with the notoriously mullish, eccentric Yank youths. And you've passed that hot potato on and on until it reaches me. Thanks for nothing, he thought acidly. That evening, in his small but well-appointed condominium apartment, he read over the other of the two examination papers, this one by a Marion Culper, and discovered that it too dealt with poetry. Obviously, this was speciously a poetry class, and he felt ill. It had always run against his grain the use of poetry, of any art, for social purposes. Anyhow, comfortable in his special spine-straightening simulated leather easy-chair, he lit a Cuesta Ray No. 1 English Market immense Corona cigar and began to read. The writer of the paper, Miss Culper, had selected as her text a portion of a poem of John Dryden, the 17th-century English poet, final lines from the well-known A Song for St. Cecilia's Day. So when the last and dreadful hour rumbling pageant shall devour, the trumpet shall be heard on high, the dead shall live, the living die, and music shall untune the sky. Well, that's a hell of a thing, Chien thought to himself bitingly. Dryden, we're supposed to believe, anticipated the fall of capitalism. That's what he meant by the crumbling pageant. Christ. He leaned over to take hold of his cigar and found that it had gone out. Groping in his pockets for his Japanese-made lighter, he half rose to his feet. Twee! The TV set at the far end of the living room said. Aha, Chien thought. We're about to be addressed by the leader, by the absolute benefactor of the people up there in Peking, where he's lived for 90 years now. Or is it 100? Or, as we sometimes like to think of him, the ass... May the 10,000 blossoms of abject self-assumed poverty flower in your spiritual courtyard, the TV announcer said. With a groan, Chien rose to his feet, bowed the mandatory bow of response. Each TV set came equipped with monitoring devices to narrate to the SecPol, the security police, whether its owner was bowing and or watching. On the screen, a clearly defined visage manifested itself, the wide, unlined, healthy features of the 120-year-old leader of CP East, ruler of many. Far too many, Chien reflected. Bah to you, he thought, and reseated himself in his simulated leather easy-chair, now facing the TV screen. My thoughts, the absolute benefactor said in his rich and slow tones, are on you, my children, and especially on Mr. Dong Chien of Hanoi, who faces a difficult task ahead, a task to enrich the people of democratic East, plus the American West Coast. We must think in unison about this noble, dedicated man, and the chore which he faces, and I have chosen to take several moments of my time to honor him and encourage him. Are you listening, Mr. Chien? Yes, Your Greatness, Chien said, and pondered to himself the odds against the party leaders singling him out this particular evening. The odds caused him to feel uncomradely cynicism. It was unconvincing. Probably this transmission was being beamed into his apartment building alone, or at least to this city. It might also be a lip-sync job done at Hanoi TV Incorporated. In any case, he was required to listen and watch, and absorb. He did so from a lifetime of practice. Outwardly, he appeared to be rigidly attentive. Inwardly, he was still mulling over the 2 test papers, wondering which was which. Where did devout party enthusiasm end, and sardonic lampoonery begin? Hard to say, which of course explained why they had dumped the task in his lap. Again he groped in his pockets for his lighter, and found the small gray envelope which the war veteran peddler had sold him. God, he thought, remembering what it had cost. Money down the drain. And what did this herbal remedy do? Nothing. He turned the packet over and saw on the back small printed words. Well, he thought, and began to unfold the packet with care. The words had snared him, as of course they were meant to do. Failing as a party member and human, afraid of becoming obsolete and discarded on the ash heap of history by... He read rapidly through the text, ignoring its claims, seeking to find out what he had purchased. Meanwhile, the absolute benefactor droned on. Snuff. The package contained snuff. Countless tiny black grains, like gunpowder, which sent up an interesting aromatic tickle to his nose. The title of the particular blend was Prince's Special, he discovered, and very pleasing, he decided. At one time he had taken snuff, smoking tobacco for a time having been illegal for reasons of health, back during his student days at Peking U. It had been the fad, especially the amatory mixes prepared in Chungking, made from God knew what. Was this that? Almost any aromatic could be added to snuff, from essence of orgain to pulverized baby crab. So some seemed. Especially an English mixture called high dry toast, which had in itself more or less put an end to his yearning for nasal, inhaled tobacco. On the TV screen, the absolute benefactor rumbled monotonously on as Chien sniffed cautiously at the powder, read the claims. It cured everything from being late to work to falling in love with a woman of dubious political background. Interesting, but typical of claims. His doorbell rang. Rising, he walked to the door, opened it with full knowledge of what he would find. There, sure enough, stood Mo Kuei, the building warden, small and hard-eyed, and alert to his task. He had his armband and metal helmet on, showing that he meant business. Mr. Chien, Comrade Pottywalker, I received a call from the television authority. You are failing to watch your television screen, and are instead fiddling with a packet of doubtful content. He produced a clipboard and a ballpoint pen. 2 red marks, and hitherto now you are summarily ordered to repose yourself in a comfortable, stress-free posture before your screen, and give the leader your unexcelled attention. His words this evening are directed particularly to you, sir. To you." "I doubt that," Xian heard himself say. Blinking, Kuei said, "What do you mean?" "The leader rules 8 billion comrades. He isn't going to single me out." He felt wrathful. The punctuality of the warden's reprimand irked him. Kuei said, "But I distinctly heard with my own ears. You were mentioned." Going over to the TV set, Xian turned the volume up. "But now he's talking about failures in People's India. That's of no relevance to me." "Whatever the leader expostulates is relevant." Mo Kuei scratched a mark on his clipboard sheet, bowed formally, turned away. "My call to come up here to confront you with your slackness originated at Central. Obviously they regard your attention as important. I must order you to set in motion your automatic transmission recording circuit and replay the earlier portions of the leader's speech." Xian farted and shut the door. "Back to the TV set," he said to himself, "where our leisure hours are spent." And there lay the 2 student examination papers. He had that weighing him down, too. And all on my own time, he thought savagely. The hell with them. Up theirs. He strode to the TV set, started to shut it off. At once a red warning light winked on, informing that he did not have permission to shut off the set, could not, in fact, end its tirade and image even if he unplugged it. "Mandatory speeches," he thought, "will kill us all, bury us. If I could be free of the noise of speeches, free of the din of the party baying as it hounds mankind." There was no known ordinance, however, preventing him from taking snuff while he watched the leader. So, opening the small gray packet, he shook out a mound of the black granules onto the back of his left hand. He then professionally raised his hand to his nostrils and deeply inhaled, drawing the snuff well up into his sinus cavities. "Imagine the old superstition," he thought to himself, "that the sinus cavities are connected to the brain, and hence an inhalation of snuff directly affects the cerebral cortex." He smiled, seated himself once more, fixed his gaze on the TV screen, and the gesticulating individual known so utterly to them all. The face dwindled away, disappeared. The sound ceased. He faced an emptiness, a vacuum. The screen, white and blank, confronted him, and from the speaker a faint hiss sounded. "The freaking snuff," he said to himself, and inhaled greedily at the remainder of the powder on his hand, drawing it up avidly into his nose, his sinuses, and, or so it felt, into his brain. He plunged into the snuff, absorbing it elatedly. The screen remained blank, and then, by degrees, an image once more formed and established itself. It was not the leader, not the absolute benefactor of the people, in point of fact, not a human figure at all. He faced a dead mechanical construct, made of solid-state circuits, of swiveling pseudopodia, lenses, and a squawk box, and the box began, in a droning din, to harangue him. Staring fixedly, he thought, "What is this? Reality? Hallucination?" he thought. The peddler came across some of the psychedelic drugs used during the War of Liberation. He's selling the stuff, and I've taken some. Taken a whole lot. Making his way unsteadily to the vidphone, he dialed the SecPol station nearest his building. "I wish to report a pusher of hallucinogenic drugs," he said into the receiver. "Your name, sir, and Connaught location?" Efficient, brisk, and impersonal bureaucrat of the police. He gave them the information, then haltingly made it back to his simulated leather easy-chair, once again to witness the apparition on the TV screen. "This is lethal," he said to himself. "It must be some preparation developed in Washington, D.C. or London, stronger and stranger than the LSD-25, which they dump so effectively into our reservoirs. And I thought it was going to relieve me of the burden of the leader's speeches. This is far worse, this electronic, sputtering, swiveling, metal and plastic monstrosity yammering away. This is terrifying. To have to face this the remainder of my life. It took 10 minutes for the SecPol two-man team to come rapping at his door. And by then, in a deteriorating set of stages, the familiar image of the leader had seeped back into focus on the screen, had supplanted the horrible artificial construct which waved its podia and squalled on and on. He let the two cops in shakily, led them to the table on which he had left the remains of the snuff in its packet. "Psychedelic toxin," he said thickly, "of short duration, absorbed into the bloodstream directly through nasal capillaries. I'll give you details as where I got it, from whom, all that." He took a deep, shaky breath. The presence of the police was comforting. Ballpoint pens ready, the two officers waited. And all the time, in the background, the leader rattled out his endless speech, as he had done 1,000 evenings before in the life of Dong Tien. But, he thought, it'll never be the same again, at least not for me, not after inhaling that near-toxic snuff. He wondered, is that what they intended? It seemed odd to him, thinking of a they. Peculiar, but somehow correct. For an instant he hesitated, to giving out the details, not telling the police enough to find the man. "A peddler," he started to say. "I don't know where. Can't remember." But he did. He remembered the exact street intersection, so with unexplainable reluctance he told them. "Thank you, Comrade Chien." The boss of the team of police carefully gathered up the remaining snuff, most of it remained, and placed it in his uniform, smart, sharp uniform, pocket. "We'll have it analyzed at the first available moment," the cop said, "and inform you immediately in case countermedical measures are indicated for you. Some of the old wartime psychedelics were eventually fatal, as you have no doubt read." "I've read," he agreed. That had been specifically what he had been thinking. "Good luck, and thanks for notifying us," both cops said and departed. The affair, for all their efficiency, did not seem to shake them. Obviously, such a complaint was routine. The lab report came swiftly, surprisingly so in view of the vast state bureaucracy. It reached him by vidphone before the leader had finished his TV speech. "It's not a hallucinogen," the SecPol lab technician informed him. "No?" he said, puzzled and strangely not relieved. Not at all. "On the contrary, it's a phenothiazine, which, as you doubtless know, is anti-hallucinogenic, a strong dose per gram of admixture but harmless. Might lower your blood pressure or make you sleepy. Probably stolen from a wartime cache of medical supplies, left by the retreating barbarians. I wouldn't worry." Pondering, Chien hung up the vidphone in slow motion, and then walked to the window of his Connapt, the window with the fine view of other Hanoi high-rise Connapts, to think. The doorbell rang. Feeling as if he were in a trance, he crossed the carpeted living room to answer it. The girl standing there in a tan raincoat, with a babushka over her dark, shiny, and very long hair, said in a timid little voice, "Comrade Chien? Dong Tien? Of the Ministry of—" He let her in, reflexively, and shut the door after her. "You've been monitoring my vidphone," he told her. It was a shot in darkness, but something in him, an unvoiced certitude, told him that she had. "Did they take the rest of the snuff?" She glanced about. "Oh, I hope not. It's so hard to get these days." "Snuff," he said, "is easy to get. Phenothiazine isn't. Is that what you mean?" The girl raised her head, studied him with large, moon-darkened eyes. "Yes, Mr. Chien." She hesitated, obviously as uncertain as the SecPol cops had been assured. Tell me what you saw. It's of great importance for us to be certain." "I had a choice?" he said acutely. Yes, very much so. That's what confuses us. That's what is not as we planned. We don't understand it. It fits nobody's theory." Her eyes even darker and deeper, she said, "Was it the aquatic horror shape, the thing with slime and teeth, the extraterrestrial life form? Please tell me. We have to know." She breathed irregularly, with effort, the tan raincoat rising and falling. He found himself watching its rhythm. "A machine," he said. "Oh!" She ducked her head, nodding vigorously. "Yes, I understand. A mechanical organism in no way resembling a human, not a simulacrum or something constructed to resemble a man." He said, "This did not look like a man." He added to himself, "And it failed, did not try to talk like a man." "You understand that it was not a hallucination?" "I've been officially told that what I took was a phenothiazine. That's all I know." He said as little as possible. He did not want to talk, but to hear what the girl had to say. "Well, Mr. Chien," she took a deep, unstable breath, "if it was not a hallucination, then what was it? What does that leave? What is called extra-consciousness? Could that be it?" He did not answer. Turning his back, he leisurely picked up the 2 student test papers, glanced over them, ignoring her, waiting for her next attempt. At his shoulder she appeared, smelling of spring rain, smelling of sweetness and agitation, beautiful in the way she smelled and looked, and, he thought, speaks. So different from the harsh plateau speech patterns we hear on the TV, have heard since I was a baby. "Some of them," she said huskily, "who take the stelazine, it was stelazine you got, Mr. Chien, see one apparition, some another. But distinct categories have emerged. There is not an infinite variety. Some see what you saw. We call it the clanker. Some the aquatic horror. That's the gulper. And then there's the bird, and the climbing tube, and—" She broke off. "But other reactions tell you very little. Tell us very little." She hesitated, then plunged on. "Now that this has happened to you, Mr. Chien, we would like you to join our gathering, join our particular group, those who see what you see, Group Red. We want to know what it really is, and—" She gestured with tapered, wax-smooth fingers. "It can't be all those manifestations." Her tone was poignant, naively so. He felt his caution relax a trifle. He said, "What do you see, you in particular?" "I'm part of Group Yellow. I see a storm, a whining, vicious whirlwind that roots everything up, crushes condominium apartments built to last a century." She smiled wanly. "The crusher. 12 groups in all, Mr. Chien. 12 absolutely different experiments, all from the same phenothiazines, all of the leader as he speaks over TV, as it speaks, rather." She smiled up at him, lashes long, probably protracted artificially, and gaze engaging, even trusting, as if she thought he knew something or could do something. "I should make a citizen's arrest of you," he said presently. "There is no law, not about this. We studied Soviet judicial writings before we found people to distribute the stelazine. We don't have much of it. We have to be very careful whom we give it to. It seemed to us that you constituted a likely choice, a well-known, post-war, dedicated young career man on his way up." From his fingers she took the examination papers. "They're having you poll read?" she asked. Poll read. He did not know the term. "Study something said or written to see if it fits the party's current world view." You, in the hierarchy, merely call it read, don't you? Again she smiled. When you rise one step higher up with Mr. Sopin, you will know that expression. She added somberly, and with Mr. Pethel. He's very far up. Mr. Chien, there is no ideological school in San Fernando. These are forged exam papers, designed to read back to them a thorough analysis of your political ideology. And have you been able to distinguish which paper is orthodox and which is heretical? Her voice was pixie-like, taunting with amused malice. Choose the wrong one, and your budding career stops dead cold in its tracks. Choose the proper one. Do you know which is which? He demanded. Yes. She nodded soberly. We have listening devices in Mr. Sopin's inner offices. We monitored his conversation with Mr. Pethel, who is not Mr. Pethel, but the higher Secpol Inspector Judd Crane. You have probably heard mention of him. He acted as chief assistant to Judge Vorlovsky at the 98 war crimes trial in Zurich. With difficulty he said, I see. Well, that explained that. The girl said, My name is Tanya Lee. He said nothing. He merely nodded, too stunned for any cerebration. Technically, I am a minor clerk, Miss Lee said, at your ministry. You have never run into me, however, that I can at least recall. We try to hold posts wherever we can, as far up as possible. My own boss— Should you be telling me this? He gestured at the TV set, which remained on. Aren't they picking this up? Tanya Lee said, We introduced a noise factor in the reception of both vid and aud material from this apartment building. It will take them almost an hour to locate the sheathing. So we have— She examined the tiny wristwatch on her slender wrist. 15 more minutes, and still be safe. Tell me, he said, which paper is orthodox? Is that what you care about? Really? What, he said, should I care about? Don't you see, Mr. Chien? You've learned something. The leader is not the leader. He is something else. But we can't tell what. Not yet. Mr. Chien, with all due respect, have you ever had your drinking water analyzed? I know it sounds paranoid, but have you? No, he said. Of course not, knowing what she was going to say. Miss Lee said briskly, Our tests show that it's saturated with hallucinogens. It is, has been, will continue to be. Not the ones used during the war, not the disorientating ones, but a synthetic quasi-ergo derivative called Datrox-3. You drink it here in the building from the time you get up. You drink it in the restaurants and other apartments that you visit. You drink it at the ministry. It's all piped from a central common source. Her tone was bleak and ferocious. We solved that problem. We knew, as soon as we discovered it, that any good phenothiazine would counter it. What we did not know, of course, was this. A variety of authentic experiences, that makes no sense, rationally. It's the hallucination which should differ from person to person, and the reality experience which should be ubiquitous. It's all turned around. We can't even construct an ad hoc theory which accounts for that, and God knows we've tried. 12 mutually exclusive hallucinations. That would be easily understood, but not one hallucination and 12 realities. She ceased talking then, and studied the 2 test papers, her forehead wrinkling. The one with the Arabic poem is orthodox, she stated. If you tell them that, they'll trust you and give you a higher post. You'll be another notch up in the hierarchy of party officialdom. Smiling, her teeth were perfect and lovely, she finished. Look what you received back for your investment this morning. Your career is underwritten for a time, and by us. He said, I don't believe you. Instinctively his caution operated within him, always the caution of a lifetime lived among the hatchet men of the Hanoi branch of the CP East. They knew an infinitude of ways by which to axe a rival out of contention, some of which he himself had employed, some of which he had seen done to himself and to others. This could be a novel way, one unfamiliar to him. It could always be. "Tonight," Miss Lee said, "in the speech, the leader singled you out. Didn't this strike you as strange? You, of all people, a minor office-holder in a meager ministry?" "Admitted," he said. "It struck me that way. Yes." That was legitimate. His greatness is grooming an elite cadre of younger men, post-war men, he hopes will infuse new life into the hidebound, moribund hierarchy of old fogies and party hacks. His greatness singled you out for the same reason that we singled you out. If pursued properly, your career could lead you all the way to the top. At least for a time, as we know. That's how it goes. He thought, so, virtually everyone has faith in me, except myself. And certainly not after this, the experience with the anti-hallucinatory snuff. It had shaken years of confidence, and no doubt rightly so. However, he was beginning to regain his poise. He felt it seeping back, a little at first, then with a rush. Going to the vidphone, he lifted the receiver and began, for the second time that night, to dial the number of the Hanoi Security Police. "Turning me in," Miss Lee said, "would be the second most regressive decision you could make. I'll tell them that you brought me here to bribe me. You thought, because of my job at the ministry, I would know which examination paper to select." He said, "And what would be my first most regressive decision?" "Not taking a further dose of phenothiazine," Miss Lee said evenly. Hanging up the phone, Deng Qian thought to himself, "I don't understand what's happening to me." Two forces, the party and his greatness on one hand, this girl with her alleged group on the other. One wants me to rise as far as possible in the party hierarchy, the other. What did Tanya Lee want? Underneath the words, inside the membrane of an almost trivial contempt for the party, the leader, the ethical standards of the People's Democratic United Front. What was she after in regard to him? He said curiously, "Are you anti-party?" "No." "But," he gestured, "that's all there is, party and anti-party. You must be party, then." Bewildered, he stared at her. With composure, she returned the stare. "You have an organization," he said, "and you meet. What do you intend to destroy? The regular function of government? Are you like the treasonable college students of the United States during the Vietnam War, who stopped troop trains, demonstrated?" Wearily, Miss Lee said, "It wasn't like that. But forget it. That's not the issue. What we want to know is this. Who or what is leading us? We must penetrate far enough to enlist someone, some rising young party theoretician, who could conceivably be invited to a tete-a-tete with the leader. You see?" Her voice lifted. She consulted her watch, obviously anxious to get away. The 15 minutes were almost up. "Very few persons actually see the leader, as you know. I mean, really see him." "Seclusion," he said, "due to his advanced age." "We have hope," Miss Lee said, "that if you pass the phony test, which they have arranged for you, and with my help you have, you will be invited to one of the stag parties which the leader has from time to time, which, of course, the papers don't report. Now do you see?" Her voice rose shrilly in a frenzy of despair. "Then we would know. If you could go in there, under the influence of the anti-hallucinogenic drug, could see him face to face as he actually is." Thinking aloud, he said, "And end my career of public service, if not my life, You owe us something, Tanya Lee snapped, her cheeks white. If I hadn't told you which exam paper to choose, you would have picked the wrong one, and your dedicated public service career would be over anyhow. You would have failed at a test you didn't even realize you were taking. He said mildly, I had a 50-50 chance. No. She shook her head fiercely. The heretical one is faked up with a lot of party jargon. They deliberately constructed the two texts to trap you. They wanted you to fail. Once more he examined the two papers, feeling confused. Was she right? Possibly. Probably. It rang true, knowing the party functionaries as he did, and Sopin, his superior in particular. He felt weary then, defeated. After a time he said to the girl, What you're trying to get out of me is a quid pro quo. You did something for me. You got, or claim you got, the answer to this party inquiry. But you've already done your part. What's to keep me from tossing you out of here on your head? I don't have to do a goddamn thing. He heard his voice, toneless, sounding of the poverty of emphatic emotionality so usual in party circles. Miss Lee said, There will be other tests as you continue to ascend, and we will monitor for you with them, too. She was calm, at ease. Obviously, she had foreseen his reaction. How long do I have to think it over? He said. I'm leaving now. We're in no rush. You're not about to receive an invitation to the leader's Yangtze River villa in the next week, or even month. Going to the door, opening it, she paused. As you're given covert rating tests, we'll be in contact, supplying the answers. So you'll see one or more of us on those occasions. Probably it won't be me. It'll be that disabled war veteran who'll sell you the correct response sheets as you leave the ministry building. She smiled a brief, snuffed-out candle smile. But one of these days, no doubt unexpectedly, you'll get an ornate, official, very formal invitation to the villa, and when you go, you'll be heavily sedated with stelazine, possibly our last dose of our dwindling supply. Good night. The door shut after her. She had gone. My God, he thought, they can blackmail me for what I've done. And she didn't even bother to mention it. In view of what they're involved with, it was not worth mentioning. But blackmail for what? He had already told the Secpol squad that he had been given a drug which had proved to be a phenothiazine. Then they know, he realized. They'll watch me. They're alert. Technically, I haven't broken a law, but they'll be watching all right. However, they always watched anyhow. He relaxed slightly, thinking that. He had, over the years, become virtually accustomed to it, as had everyone. I will see the absolute benefactor of the people as he is, he said to himself, which possibly no one else had done. What will it be? Which of the subclasses of non-hallucination? Classes which I do not even know about? A view which may totally overthrow me. How am I going to be able to get through the evening, to keep my poise, if it's like the shape I saw on the TV screen? The crusher, the clanker, the bird, the climbing tube, the gulper, or worse. He wondered what some of the other views consisted of, and then gave up that line of speculation. It was unprofitable, and too anxiety-inducing. The next morning, Mr. Sopin and Mr. Darius Pethel met him in his office, both of them calm but expectant. Wordlessly he handed them one of the two exam papers, the orthodox one, with its short and heart-smothering Arabian poem. This one, Xian said tightly, is the product of a dedicated party member or candidate for membership. The other? He slapped the remaining sheets. Reactionary garbage. He felt anger, in spite of a superficial. All right, Mr. Xian, Pethel said, nodding. We don't have to explore each and every ramification. Your analysis is correct. You heard the mention regarding you in the leader's speech last night on TV? I certainly did, Chien said. So you have undoubtedly inferred, Pethel said, that there is a good deal involved in what we are attempting here. The leader has his eye on you, that's clear. As a matter of fact, he has communicated to myself regarding you. He opened his bulging briefcase and rummaged. Lost the goddamn thing. Anyhow, he glanced at Sopine, who nodded slightly. His Greatness would like to have you appear for a dinner at the Yangtze River Ranch next Thursday night. Mrs. Fletcher in particular appreciates. Chien said, Mrs. Fletcher? Who is Mrs. Fletcher? After a pause, Sopine said dryly, The absolute benefactor's wife. His name, which you, of course, had never heard, is Thomas Fletcher. He's a Caucasian, Pethel explained, originally from the New Zealand Communist Party. He participated in a difficult takeover there. This news is not in the strict sense secret, but on the other hand, it hasn't been noised about. He hesitated, toying with his watch chain. Probably it would be better if you forgot about that. Of course, as soon as you meet him, see him face to face, you'll realize that he's a Cauk, as I am, as many of us are. Race, Sopine pointed out, has nothing to do with loyalty to the leader and the party, as witness Mr. Pethel here. But His Greatness, Chien thought, jolted. He did not appear on the TV screen to be Occidental. On TV, he began. The image, Sopine interrupted, is subjected to a variegated assortment of skillful refinements for ideological purposes. Most persons holding higher offices are aware of this. He eyed Chien with hard criticism. So, everyone agrees, Chien thought. What we see every night is not real. The question is, how unreal? Partially or completely? I will be prepared, he said tautly, and he thought, there has been a slip-up. They weren't prepared for me. The people that Tanya Lee represents, to gain entry so soon. Where's the anti-hallucinogen? Can they get it to me or not? Probably not on such short notice. He felt strangely relief. He would be going into the presence of His Greatness, in a position to see him as a human being, see him as he, and everybody else, saw him on TV. It would be a most stimulating and cheerful dinner party, with some of the most influential party members in Asia. I think we can do without the phenothiazine, he said to himself, and his sense of relief grew. Here it is, finally, Pethel said suddenly, producing a white envelope from his briefcase. Your card of admission. You will be flown by Sino-Rocket to the leader's villa Thursday morning. There the protocol officer will brief you on your expected behavior. It will be formal dress, white tie and tails, but the atmosphere will be cordial. There are always a great number of toasts. He added, I have attended 2 such stag get-togethers. Mr. Tsopine, he smiled creakily, has not been honored in such a fashion, but, as they say, all things come to him who waits. Ben Franklin said that. Tsopine said, It has come for Mr. Chien rather prematurely, I would say. He shrugged philosophically. But my opinion has never at any time been asked. One thing, Pethel said to Chien. It is possible that when you see His Greatness in person, you will be in some regards disappointed. Be alert that you do not let this make itself apparent, if you should so feel. We have always been trained, to regard him as more than a man. But at table he is, he gestured, a forked radish. In certain respects, like ourselves. He may, for instance, indulge in moderately human oral aggressive and passive activity. He may possibly tell an off-colored joke or drink too much. To be candid, no one ever knows in advance how these things will work out, but they do generally hold forth until late the following morning. So it would be wise to accept the dosage of amphetamines which the protocol officer will offer you. "Oh?" Chien said. This was news to him, and interesting. "For stamina, and to balance the liquor. His greatness has amazing staying power. He often is still on his feet and raring to go after everyone else has collapsed." "A remarkable man," Sopine chimed in. "I think his indulgences only show that he is a fine fellow, and fully in the round. He is like the ideal Renaissance man, as, for example, Lorenzo de' Medici." "That does come to mind," Pethel said. He studied Chien with such intensity that some of last night's chill returned. "Am I being led into one trap after another?" Chien wondered. That girl, was she in fact an agent of the Sekpol probing me, trying to ferret out a disloyal anti-party streak in me? "I think," he decided, "I will make sure that the legless peddler of herbal remedies does not snare me when I leave work. I'll take a totally different route back to my connacht." He was successful. That day he avoided the peddler, and the same the next, and so on until Thursday. On Thursday morning, the peddler scooted from beneath a parked truck and blocked his way, confronting him. "My medication?" the peddler demanded. "It helped." "I know it did. The formula goes back to the Sung dynasty. I can tell it did, right?" Chien said, "Let me go. Would you be kind enough to answer?" The tone was not the expected customary whining of a street peddler operating in a marginal fashion, and that tone came across to Chien. He heard loud and clear, as the imperialist puppet troops of long ago phrased. "I know what you gave me," Chien said, "and I don't want any more. If I change my mind, I can pick it up at a pharmacy, thanks." He started on, but the cart with the legless occupant pursued him. "Miss Lee was talking to me," the peddler said loudly. Chien said, and automatically increased his pace. He spotted a hovercab and began signaling for it. "It's tonight you're going to the stag dinner at the Yangtze River Villa," the peddler said, panting for breath in his effort to keep up. "Take the medication. Now!" He held out a flat packet, imploringly. "Please, party member Chien, for your own sake, for all of us, so we can tell what it is we're up against. Good Lord, it may be non-Terran. That's our most basic fear. Don't you understand, Chien? What's your goddamn career compared with that? If we can't find out—" The cab bumped to a halt on the pavement. Its doors slid open. Chien started to board it. The packet sailed past him, landed on the entrance sill of the cab, then slid onto the floor, damp from earlier rain. "Please," the peddler said, "and it won't cost you anything. Today it's free. Just take it. Use it before the stag dinner, and don't use the amphetamines. They're a ophthalmic stimulant, contraindicated whenever an adrenal suppressant such as phenothiazine is—" The door of the cab closed after Chien. He seated himself. "Where to, comrade?" the robot drive mechanism inquired. He gave the ident tag number of his connacht. "That half-wit of a peddler managed to infiltrate his seedy wares into my clean interior," the cab said. "Notice, it reposes by your foot." He saw the packet, no more than an ordinary-looking envelope. "I guess," he thought, "this is how drugs come to you. All of a sudden, they're there." For a moment he sat, and then he picked it up. As before, there was a written enclosure above and beyond the medication, but this time he saw it was handwritten, a feminine script, from Miss Lee. "We were surprised at the suddenness, but thank heaven we were ready. Where were you Tuesday and Wednesday? Anyhow, here it is, and good luck. I will approach you later in the week. I don't want you to try to find me." He ignited the note, burned it up in the cab's disposal ashtray, and kept the dark granules. All this time, he thought, hallucinogens in our water supply, year after year. Decades, and not in wartime, but in peacetime. And not to the enemy camp, but here in our own. The evil bastards, he said to himself. Maybe I ought to take this. Maybe I ought to find out what he or it is, and let Tanya's group know. I will, he decided, and he was curious. A bad emotion, he knew. Curiosity was, especially in party activities, often a terminal state career-wise. A state which at the moment gripped him thoroughly. He wondered if it would last through the evening, if, when it came right down to it, he would actually take the inhalant. Time would tell that, and everything else. We are blooming flowers, he thought, on the plain which he picks, as the Arabic poem had put it. He tried to remember the rest of the poem, but could not. That probably was just as well. The villa protocol officer, a Japanese named Kimo Okubara, tall and husky, obviously a quondam wrestler, surveyed him with innate hostility, even after he presented his engraved invitation and had successfully managed to prove his identity.
"Surprise you bother to come," Okubara muttered. "Why not stay home and watch on TV? Nobody miss you. We got along fine without you, up to right now."
Chien said tightly, "I've already watched on TV." And anyhow, the stag dinners were rarely televised. They were too bawdy. Okubara's crew double-checked him for weapons, including the possibility of an anal suppository, and then gave him his clothes back. They did not find the phenothiazine, however, because he had already taken it. The effects of such a drug, he knew, lasted approximately 4 hours. That would be more than enough, and, as Tanya had said, it was a major dose. He felt sluggish and inept and dizzy, and his tongue moved in spasms of pseudo-Parkinsonism, an unpleasant side effect which he had failed to anticipate. A girl, nude from the waist up, with long coppery hair down her shoulders and back, walked by. Interesting. Coming the other way, a girl nude from the bottom up made her appearance. Interesting, too. Both girls looked vacant and bored, and totally self-possessed.
"You go in like that, too,"
Okubara informed Chien. Startled, Chien said, "I understood white tie and tails."
"Joke," Okubara said, "at your expense. Only girls wear nude. You even get so you enjoy. Unless you homosexual."
Well, Chien thought, I guess I had better like it. He wandered on with the other guests. They, like him, wore white tie and tails, or, if women, floor-length gowns, and felt ill at ease, despite the tranquilizing effect of the stelazine. Why am I here? He asked himself. The ambiguity of his situation did not escape him. He was here to advance his career in the party apparatus, to obtain the intimate and personal nod of approval from his greatness. And, in addition, he was here to decipher his greatness as a fraud. He did not know what variety of fraud, but there it was. Fraud against the party, against all the peace-loving democratic peoples of Terra. Ironic, he thought, and continued to mingle. A girl with small, bright, illuminated breasts approached him for a match. He absent-mindedly got out his lighter. "What makes your breasts glow?" he asked her. "Radioactive injections?" She shrugged, said nothing, passed on, leaving him alone. Evidently he had responded in the incorrect way. Maybe it's a wartime mutation, he pondered. "Drink, sir?" A servant graciously held out a tray. He accepted a martini, which was the current fad among the higher party classes in People's China, and sipped the ice-cold dry flavor. "Good English gin," he said to himself, "or possibly the original Holland compound, juniper, or whatever they added. Not bad." He strolled on, feeling better. In actuality, he found the atmosphere here a pleasant one. The people were self-assured. They had been successful, and now they could relax. It evidently was a myth that proximity to his greatness produced neurotic anxiety. He saw no evidence here, at least, and felt little himself. A heavy-set elderly man, bald, halted him by the simple means of holding his drink-glass against Xian's chest.
"That frabbly little one who asked you for a match,"
the elderly man said, and sniggered.
"The quig with the Christmas tree breasts. That was a boy in drag."
He giggled.
"You have to be cautious around here."
"Where, if anywhere," Xian said, "do I find authentic women? In white tie and tails?"
"Darn near,"
the elderly man said, and departed with a throng of hyperactive guests, leaving Xian alone with his martini. A handsome, tall woman, well-dressed, standing near Xian, suddenly put her hand on his arm. He felt her fingers tense, and she said, "Here he comes, His Greatness. This is the first time for me. I'm a little scared. Does my hair look all right?" "Fine," Xian said reflexively, and followed her gaze, seeking a glimpse, his first, of the absolute benefactor. What crossed the room toward the table in the center was not a man. And it was not, Xian realized, a mechanical construct either. It was not what he had seen on TV. That evidently was simply a device for speech-making, as Mussolini had once used an artificial arm to salute long and tedious processions. God, he thought, and felt ill. Was this what Tanya Lee had called the aquatic horror shape? It had no shape, nor pseudopodia, either flesh or metal. It was, in a sense, not there at all. When he managed to look directly at it, the shape vanished. He saw through it, saw the people on the far side, but not it. Yet if he turned his head, caught it out of a sidelong glance, he could determine its boundaries. It was terrible. It blasted him with its awareness. As it moved, it drained the life from each person in turn. It ate the people who had assembled, passed on, ate again, ate more with an endless appetite. It hated. He felt its hate. It loathed. He felt its loathing for everyone present. In fact, he shared its loathing. All at once, he and everyone else in the big villa were each a twisted slug, and over the fallen slug carcasses the creature savored, lingered, but all the time coming directly toward him. Or was that an illusion? If this is a hallucination, Xian thought, it is the worst I have ever had. If it is not, then it is evil reality. It's an evil thing that kills and injures. He saw the trail of stepped-on, mashed men and women remnants behind it. He saw them trying to reassemble, to operate their crippled bodies. He heard them attempting speech. I know who you are, Dong Chen thought to himself. You, the supreme head of the worldwide party structure. You, who destroy whatever living object you touch. I see that Arabic poem, the searching for the flowers of life to eat them. I see you astride the plain, which to you is earth. Plain, without hills, without valleys. You go anywhere, appear any time, devour anything. You engineer life, and then guzzle it, and you enjoy that. He thought, you are God. Mr. Xian, the voice said, but it came from inside his head, not from the mouthless spirit that fashioned itself directly before him. It is good to meet you again. You know nothing. Go away. I have no interest in you. Why should I care about slime? Slime. I am mired in it. I must excrete it. And I choose to. I could break you. I can break even myself. Sharp stones are under me. I spread sharp-pointed things upon the mire.
I make the hiding places, the deep places, boil like a pot. To me the sea is like a lot of ointment. The flakes of my flesh are joined to everything. You are me. I am you. It makes no difference, just as it makes no difference whether the creature with ignited breasts is a girl or boy. You could learn to enjoy either. It laughed. He could not believe it was speaking to him. He could not imagine, it was too terrible, that it had picked him out. I have picked everybody out, it said. No one is too small. Each falls and dies, and I am there to watch. I don't need to do anything but watch. It is automatic. It was arranged that way. And then it ceased talking to him. It disjoined itself. But he still saw it. He felt its manifold presence. It was a globe which hung in the room with 50,000 eyes, 1,000,000 eyes, billions. An eye for each living thing as it waited for each thing to fall, and then stepped on the living thing as it lay in a broken state. Because of this, it had created the things, and he knew. He understood. What had seemed in the Arabic poem to be death was not death, but God, or rather God was death. It was one force, one hunter, one cannibal thing, and it missed again and again, but having all eternity, it could afford to miss. Both poems, he realized, the Dryden one too. The crumbling, that is our world, and you are doing it, warping it to come out that way, bending us. But at least, he thought, I still have my dignity. With dignity he set down his drink glass, turned, walked toward the doors of the room. He passed through the doors. He walked down a long, carpeted hall. A villa servant dressed in purple opened a door for him. He found himself standing out in the night darkness, on a veranda, alone. Not alone. It had followed after him, or it had already been here before him. Yes, it had been expecting. It was not really through with him. Here I go, he said, and made a dive for the railing. It was 6 stories down, and there below gleamed the river and death, not what the Arabic poem had seen. As he tumbled over, it put an extension of itself on his shoulder. Why? He said, but in fact he paused, wondering, not understanding, not at all. Don't fall on my account, it said. He could not see it because it had moved behind him, but the piece of it on his shoulder, it had begun to look like a human hand. And then it laughed. What's funny? He demanded, as he teetered on the railing, held back by its pseudo-hand. You're doing my task for me, it said. You aren't waiting. Don't have time to wait? I'll select you out from among the others. You don't need to speed the process up. What if I do? He said, out of revulsion for you. It laughed, and didn't answer. You won't even say? He said. Again, no answer. He started to slide back onto the veranda, and at once the pressure of its pseudo-hand lifted. You founded the party? He asked. I founded everything. I founded the anti-party, and the party that isn't a party, and those who are for it, and those who are against. Those that you call Yankee imperialists, those in the camp of reaction, and so on, endlessly. I founded it all, as if they were blades of grass. And you're here to enjoy it,
he said.
"What I want," it said, "is for you to see me as I am, as you have seen me, and then trust me."
"What?" he said, quavering. "Trust you to what?" It said,
"Do you believe in me?"
"Yes," he said. "I can see you."
"Then go back to your job at the ministry. Tell Tanya Lee that you saw an overworked, overweight elderly man who drinks too much and likes to pinch girls' rear ends."
"Oh, Christ," he said.
"As you live on, unable to stop, I will torment you," it said. "I will deprive you, item by item, of everything you possess or want. And then, when you are crushed to death, I will unfold a mystery."
"What's the mystery?"
"The dead shall live. The living die. I kill what lives. I save what has died. And I will tell you this: there are things worse than I. But you won't meet them, because by then I will have killed you. Now walk back into the dining room and prepare for dinner. Don't question what I'm doing. I did it long before there was a Dong Chen, and I will do it long after."
He hit it as hard as he could, and experienced violent pain in his head, and darkness with the sense of falling. After that, darkness again. He thought, "I will get you. I will see that you die too, that you suffer. You're going to suffer just like us, exactly in every way we do. I'll nail you. I swear to God, I'll nail you up somewhere, and it will hurt. As much as I hurt now." He shut his eyes. Roughly, he was shaken, and heard Mr. Kimo Okubara's voice.
"Get to your feet, common drunk! Come on!"
Without opening his eyes, he said,
"Get me a cab." "Cab already waiting. You go home. Disgrace! Make a violent scene out of yourself."
Getting shakily to his feet, he opened his eyes and examined himself. "Our leader, whom we follow," he thought, "is the one true God, and the enemy whom we fight and have fought is God too. They are right. He is everywhere. But I didn't understand what that meant." Staring at the protocol officer, he thought, "You are God too, so there is no getting away, probably not even by jumping, as I started instinctively to do." He shuddered.
"Mix drinks with drugs," Okubara said witheringly. "Ruin Korea. I see it happen many times. Get lost."
Unsteadily he walked toward the great central door of the Yangtze River Villa. Two servants, dressed like medieval knights, with crested plumes, ceremoniously opened the door for him, and one of them said, "Good night, sir."
"Up yours,"
Xian said, and passed out into the night. At 2:45 in the morning, as he sat sleepless in the living room of his connaught, smoking one Quest Array Astoria after another, a knock sounded at the door. When he opened it, he found himself facing Tanya Lee in her trench coat, her face pinched with cold. Her eyes blazed, questioningly. "Don't look at me like that," he said roughly. His cigar had gone out. He relit it. "I've been looked at enough," he said. "You saw it," she said. He nodded. She seated herself on the arm of the couch, and after a time she said, "Want to tell me about it?" Go as far from here as possible, he said. Go a long way. And then he remembered. No way was long enough. He remembered reading that, too. Forget it, he said, rising to his feet. He walked clumsily into the kitchen to start up the coffee. Following after him, Tanya said, Was it that bad? We can't win, he said. You can't win. I don't mean me. I'm not in this. I just wanted to do my job at the ministry and forget it. Forget the whole damn thing. Is it non-terrestrial? Yes, he nodded. Is it hostile to us? Yes, he said. No. Both. Mostly hostile. Then we have to go home, he said, and go to bed. He looked her over carefully. He had sat a long time, and he had done a great deal of thinking, about a lot of things. Are you married? He said. No, not now. I used to be. He said, Stay with me tonight. The rest of tonight, anyhow, until the sun comes up. He added, The night part is awful. I'll stay, Tanya said, unbuckling the belt of her raincoat. But I have to have some answers. What did Dryden mean, Chien said, about music untuning the sky? I don't get that. What does music do to the sky? All the celestial order of the universe ends, she said as she hung her raincoat up in the closet of the bedroom. Under it, she wore an orange-striped sweater and stretch pants. He said, And that's bad? Pausing, she reflected, I don't know. I guess so. It's a lot of power, he said, to assign to music. Well, you know that old Pythagorean business about the music of the spheres? Matter-of-factly, she seated herself on the bed and removed her slipper-like shoes. Do you believe in that? He said. Or do you believe in God? God? She laughed. That went out with the donkey steam engine. What are you talking about? God? Or God? She came over close beside him, peering into his face. Don't look at me so closely, he said sharply, drawing back. I don't ever want to be looked at again. He moved away irritably. I think, Tanya said, that if there is a God, he has very little interest in human affairs. That's my theory, anyhow. I mean, he doesn't seem to care if evil triumphs, or people or animals get hurt and die. I frankly don't see him anywhere around, and the party has always denied any form of— Did you ever see him? He asked. When you were a child? Oh, sure, as a child. But I also believed— Did it ever occur to you, Chien said, that good and evil are names for the same thing? That God could be both good and evil at the same time? I'll fix you a drink, Tanya said, and padded barefoot into the kitchen. Chien said, The crusher, the clanker, the gulper, and the bird, and the climbing tube, plus other names, forms I don't know. I had a hallucination at the stag dinner, a big one, a terrible one. But the stelazine, it brought on a worse one, he said. Is there any way, Tanya said somberly, that we can fight this thing you saw? This apparition you call a hallucination, but which very obviously was not? He said, Believe in it. What will that do? Nothing, he said wearily. Nothing at all. I'm tired. I don't want a drink. Let's just go to bed. Okay. She padded back into the bedroom, began pulling her striped sweater over her head. We'll discuss it more thoroughly later. A hallucination, Chien said, is merciful. I wish I had it. I want mine back. I want to be before your peddler got me with that phenothiazine. Just come to bed. It'll be toasty, all warm and nice." He removed his tie, his shirt, and saw on his right shoulder the mark, the stigma, which it had left when it stopped him from jumping. Livid marks which looked as if they would never go away. He put his pajama top on then. It hid the marks. "Anyhow," Tanya said as he got into the bed beside her, "your career is immeasurably advanced. Aren't you glad about that?"
"Sure,"
he said, nodding sightlessly in the darkness. "Very glad." "Come over against me," Tanya said, putting her arms around him, "and forget everything else. At least for now." He tugged her against him then, doing what she asked, and what he wanted to do. She was neat. She was swiftly active. She was successful, and she did her part. They did not bother to speak until at last she said, "Oh," and then she relaxed. "I wish," he said, "that we could go on forever." "We did," Tanya said. "It's outside of time. It's boundless, like an ocean. It's the way we were in Cambrian times, before we migrated up onto the land. It's the ancient primary waters. This is the only time we get to go back, when this is done. That's why it means so much. And in those days, we weren't separate. It was like a big jelly, like those blobs that float up on the beach." "Float up," he said, "and are left there to die." "Could you get me a towel?" Tanya asked. "Or a washcloth? I need it." He padded into the bathroom for a towel. There, he was naked now, he once more saw his shoulder, saw where it had seized hold of him, and held on, dragged him back, possibly to toy with him a little more. The marks, unaccountably, were bleeding. He sponged the blood away. More oozed forth at once, and, seeing that, he wondered how much time he had left. Probably only hours. Returning to bed, he said, "Could you continue?" "Sure. If you have any energy left, it's up to you." She lay gazing up at him, unwinkingly, barely visible in the dim nocturnal light. "I have," he said, and hugged her to him. The story to end all stories, for Harlan Ellison's anthology, Dangerous Visions. In a hydrogen war-ravaged society, the nubile young women go down to a futuristic zoo and have sexual intercourse with various deformed and non-human life forms in the cages. In this particular account, a woman who has been patched together out of the damaged bodies of several women has intercourse with an alien female there in the cage, and later on the woman, by means of futuristic science, conceives. The infant is born, and she and the female in the cage fight over it to see who gets it. The human young woman wins, and promptly eats the offspring, hair, teeth, toes, and all. Just after she is finished, she discovers that the offspring is God. The Electric Ant. At 4:15 in the afternoon, TST, Garson Poole woke up in his hospital bed, knew that he lay in a hospital bed in a 3-bed ward, and realized in addition 2 things: that he no longer had a right hand, and that he felt no pain. "They had given me a strong analgesic," he said to himself as he stared at the far wall, with its window showing downtown New York. Webs in which vehicles and pads darted and wheeled glimmered in the late afternoon sun, and the brilliance of the aging light pleased him. "It's not yet out," he thought, "and neither am I." A phone lay on the table beside his bed. He hesitated, then picked it up and dialed for an outside line. A moment later he was faced by Louis Danceman, in charge of Triplan's activities while he, Garson Poole, was elsewhere. "Thank God you're alive," Danceman said, seeing him, his big fleshy face with its moon surface of pockmarks flattened with relief.
I've been calling all.
I just don't have a right hand, Poole said.
But you'll be okay. I mean, they can graft another one on.
How long have I been here? Poole said. He wondered where the nurses and doctors had gone to. Why weren't they clucking and fussing about him making a call?
4 days, Dantzman said. Everything here at the plant is going splunkishly. In fact, we've splunked orders from 3 separate police systems, all here on Terra, 2 in Ohio, 1 in Wyoming. Good, solid orders, with 1/3 in advance and the usual 3-year lease option.
Get me out of here, Poole said.
I can't get you out until the new hand.
I'll have it done later. He wanted desperately to get back to familiar surroundings. Memory of the mercantile squib looming grotesquely on the pilot screen careened at the back of his mind. If he shut his eyes, he felt himself back in his damaged craft as it plunged from one vehicle to another, piling up enormous damage as it went. The kinetic sensations. He winced recalling them. I guess I'm lucky, he said to himself.
Is Sarah Benton there with you?
Dantzman asked. No. Of course his personal secretary, if only for job considerations, would be hovering close by, mothering him in her jejune infantile way. All heavy-set women like to mother people, he thought, and they're dangerous. If they fall on you, they can kill you. Maybe that's what happened to me, he said aloud. Maybe Sarah fell on my squib.
No, a tie rod and the steering fin of your squib split apart during the heavy rush hour traffic, and you—
I remember. He turned in his bed as the door of the ward opened. A white-clad doctor and 2 blue-clad nurses appeared, making their way toward his bed. I'll talk to you later, Poole said, and hung up the phone. He took a deep, expectant breath. You shouldn't be phoning quite so soon, the doctor said as he studied his chart. Mr. Garson Poole, owner of Triplan Electronics, maker of random ident darts that track their prey for a circle radius of 1,000 miles, responding to unique NCEF wave patterns. You're a successful man, Mr. Poole. But, Mr. Poole, you're not a man. You're an electric ant. Christ, Poole said, stunned. So we can't really treat you here, now that we've found out. We knew, of course, as soon as we examined your injured right hand. We saw the electronic components, and then we made torso X-rays, and, of course, they bore out our hypothesis. What, Poole said, is an electric ant? But he knew. He could decipher the term. A nurse said, an organic robot. I see, Poole said. Frigid perspiration rose to the surface of his skin, across all his body. You didn't know, the doctor said. No, Poole shook his head. The doctor said, we get an electric ant every week or so, either brought in here from a squib accident like yourself, or one seeking voluntary admission, one who, like yourself, has never been told, who has functioned alongside humans, believing himself, itself, human. As to your hand, he paused. Forget my hand, Poole said savagely. Be calm. The doctor leaned over him, peered acutely down into Poole's face. We'll have a hospital boat convey you over to a service facility where repairs or replacement on your hand can be made at a reasonable expense either to yourself, if you're self-owned, or to your owners, if such there are. In any case, you'll be back at your desk at Triplan functioning just as before. Except, Poole said, now I know. He wondered if Dantzman or Sarah or any of the others at the office knew. Had they or one of them purchased him? Designed him? A figurehead, he said to himself. That's all I've been. I must never really have run the company. It was a delusion implanted in me when I was made, along with the delusion that I am human and alive. Before you leave for the repair facility, the doctor said, could you kindly settle your bill at the front desk? Poole said acidly, how can there be a bill if you don't treat ants here? For our services, the nurse said, up until the point we knew.
Bill me,
Poole said with furious, impotent anger. "Bill my firm." With massive effort he managed to sit up, his head swimming. He stepped haltingly from the bed and onto the floor. "I'll be glad to leave here," he said as he rose to a standing position, "and thank you for your humane attention." "Thank you, Mr. Poole," the doctor said. "Or rather, I should say just Poole." At the repair facility, he had his missing hand replaced. It proved fascinating. The hand. He examined it for a long time before he let the technicians install it. On the surface, it appeared organic. In fact, on the surface it was. Natural skin covered natural flesh, and true blood filled the veins and capillaries. But beneath that, wires and circuits, miniaturized components, gleamed. Looking deep into the wrist, he saw surge gates, motors, multi-stage valves, all very small, intricate, and the hand cost 40 frogs, a week's salary, insofar as he drew it from the company payroll. "Is this guaranteed?" he asked the technicians as they fused the bone section of the hand to the balance of his body. 90 days, parts and labor," one of the technicians said, "unless subjected to unusual or intentional abuse." "That sounds vaguely suggestive," Poole said. The technician, a man, all of them were men, said, regarding him keenly, "You've been posing?" "Unintentionally," Poole said. "And now it's intentional?" Poole said, "Exactly." "Do you know why you never guessed? There must have been signs, clickings and whirrings from inside you now and then. You never guessed because you were programmed not to notice. You'll now have the same difficulty finding out why you were built and for whom you've been operating." "A slave," Poole said, "a mechanical slave." "You've had fun." "I've lived a good life," Poole said. "I've worked hard." He paid the facility its 40 frogs, flexed his new fingers, tested them out by picking up various objects, such as coins, then departed. 10 minutes later he was aboard a public carrier on his way home. It had been quite a day. At home, in his one-room apartment, he poured himself a shot of Jack Daniel's Purple Label, 60 years old, and sat sipping it, meanwhile gazing through his sole window at the building on the opposite side of the street. "Shall I go to the office?" he asked himself. "If so, why? If not, why? Choose one. Christ," he thought. "It undermines you knowing this. I'm a freak," he realized. An inanimate object mimicking an animate one. But he felt alive. Yet he felt differently now. About himself, hence about everyone, especially Danceman and Sarah, everyone at Triplan. "I think I'll kill myself," he said to himself, "but I'm probably programmed not to do that. It would be a costly waste which my owner would have to absorb. And he wouldn't want to. Programmed. In me somewhere, he thought, there is a matrix fitted in place, a grid screen that cuts me off from certain thoughts, certain actions, and forces me into others. I am not free, I never was, but now I know it. That makes it different." Turning his window to opaque, he snapped on the overhead light, carefully set about removing his clothing, piece by piece. He had watched carefully as the technicians at the repair facility had attached his new hand. He had a rather clear idea now of how his body had been assembled. 2 major panels, one in each thigh. The technicians had removed the panels to check the circuit complexes beneath. "If I'm programmed," he decided, "the matrix probably can be found there." The maze of circuitry baffled him. "I need help," he said to himself. "Let's see. What's the phone code for the Class BBB computer we hire at the office?" He picked up the phone, dialed the computer at its permanent location in Boise, Idaho. "Use of this computer is prorated at a 5 frogs per minute basis," a mechanical voice from the phone said. "Please hold your master credit charge plate before the screen." He did so. At the sound of the buzzer, you will be connected with the computer, the voice continued. Please query it as rapidly as possible, taking into account the fact that its answer will be given in terms of a microsecond, while your query will... He turned the sound down then, but quickly turned it up as the blank audio input of the computer appeared on the screen. At this moment, the computer had become a giant ear, listening to him, as well as 50,000 other queriers throughout Terra. Scan me visually, he instructed the computer, and tell me where I will find the programming mechanism which controls my thoughts and behavior. He waited. On the phone's screen, a giant active eye, multi-lensed, peered at him. He displayed himself for it, there in his one-room apartment. The computer said, "Remove your chest panel, apply pressure at your breastbone, and then ease outward." He did so. A section of his chest came off. Dizzily, he set it down on the floor. "I can distinguish control modules," the computer said, "but I can't tell which—" It paused as its eye roved about on the phone screen. "I distinguish a roll of punched tape mounted above your heart mechanism. Do you see it?" Poole craned his neck, peered. He saw it, too. "I will have to sign off," the computer said. "After I have examined the data available to me, I will contact you and give you an answer. Good day." The screen died out. "I'll yank the tape out of me," Poole said to himself. Tiny, no larger than 2 spools of thread, with a scanner mounted between the delivery drum and the take-up drum. He could not see any sign of motion. The spools seemed inert. They must cut in as override, he reflected, when specific situations occur. Override to my encephalic processes, and they've been doing it all my life. He reached down, touched the delivery drum. All I have to do is tear this out, he thought, and... The phone screen relit. "Master credit charge plate number 3-BNX-882-HQR446-T, the computer's voice came. "This is BBB-307DR, recontacting you in response to your query of 16 seconds lapse, November 4, 1992. The punch tape roll above your heart mechanism is not a programming turret, but is in fact a reality supply construct. All sense stimuli received by your central neurological system emanate from that unit, and tampering with it would be risky if not terminal." It added, "You appear to have no programming circuit. Query answered. Good day." It flicked off. Poole, standing naked before the phone screen, touched the tape drum once again, with calculated, enormous caution. "I see," he thought wildly. "Or do I see? This unit. If I cut the tape," he realized, "my world will disappear. Reality will continue for others, but not for me. Because my reality, my universe, is coming to me from this minuscule unit, fed into the scanner, and then into my central nervous system as it snailishly unwinds. It has been unwinding for years," he decided. Getting his clothes, he redressed, seated himself in his big armchair, a luxury imported into his apartment from Triplan's main offices, and lit a tobacco cigarette. His hands shook as he laid down his initialed lighter. Leaning back, he blew smoke before himself, creating a nimbus of gray. "I have to go slowly," he said to himself. "What am I trying to do? Bypass my programming? But the computer found no programming circuit. Do I want to interfere with the reality tape? And if so, why? Because," he thought, "if I control that, I control reality. At least so far as I'm concerned, my subjective reality. But that's all there is. Objective reality is a synthetic construct, dealing with a hypothetical universalization of a multitude of subjective realities." My universe is lying within my fingers, he realized, if I can just figure out how the damn thing works. All I set out to do originally was to search for and locate my programming circuit so I could gain true homeostatic functioning, control of myself. But with this, he did not merely gain control of himself. He gained control over everything. And this sets me apart from every human who ever lived and died, he thought somberly. Going over to the phone, he dialed his office. When he had Danceman on the screen, he said briskly, "I want you to send a complete set of microtools and enlarging screen over to my apartment. I have some microcircuitry to work on." Then he broke the connection, not wanting to discuss it. A half-hour later, a knock sounded on his door. When he opened up, he found himself facing one of the shop foremen, loaded down with microtools of every sort. "You didn't say exactly what you wanted," the foreman said, entering the apartment. "So Mr. Danceman had me bring everything." "And the enlarging lens system?" "In the truck, up on the roof." Maybe what I want to do, Poole thought, is die. He lit a cigarette, stood smoking and waiting as the shop foreman lugged the heavy enlarging screen with its power supply and control panel into the apartment. This is suicide, what I'm doing here. He shuddered. "Anything wrong, Mr. Poole?" the shop foreman said as he rose to his feet, relieved of the burden of the enlarging lens system. "You must still be rickety on your pins from your accident." "Yes," Poole said quietly. He stood tautly waiting until the foreman left. Under the enlarging lens system, the plastic tape assumed a new shape, a wide track along which hundreds of thousands of punch holes worked their way. I thought so, Poole thought. Not recorded as charges on a ferrous oxide layer, but actually punched-free slots. Under the lens, the strip of tape visibly oozed forward. Very slowly, but it did at uniform velocity move in the direction of the scanner. The way I figure it, he thought, is that the punched holes are ON gates. It functions like a player piano. Solid is no, punch hole is yes. How can I test this? Obviously, by filling in a number of holes. He measured the amount of tape left on the delivery spool, calculated at great effort the velocity of the tape's movement, and then came up with a figure. If he altered the tape visible at the ingoing edge of the scanner, 5 to 7 hours would pass before that particular time period arrived. He would, in effect, be painting out stimuli due a few hours from now. With a microbrush, he swabbed a relatively large, section of tape with opaque varnish, obtained from the supply kit accompanying the microtools. I've smeared out stimuli for about half an hour, he pondered. Have covered at least 1,000 punches. It would be interesting to see what change, if any, overcame his environment 6 hours from now. 5.5 hours later, he sat at Cractor's, a superb bar in Manhattan, having a drink with Danceman. "You look bad," Danceman said. "I am bad," Poole said. He finished his drink, a Scotch sour, and ordered another. "From the accident?" "In a sense, yes." Danceman said, "Is it something you found out about yourself?" Raising his head, Poole eyed him in the murky light of the bar. "Then you know." "I know," Danceman said, "that I should call you Poole instead of Mr. Poole, but I prefer the latter and will continue to do so." "How long have you known?" Poole said. "Since you took over the firm. I was told that the actual owners of Triplan, who are located in the Prox system, wanted a Triplan run by an electric ant whom they could control. They wanted a brilliant and forceful—" "The real owners?" This was the first he had heard about that. "We have 2,000 stockholders, scattered everywhere. Marvis Bay and her husband Ernan on Prox 4 control 51% of the voting stock. This has been true from the start. Why didn't I know? I was told not to tell you. You were to think that you yourself made all company policy, with my help. But actually I was feeding you what the bays fed to me. I'm a figurehead, Poole said. In a sense, yes, Dantzman nodded. But you'll always be Mr. Poole to me. A section of the far wall vanished, and with it several people at tables nearby, and through the big glass side of the bar, the skyline of New York City flickered out of existence. Seeing his face, Dantzman said, "What is it?" Poole said hoarsely, "Look around. Do you see any changes?" After looking around the room, Dantzman said, "No. What like?" "You still see the skyline?" "Sure, smoggy as it is. The lights wink." "Now I know," Poole said. He had been right. Every punch hole covered up meant the disappearance of some object in his reality world. Standing, he said, "I'll see you later, Dantzman. I have to get back to my apartment. There's some work I'm doing. Good night." He strode from the bar and out onto the street, searching for a cab. No cabs. Those two, he thought. I wonder what else I painted over. Prostitutes? Flowers? Prisons? There. In the bar's parking lot, Dantzman's squib. I'll take that, he decided. There are still cabs in Dantzman's world. He can get one later. Anyhow, it's a company car, and I hold a copy of the key. Presently he was in the air, turning toward his apartment. New York City had not returned. To the left and right, vehicles and buildings, streets, head-runners, signs, and in the center, nothing. How can I fly into that? He asked himself. I'd disappear. Or would I? He flew toward the nothingness. Smoking one cigarette after another, he flew in a circle for 15 minutes, and then, soundlessly, New York reappeared. He could finish his trip. He stubbed out his cigarette, a waste of something so valuable, and shot off in the direction of his apartment. If I insert a narrow, opaque strip, he pondered as he unlocked his apartment door, I can... His thoughts ceased. Someone sat in his living-room chair, watching a Captain Kirk on the TV. "Sarah," he said, nettled. She rose, well padded but graceful. "You weren't at the hospital, so I came here. I still have the key you gave me back in March, after we had that awful argument." "Oh, you look so depressed." She came up to him, peeped into his face anxiously. "Does your injury hurt that badly?" "It's not that." He removed his coat, tie, shirt, and then his chest panel. Kneeling down, he began inserting his hands into the microtool gloves. Pausing, he looked up at her and said, "I found out I'm an electric ant." Which, from one standpoint, opens up certain possibilities, which I'm exploring now. He flexed his fingers, and at the far end of the left Waldo, a micro screwdriver moved, magnified into visibility by the enlarging lens system. "You can watch," he informed her, "if you so desire." She had begun to cry. "What's the matter?" he demanded savagely, without looking up from his work. It's just so sad. You've been such a good employer to all of us at TriPlan. We respect you so. Now it's all changed." The plastic tape had an unpunched margin at top and bottom. He cut a horizontal strip, very narrow, then, after a moment of great concentration, cut the tape itself 4 hours away from the scanning head. He then rotated the cut strip into a right-angle piece in relation to the scanner, fused it in place with a micro-heat element, then reattached the tape reel to its left and right sides. He had, in effect, inserted a dead 20 minutes into the unfolding flow of his reality. It would take effect, according to his calculations, a few minutes after midnight. "Are you fixing yourself?" Sarah asked timidly. Poole said, "I'm freeing myself." Beyond this, he had several alterations in mind. But first he had to test his theory. Blank, unpunched tape meant no stimuli, in which case, the lack of tape. "That look on your face," Sarah said. She began gathering up her purse, coat, rolled-up Odd Vid magazine. "I'll go. I can see how you feel about finding me here." "Stay," he said. "I'll watch the Captain Kirk with you." He got into his shirt. "Remember years ago when there were, 20 or 22 TV channels? Before the government shut down the independents?" She nodded. "What would it have looked like," he said, "if this TV set projected all channels onto the cathode ray screen at the same time? Could we have distinguished anything in the mixture?" "I don't think so. Maybe we could learn to be selective. Do our own job of perceiving what we wanted to and what we didn't. Think of the possibilities. If our brain could handle 20 images at once, think of the amount of knowledge which could be stored during a given period. I wonder if the human brain—" He broke off. "The human brain couldn't do it," he said presently, reflecting to himself. "But in theory, a quasi-organic brain might." "Is that what you have?" Sarah asked. "Yes," Poole said. They watched the Captain Kirk to its end, and then they went to bed. But Poole sat up against his pillows, smoking and brooding. Beside him, Sarah stirred restlessly, wondering why he did not turn off the light. 11:50. It would happen any time now. "Sarah," he said, "I want your help. In a very few minutes something strange will happen to me. It won't last long, but I want you to watch me carefully. See if he gestured, show any changes, if I seem to go to sleep, or if I talk nonsense, or—" He wanted to say, "if I disappear," but he did not. "I won't do you any harm, but I think it might be a good idea if you armed yourself. Do you have your anti-mugging gun with you?" "In my purse." She had become fully awake now, sitting up in bed. She gazed at him with wild fright, her ample shoulders tanned and freckled in the light of the room. He got her gun for her. The room stiffened into paralyzed immobility. Then the colors began to drain away. Objects diminished until, smoke-like, they flitted away into shadows. Darkness filmed everything as the objects in the room became weaker and weaker. The last stimuli are dying out, Poole realized. He squinted, trying to see. He made out Sarah Benton sitting in the bed, a two-dimensional figure that, doll-like, had been propped up, there to fade and dwindle. Random gusts of dematerialized substance eddied about in unstable clouds. The elements collected, fell apart, then collected once again. And then the last heat, energy, and light dissipated. The room closed over and fell into itself, as if sealed off from reality. And at that point, absolute blackness replaced everything. Space without depth, not nocturnal, but rather stiff and unyielding. And in addition, he heard nothing. Reaching, he tried to touch something, but he had nothing to reach with. Awareness of his own body had departed along with everything else in the universe. He had no hands, and even if he had, there would be nothing for them to feel. "I am still right about the way the damned tape works," he said to himself, using a non-existent mouth to communicate an invisible message. "Will this pass in 10 minutes?" he asked himself. "Am I right about that, too?" He waited, but knew intuitively that his time sense had departed with everything else. I can only wait, he realized, and hope it won't be long. To pace himself, he thought, I'll make up an encyclopedia. I'll try to list everything that begins with an A. Let's see. He pondered. Apple, automobile, axitron, atmosphere, Atlantic, tomato aspic, advertising. He thought on, categories slithering through his fright-haunted mind. All at once, light flickered on. He lay on the couch in the living room, and mild sunlight spilled through the single window. 2 men bent over him, with their hands full of tools. Maintenance men, he realized. They've been working on me. He's conscious, one of the technicians said. He rose, stood back. Sarah Benton, dithering with anxiety, replaced him. Thank God, she said, breathing wetly in Poole's ear. I was so afraid. I called Mr. Danceman finally about... What happened? Poole broke in harshly. Start from the beginning, and for God's sake speak slowly, so I can assimilate it all. Sarah composed herself, paused to rub her nose, and then plunged on nervously. You passed out. You just lay there, as if you were dead. I waited until 2:30, and you did nothing. I called Mr. Danceman, waking him up, unfortunately, and he called the electric ant maintenance. The organic Roby maintenance people. And these 2 men came about 4:45, and they've been working on you ever since. It's now 6:15 in the morning, and I'm very cold, and I want to go to bed. I can't make it into the office today. I really can't. She turned away, sniffling. The sound annoyed him. One of the uniformed maintenance men said, You've been playing around with your reality tape. Yes, Poole said. Why deny it? Obviously, they had found the inserted solid strip. I shouldn't have been out that long, he said. I inserted a 10-minute strip only. It shut off the tape transport, the technician explained. The tape stopped moving forward. Your insertion jammed it, and it automatically shut down to avoid tearing the tape. Why would you want to fiddle around with that? Don't you know what you could do? I'm not sure, Poole said. But you have a good idea. Poole said acridly, That's why I'm doing it. Your bill, the maintenance man said, is going to be 95 frogs, payable in installments if you so desire. Okay, he said. He sat up groggily, rubbed his eyes, and grimaced. His head ached, and his stomach felt totally empty. Shave the tape next time, the primary technician told him. That way it won't jam. Didn't it occur to you that it had a safety factor built into it? So it would stop rather than... What happens, Poole interrupted, his voice low and intently careful, if no tape passed under the scanner? No tape, nothing at all. The photocell shining upward without impedance. The technicians glanced at each other. One said, All the neurocircuits jump their gaps and short out. Meaning what? Poole said. Meaning it's the end of the mechanism. Poole said, I've examined the circuit. It doesn't carry enough voltage to do that. Metal won't fuse under such slight loads of current, even if the terminals are touching. We're talking about a millionth of a watt along a cesium channel, perhaps a 16th of an inch in length. Let's assume there are 1 billion possible combinations at one instant arising from the punch-outs on the tape. The total output isn't cumulative. The amount of current depends on what the battery details for that module. And it's not much, with all gates open and going. Would we lie? One of the technicians asked wearily. Why not? Poole said. Here I have an opportunity to experience everything, simultaneously, to know the universe and its entirety, to be momentarily in contact with all reality, something that no human can do. A symphonic score entering my brain outside of time, all notes, all instruments sounding at once, and all symphonies. Do you see? It'll burn you out, both technicians said together. I don't think so, Poole said. Sarah said, Would you like a cup of coffee, Mr. Poole? Yes, he said. He lowered his legs, pressed his cold feet against the floor, shuddered. He then stood up. His body ached. They had me lying all night on the couch, he realized. All things considered, they could have done better than that. At the kitchen table in the far corner of the room, Garson Poole sat sipping coffee across from Sarah. The technicians had long since gone. "You're not going to try any more experiments on yourself, are you?" Sarah asked wistfully. Poole grated. "I would like to control time, to reverse it. I will cut a segment of tape out," he thought, "and fuse it in upside down. The causal sequences will then flow the other way. Thereupon I will walk backward down the steps from the roof field, back up to my door, push a locked door open, walk backward to the sink, where I'll get out a stack of dirty dishes. I will seat myself at this table before the stack, fill each dish with food produced from my stomach. I will then transfer the food to the refrigerator. The next day I will take the food out of the refrigerator, pack it in bags, carry the bags to a supermarket, distribute the food here and there in the store, and at last, at the front counter, they will pay me money for this from their cash register. The food will be packed with other food in big plastic boxes, shipped out of the city into the hydroponic plants on the Atlantic, there to be joined back to trees and bushes, or the bodies of dead animals, or pushed deep into the ground. But what would all that prove? A videotape running backward. I would know no more than I know now, which is not enough. What I want, he realized, is ultimate and absolute reality. For 1 microsecond. After that it doesn't matter, because all will be known. Nothing will be left to understand or see. I might try one other change, he said to himself. Before I try cutting the tape, I will prick new punch holes in the tape and see what presently emerges. It will be interesting because I will not know what the holes I make mean. Using the tip of a microtool, he punched several holes at random on the tape, as close to the scanner as he could manage. He did not want to wait. I wonder if you'll see it, he said to Sarah. Apparently not, insofar as he could extrapolate. Something may show up, he said to her. I just want to warn you. I don't want you to be afraid. Oh, dear, Sarah said tinnily. He examined his wristwatch. 1 minute passed, then a second, a third, and then... In the center of the room appeared a flock of green and black ducks. They quacked excitedly, rose from the floor, fluttered against the ceiling in a dithering mass of feathers and wings, and frantic in their vast urge, their instinct to get away. Ducks, Poole said, marveling. I punched a hole for a flight of wild ducks. Now something else appeared. A park bench with an elderly, tattered man seated on it, reading a torn, bent newspaper. He looked up, dimly made out Poole, smiled briefly at him with badly made dentures, and then returned to his folded-back newspaper. He read on. Do you see 'em? Poole asked Sarah. And the ducks. At that moment, the ducks and the park bum disappeared. Nothing remained of them. The interval of their punch holes had quickly passed. They weren't real, Sarah said. Were they? So how? You're not real, he told Sarah. You're a stimulus factor on my reality tape, a punch hole that can be glazed over. Do you also have an existence in another reality tape? or one in an objective reality? He did not know. He couldn't tell. Perhaps Sarah did not know either. Perhaps she existed in 1,000 reality tapes. Perhaps on every reality tape ever manufactured. "If I cut the tape," he said, "you will be everywhere and nowhere. Like everything else in the universe, at least as far as I'm aware of it." Sarah faltered. "I am real." "I want to know you completely," Poole said. "To do that, I must cut the tape. If I don't do it now, I'll do it some other time. It's inevitable that eventually I'll do it." So why wait? He asked himself. And there is always the possibility that Danceman has reported back to my maker, and that they will be making moves to head me off, because perhaps I'm endangering their property, myself. "You make me wish I had gone to the office after all," Sarah said, her mouth turned upside down with dimpled gloom. "Go," Poole said. "I don't want to leave you alone." "I'll be fine," Poole said. "No, you're not going to be fine. You're going to unplug yourself or something, kill yourself, because you found out you're just an electric ant and not a human being." He said presently, "Maybe so." Maybe it boiled down to that. "And I can't stop you," she said. "No." He nodded in agreement. "But I'm going to stay," Sarah said, "even if I can't stop you, because if I do leave and you do kill yourself, I'll always ask myself for the rest of my life, what would have happened if I had stayed, you see?" Again he nodded. "Go ahead," Sarah said. He rose to his feet. "It's not pain I'm going to feel," he told her, "although it may look like that to you. Keep in mind the fact that organic robots have minimal pain circuits in them. I will be experiencing the most intense—" "Don't tell me any more," she broke in. "Just do it if you're going to, or don't do it if you're not." Clumsily, because he was frightened, he wriggled his hands into the microglove assembly, reached to pick up a tiny tool, a sharp cutting blade. "I am going to cut a tape mounted inside my chest panel," he said, as he gazed through the enlarging lens system. "That's all." His hand shook as it lifted the cutting blade. In a second it can be done, he realized. All over. And I will have time to fuse the cut ends of the tape back together, he realized. A half-hour at least, if I change my mind. He cut the tape. Staring at him, cowering, Sarah whispered, "Nothing happened." "I have 30 or 40 minutes. He reseated himself at the table, having drawn his hands from the gloves. His voice, he noticed, shook. Undoubtedly Sarah was aware of it, and he felt anger at himself, knowing that he had alarmed her. "I'm sorry," he said, irrationally. He wanted to apologize to her. "Maybe you ought to leave," he said in panic. Again he stood up. So did she, reflexively, as if imitating him. Bloated and nervous, she stood there palpitating. "Go away," he said thickly. "Back to the office, where you ought to be. Where we both ought to be." "I'm going to fuse the tape ends together," he told himself. "The tension is too great for me to stand." Reaching his hands toward the gloves, he groped to pull them over his straining fingers. Peering into the enlarging screen, he saw the beam from the photoelectric gleam upward, pointed directly into the scanner. At the same time, he saw the end of the tape disappearing under the scanner. He saw this, understood it. "I'm too late," he realized. It had passed through. "God," he thought, "help me. It has begun winding at a rate greater than I calculated. So it's now that—" He saw apples and cobblestones, and zebras. He felt warmth, the silky texture of cloth. He felt the ocean lapping at him, and a great wind from the north plucking at him as if to lead him somewhere. Sarah was all around him, so was Danceman. New York glowed in the sky, and the squibs about him scuttled and bounced through the night skies and daytime and flooding and drought. Butter relaxed into liquid on his tongue, and at the same time hideous odors and tastes assailed him. The bitter presence of poisons and lemons and blades of summer grass. He drowned. He fell. He lay in the arms of a woman in a vast white bed, which at the same time dinned shrilly in his ear, the warning noise of a defective elevator in one of the ancient ruined downtown hotels. I am living. I have lived. I will never live, he said to himself, and with his thoughts came every word, every sound. Insects squeaked and raced, and he half sank into a complex body of homeostatic machinery located somewhere in Triplan's labs. He wanted to say something to Sarah. Opening his mouth, he tried to bring forth words, a specific string of them, out of the enormous mass of them brilliantly lighting his mind, scorching him with their utter meaning. His mouth burned. He wondered why. Frozen against the wall, Sarah Benton opened her eyes and saw the curl of smoke ascending from Poole's half-opened mouth. Then the Roby sank down, knelt on elbows and knees, then slowly spread out in a broken, crumpled heap. She knew without examining it that it had died. Poole did it to himself, she realized, and it couldn't feel pain. It said so itself. Or at least not very much pain, maybe a little. Anyhow, now it's over. I had better call Mr. Danceman and tell him what's happened, she decided. Still shaky, she made her way across the room to the phone. Picking it up, she dialed from memory. It thought I was a stimulus factor on its reality tape, she said to herself. So it thought I would die when it died. How strange, she thought. Why did it imagine that? It had never been plugged into the real world. It had lived in an electronic world of its own. How bizarre. Mr. Danceman, she said when the circuit to his office had been put through. Poole is gone. It destroyed itself right in front of my eyes. You'd better come over. So we're finally free of it. Yes. Won't it be nice? Danceman said, I'll send a couple of men over from the shop. He saw past her, made out the sight of Poole lying by the kitchen table. You go home and rest, he instructed Sarah. You must be worn out by all this. Yes, she said. Thank you, Mr. Danceman. She hung up and stood aimlessly. And then she noticed something. My hands, she thought. She held them up. Why is it I can see through them? The walls of the room, too, had become ill-defined. Trembling, she walked back to the inert Roby, stood by it, not knowing what to do. Through her legs the carpet showed, and then the carpet became dim, and she saw, through it, farther layers of disintegrating matter beyond. Maybe, if I can fuse the tape ends back together, she thought, but she did not know how, and already Poole had become vague. The wind of early morning blew about her. She did not feel it. She had begun now to cease to feel. The winds blew on. Cadbury, the Beaver Who Lacked. Once, long ago, before money had been invented, a certain male beaver named Cadbury lived within a meager dam which he had constructed with his own teeth and feet, earning his living by gnawing down shrubs, trees, and other growth in exchange for poker chips of several colors. The blue chips he liked best, but they came rarely, generally only due in payment for some uniquely huge gnawing assignment. In all the years of work, he had owned only 3 such chips. But he knew by inference that more must exist, and every now and then, during the day's gnawing, he paused a moment, fixed a cup of instant coffee, and meditated on chips of all hues, the blues included. His wife, Hilda, offered unasked-for advice whenever the opportunity presented itself. "Look at you," she customarily would declare. "You really ought to see a psychiatrist. Your stack of white chips is only approximately half that of Ralph, Peter, Tom, Bob, Jack, and Earl, all who live and gnaw around here, because you're so busy wool-gathering about your goddamn blue chips, which you'll never get anyhow, because, frankly, if the blunt truth were known, you lack the talent, energy, and drive."
"Energy and drive," Cadbury would moodily retort, "mean the same thing."
But, nevertheless, he perceived how right she was. This constituted his wife's main fault. She invariably had truth on her side, whereas he had nothing but hot air, and truth, when pitted against hot air in the arena of life, generally carries the day. Since Hilda was right, Cadbury dug up 8 white chips from his secret chip-concealing place, a shallow depression under a minor rock, and walked 2 3/4 miles to the nearest psychiatrist, a mellow do-nothing rabbit, shaped like a bowling pin, who, according to his wife, made $15,000 a year, and so what about it? "Clever sort of day," Dr. Drat said amiably, unrolling 2 Tums for his tummy and leaning back in his extra heavily padded swivel chair.
"Not so very darn clever," Cadbury answered, "when you know you don't have it in you to ever catch sight of a blue chip again, even though you work your ass off day in and day out. And what for? She spends it faster than I make it. Even if I did get my teeth in a blue chip, it'd be gone overnight for something expensive and useless on the installment plan, such as, for instance, a 12 million candle power self-recharging flashlight, with a lifetime guarantee."
"Those are darn clever," Dr. Drat said. "Those, what you said there, those self-recharging flashlights."
"The only reason I came to you," Cadbury said, "is because my wife made me. She can get me to do anything. If she said, 'Swim out into the middle of the creek and drown,' do you know what I'd do?"
"You'd rebel," Dr. Drat said, in his amiable voice, his hoppers up on the surface of his burled walnut desk.
"I'd kick in her fucking face," Cadbury said. "I'd gnaw her to bits. I'd gnaw her right in half, right through the middle. You're damn right. I mean, I'm not kidding. It's a fact. I hate her."
"How much," Dr. Drat asked, "is your wife like your mother?"
"I never had a mother,"
Cadbury said in a grumpy way, a way which he adopted from time to time, a regular characteristic with him, as Hilda had pointed out.
"I was found floating in the Napa Slough in a shoebox with a handwritten note reading, 'Finders, keepers.'"
"What was your last dream?" Dr. Drat inquired.
"My last dream," Cadbury said, was the same as all the others. I always dream I buy a 2-cent mint at the drugstore, one of the flat chocolate-covered mints wrapped in green foil, and when I remove the foil, it isn't a mint. You know what it is?"
"Suppose you tell me what it is," Dr. Drat said, in a voice suggesting that he really knew, but no one was paying him to say it. Cadbury said fiercely,
"It's a blue chip. Or rather, it looks like a blue chip. It's blue, and it's flat, and round, and the same size. But in the dream, I always say, maybe it's just a blue mint,
I mean, there must be such a thing as blue mints. I'd hate like to hell to store it in my secret chip-concealing place, a shallow depression under an ordinary-looking rock. And then there'd be this hot day, see? And afterwards, when I went to get my blue chip, or rather, supposed blue chip, I found it all melted, because it really was a mint after all, and not a blue chip. And who'd I sue? The manufacturer? Christ, he never claimed it was a blue chip. It clearly said, in my dream, on the green foil wrapper,
"I think," Dr. Drat broke in mildly, "that our time is up for today. We might well do some exploring of this aspect of your inner psyche next week, because it appears to be leading us somewhere." Rising to his feet, Cadbury said,
"What's the matter with me, Dr. Drat? I want an answer. Be frank. I can take it. Am I psychotic?"
"Well, you have illusions," Dr. Drat said after a meditative pause. "No, you're not psychotic. You don't hear the voice of Christ or anything like that telling you to go out and rape people. No, it's illusions. About yourself, your work, your wife. There may be more. Goodbye." He rose, too, hippity-hopped to the door of his office, and politely but firmly opened it, exposing the tunnel out. For some reason, Cadbury felt cheated. He felt that he had only just begun to talk, and here it was time to go.
"I bet," he said, "you head shrinkers make a hell of a lot of blue chips. I should have gone to college and become a psychiatrist, and then I wouldn't have any problems anymore, except for Hilda. I guess I'd still have her."
Since Dr. Drat had nothing by way of comment to that, Cadbury moodily walked the 4 miles back north to his current gnawing assignment, a large poplar growing at the edge of Paper Mill Creek, and sank his teeth furiously into the base of the poplar, imagining to himself that the tree was a syzygy of Dr. Drat and Hilda both together. At almost precisely that moment, a nattily-attired fowl came soaring through the grove of cypress trees nearby, and alit on a branch of the swaying, being-gnawed-on poplar.
"Your mail for today,"
the fowl informed him, and dropped a letter which sailed to the ground at Cadbury's rear feet.
"Airmail, too. Looks interesting. I held it up to the light, and it's handwritten, not typed. Looks like a woman's hand."
With his gnawing tooth, Cadbury ripped the envelope open. Sure enough, the male bird had perceived accurately. Here was a hand-written letter, clearly the product of the mind of some unknown woman. The letter, very short, consisted of this: "Dear Mr. Cadbury, I love you. Cordially, and hoping for a reply, Jane Feckless Foundfully." Never in his life had Cadbury heard of such a person. He turned the letter over, saw no more writing, sniffed, smelling, or imagined that he smelled, a faint, subtle, smoky perfume. However, on the back of the envelope, he located further words in Jane Feckless Foundfully's, was she Miss or Mrs., hand, her return address. This excited his senses no end.
"Was I right?"
the male bird asked from its branch above him.
"No, it's a bill,"
Cadbury lied.
"Made to look like a personal letter."
He then pretended to return to his work of gnawing, and after a pause the male bird, deceived, flapped off and disappeared. At once Cadbury ceased gnawing, seated himself on a rise of turf, got out his turtle-shell snuff-box, took a deep, thoughtful pinch of his preferred mixture, Mrs. Siddons No. 3 and 4, and contemplated in the most profound and keen manner possible whether A. he ought to reply to Jane Feckless Foundfully's letter at all, or simply forget that he had ever received it, or B. answer it, and if B, then answer it B sub 1 in a bantering fashion, or B sub 2 with possibly a meaningful poem from his Meyers Anthology of World Poetry, plus several, suggestive of a sensitive nature, added notations of his own invention, or possibly even B3. Come right out and say something such as,
Dear Mrs. Foundfully, in answer to your letter, the fact is that I love you too, and am unhappy in my marital relationship with a woman I do not now and actually never really did love, and also am quite dispirited and pessimistic and dissatisfied by my employment, and am consulting Dr. Drat, who, in all honesty, doesn't seem able to help me a bit, although in all probability it's not his fault, but rather due to the severity of my emotional disturbance. Perhaps you and I could get together in the near future and discuss both your situation and mine, and make some progress. Cordially, Bob Cadbury. Call me Bob, okay? And I'll call you Jane if that's okay.
The problem, however, he realized, consisted in the obvious fact that Hilda would get wind of this and do something dreadful. He had no idea what, only a recognition, melancholy indeed, of its severity, and in addition, but second in order as a problem, how did he know he would like or love whichever Miss or Mrs. Foundfully in return? Obviously, she either knew him directly in some manner, which she could not account for, or had perhaps heard about him through a mutual friend. In any case, she seemed certain of her own emotions and intentions toward him, and that mainly was what mattered. The situation depressed him, because how could he tell if this was a way out of his misery, or, on the contrary, a worsening of that same misery in a new direction? Still seated, and taking pinch after pinch of snuff, he pondered many alternatives, including doing away with himself, which seemed in accord with the dramatic nature of Miss Foundfully's letter. That night, after he arrived home weary and discouraged from his gnawing, had eaten dinner, and then retired into his locked study away from Hilda, where she probably did not know what he was up to, he got out his Hermes portable typewriter, inserted a page, reflected long and soul-searchingly, and then wrote an answer to Miss Foundfully. While he lay supine, engrossed in his task, his wife Hilda burst into his locked study. Bits of lock, door, and hinges, as well as several screws, flew in all directions. "What are you doing?" Hilda demanded, "all hunched over your Hermes typewriter like some sort of bug. You look like a hard little dried-up spider, the way you always do this time of evening."
I'm writing to the main branch of the library, Cadbury said in icy dignity, about a book I returned, which they claim I didn't.
"You liar!" his wife Hilda said in a frenzy of rage, having now looked over his shoulder and seen the beginning part of his letter. "Who is this Miss Foundfully? Why are you writing her?"
Miss Foundfully, Cadbury said artfully, is the librarian who has been assigned to my case.
"Well, I happen to know you're lying," his wife said, "because I wrote that perfumed fake letter to you to test you, and I was right. You are answering it. I knew it the minute I heard you begin pecking away at the disgusting cheap common typewriter you love so dearly." She then snatched up the typewriter, letter and all, and hurled it through the window of Cadbury's study into the night darkness.
My assumption, then,
Cadbury managed to say after a time,
is that there is no Miss Foundfully, so there is no point in my getting the flashlight and looking around outside for my Hermes, if it still exists, to finish the letter. Am I correct?
With a jeering expression, but without lowering herself by answering, his wife stalked from his study, leaving him alone with his assumptions, and his tin of Boswell's Best, a snuff mixture far too mild for such an occasion.
Well,
Cadbury thought to himself,
I guess I'll never be able to get away from Hilda.
And he thought,
I wonder what Miss Fauntleroy would have been like, had she really existed.
And then he thought,
maybe, even though my wife made her up, there might be somewhere in the world a real person who would be like I imagined Miss Fauntleroy, or rather, like I imagined before I found out to be. You follow me?
He thought to himself broodingly.
I mean, my wife Hilda can't be all the Miss Fauntleroys in the entire world.
The next day at work, alone with the half-gnawed poplar tree, he produced a small notepad and short pencil, envelope, and stamp, which he had managed to smuggle out of the house without Hilda noticing. Seated on a slight rise of earth, snuffing meditatively small pinches of bezoar fine grind, he wrote a short note, printed so as to be easily read.
To whomever reads this, my name is Bob Cadbury, and I am a young, fairly healthy beaver with a broad background in political science and theology, although largely self-taught, and I would like to talk with you about God and the purpose of existence, and other topics of like ilk. Or we could play chess. Cordially.
And he thereupon signed his name. For a time he pondered, sniffed an extra-large pinch of bezoar fine grind, and then he added,
P.S. Are you a girl? If you are, I'll bet you're pretty.
Folding the note up, he placed it in a nearly empty snuff tin, sealed the tin painstakingly with Scotch tape, and then floated it off down the creek in a direction which he calculated to be somewhat northwest. Several days passed before he saw, with excitement and glee, a second snuff tin, not the one which he had launched, slowly floating up the creek in a direction which he calculated as southeast. Dear Mr. Cadbury, the folded-up note within the snuff tin began, my sister and brother are the only non-Fudd friends I have, and if you're not a Fudd, the way everyone has been since I got back from Madrid, I'd sure like to meet you. There was also a P.S. P.S. You sound real keen and neat, and I'll bet you know a lot about Zen Buddhism. The letter was signed in a way difficult to read, but at last he made it out as Carol Stickyfoot. He at once dispatched this note in answer.
Dear Mrs. Stickyfoot, are you real, or are you somebody made up by my wife? It is essential that I know at once, as I have in the past been tricked, and now have to be constantly wary.
Off went the note, floating within its snuff tin in a northwest direction. The answer, when it arrived the following day, floating in a southeast direction, in a camel leopard No. 5 snuff tin, read briefly, Mr. Cadbury, if you think I am a figment of your wife's distorted mind, then you are going to miss out on life. Very truly yours, Carol.
Well, that's certainly sound advice,
Cadbury said to himself, as he read and reread the letter.
On the other hand,
he said to himself,
this is almost precisely what I would expect a figment of my wife Hilda's distorted mind to come up with. So what is proved? Dear Miss Stickyfoot,
he wrote back,
I love you and believe in you, but just to be on the safe side, from my point of view, I mean, could you remit under separate cover, COD if you wish, some item or object or artifact which would prove beyond a reasonable doubt who and what you are, if that's not asking too much. Try and understand my position. I dare not make a second mistake, such as in the Fauntleroy disaster. This time I would go out the window along with the Hermes. With adoration, etc.
This he floated off in a northwest direction, and at once set about waiting for a reply. Meanwhile, however, he had to visit Dr. Drat once more. Hilda insisted on it. "And how's it been going down by the creek?" Dr. Drat said in a jovial manner, his big fuzzy hoppers up on his desk. The decision to be frank and honest with the psychiatrist stole over Cadbury. Surely there lay no harm in telling Drat everything. This was what he was being paid for, to hear the truth with all its details, both horrid and sublime.
"I've fallen in love with Carol Stickyfoot," he began, "but at the same time, although my love is absolute and eternal, I have this nagging angst that she's a figment of my wife's deranged imagination, concocted, as was Miss Foundfully, to lead me into revealing my true self to Hilda, which at all costs I need to conceal. Because if my true self came out, I'd knock the friggin' crap out of her and leave her flat."
Dr. Drat said.
"And out of you, too,"
Cadbury said, releasing all his hostilities in one grand basketful. Dr. Drat said, "You trust no one, then? You're alienated from all mankind? You've led a life pattern that's drawn you insidiously into total isolation? Think before you answer. The answer may be yes, and this you may have trouble facing."
"I'm not isolated from Carol Stickyfoot," Cadbury said hotly. "In fact, that's the whole point. I'm trying to terminate my isolation. When I was preoccupied with blue chips, then I was isolated. Meeting and getting to know Miss Stickyfoot may mean the end of all that's wrong in my life, and if you have any insight into me, you'd be damn glad I floated off that snuff tin that day. Damn glad."
He glowered moodily at the long-eared doctor. "It may interest you to know," Dr. Drat said, "that Miss Stickyfoot is a former patient of mine. She cracked up in Madrid and had to be flown back here in a suitcase. I'll admit she's quite attractive, but she's got a lot of emotional problems, and her left breast is larger than her right."
"But you admit she's real!"
Cadbury shouted in excited discovery. "Oh, she's real enough. I'll grant you that. But you may find you have your hands full. After a while, you may wish you were back with Hilda again. God knows where Carol Stickyfoot may lead the two of you. I doubt if Carol herself knows." It sounded pretty damn good to Cadbury, and he returned to his virtually gnawed-through poplar tree at the creek bank in high spirits. The time, according to his waterproof Rolex watch, came to only 10:30, and so he had more or less the entire day to plan out what he should do, now that he knew that Carol Stickyfoot really existed, and was not merely another snare and delusion manufactured by his wife. Several regions of the creek remained unmapped, and, because of the nature of his employment, he knew these places intimately. 6 or 7 hours lay ahead before he had to report home to Hilda. Why not abandon the Poplar project temporarily and begin hasty construction of an adequate little concealed shelter for himself and Carol, beyond the ability of the world at large to identify, locate, or recognize? It had become action time. Thinking time had passed. Toward the latter part of the day, while he labored deeply engrossed in erecting the adequate little concealed shelter, a tin of Dean's Own came floating southeast down the creek. In a boiling wake of paddled water, he rushed out to seize the snuff tin before it drifted by. When he had removed the Scotch tape and opened it, he found a small package wrapped in tissue paper and a derisive note. "Here's your proof," the note read. The package contained 3 blue chips. For over an hour, Cadbury could scarcely trust his teeth to gnaw properly. So great was the shock of Carol's token of authenticity, her pledge to him, and all that he represented. In near madness he bit through branch after branch of an old oak tree, scattering boughs in every direction. A strange frenzy overcame him. He had actually found someone, had managed to escape Hilda. The road lay ahead, and he had only to travel it, or rather swim it. Tying several empty snuff tins together with a length of twine, he pushed off into the creek. The tins floated more or less northwest, and Cadbury paddled after them, breathing heavily with anticipation. As he paddled, keeping the snuff tins perpetually in view, he composed a rhymed quatrain for the occasion of meeting Carol face to face.
There's few who say I love you, but this I swear is truth. The deed which I have sought to is sure and sound and sooth.
He did not know exactly what sooth meant, but how many words rhymed with truth? Meanwhile, the tied-together snuff-tins led him nearer and nearer, or so he hoped and believed, to Miss Carol Stickyfoot. Bliss. But then, as he paddled along, he got to recalling the sly, carefully casual remarks of Dr. Drat, the seeds of uncertainty planted in Drat's professional fashion. Did he, meaning himself, not Drat, have the courage, the power, and integrity, the dedication of purpose, to cope with Carol, if she had, as Drat declared, severe emotional problems? Suppose Drat turned out to be correct. Suppose Carol proved to be more difficult and destructive than even Hilda, who threw his Hermes portable typewriter through the window and such-like manifestations of psychopathic rage. Busy ruminating, he failed to notice that the several tied-together snuff-tins had coasted silently to shore. Reflexively, he paddled after them, and up out of the creek onto land. Ahead, a modest apartment with hand-painted window shades and a non-objective mobile swinging lazily above the door. And there, on the front porch, sat Carol Stickyfoot, drying her hair with a large, white, fluffy towel.
I love you,
Cadbury said. He shook the creek water from his pelt and fidgeted about in a dither of suppressed effect. Glancing up, Carol Stickyfoot appraised him. She had lovely, huge, dark eyes, and long, heavy hair, which shone in the fading sun. "I hope you brought the 3 blue chips back," she said, "because, see, I borrowed them from the place I work, and I have to return them." She added, "It was a gesture, because you seem to need assurance. The Fudds have been getting to you, like that head shrinker Drat. He's a real Fudd of the worst sort. Would you like a cup of instant U-Bahn coffee?" As he followed her into her modest apartment, Cadbury said,
I guess you heard my opening remark. I have never been more serious in my whole life. I really do love you, and in the most serious manner. I'm not looking for something trivial or casual or temporary. I'm looking for the most durable and serious kind of relationship there is. I hope in God's name you're not just playing, because I never felt more serious and tense about anything in my life, even including blue chips. If this is just a way of amusing yourself, or some such thing, it would be merciful for you to end it now by plainly speaking out, because the torture of leaving my wife and beginning a new life, and then finding out—
"Did Dr. Fudd tell you I paint?" Carol Stickyfoot asked as she put a pan of water on the stove in her modest kitchen, and lit the burner under it with an old-fashioned large wooden match.
"He told me only that you flipped your cork in Madrid," Cadbury said.
He seated himself at the small wooden, unpainted pine table opposite the stove, and watched with love in his heart Miss Stickyfoot spooning instant coffee into 2 ceramic mugs which had pataphysical spirals baked into their glaze. "Do you know anything about Zen?" Miss Stickyfoot asked.
"Only that you ask koans, which are sort of riddles," he said, "and you give a sort of nonsense answer, because the question is really idiotic in the first place, such as, Why are we here on Earth, and so forth.
He hoped he had put it properly, and she would think that he really did know something about Zen, as mentioned in her letter. And then he thought of a very good Zen answer to her question.
Zen, he said, is a complete philosophic system which contains questions for every answer that exists in the universe. For instance, if you have the answer yes, then Zen is capable of propounding the exact query which is linked to it, such as, must we die in order to please the Creator, who likes his creations to perish? Although actually, now that I think about it more deeply, the question which Zen would say goes with that answer is, are we here in this kitchen about to drink instant U-Ban coffee? Would you agree?
When she did not answer immediately, Cadbury said hurriedly,
In fact, Zen would say that the answer yes is the answer to that question. Would you agree? There you have one of the great values of Zen. It can propound a variety of exact questions for almost any given answer.
You're full of shit, Miss Stickyfoot said disdainfully. Cadbury said,
That proves I understand Zen. Do you see? Or perhaps the fact is that you don't actually understand Zen yourself.
He felt a trifle nettled. Maybe you're right, Miss Stickyfoot said. I mean about my not understanding Zen. The fact is, I don't understand it at all.
That's very Zen, Cadbury pointed out. And I do, which is also Zen. Do you see?
Here's your coffee, Miss Stickyfoot said. She placed the 2 full steaming cups of coffee on the table and seated herself across from him. Then she smiled. It seemed to him a nice smile, full of light and gentleness, a funny little wrinkled, shy smile, with a puzzled, questioning glow of wonder and concern in her eyes. They really were beautiful, large, dark eyes, just about the most beautiful he had ever seen in his entire life. And he, in all truthfulness, was in love with her. He had not merely been saying that.
You realize I'm married,
he said as he sipped his coffee.
But I'm separated from her. I've been constructing this hovel down along a part of the creek where no one ever goes. I say hovel so as not to give you a false impression that it's a mansion or anything. Actually, it's very well put together. I'm an expert artisan in my field. I'm not trying to impress you. This is simply God's truth. I know I can take care of both our needs. Or we can live here.
He looked around Miss Stickyfoot's modest apartment. How ascetically and tastefully she had arranged it. He liked it here. He felt peace come to him, a dwindling away of his tensions, for the first time in years. You have an odd aura, Miss Stickyfoot said. Sort of soft and woolly and purple. I approve of it, but I've never seen one like it before. Do you build model trains? It sort of looks like the kind of aura that someone who builds model trains would have.
I can build almost anything, Cadbury said, with my teeth, my hands, my words. Listen, this is for you.
Then he recited his 4-line poem. Miss Stickyfoot listened intently. That poem, she decided, when he had finished, has wu. Wu is a Japanese term, or is it Chinese, meaning you know what. She gestured irritably. Simplicity, like some of Paul Klee's drawings. But then she added, it's not very good, though, otherwise.
I composed it, he said testily, while paddling down the creek after my tied-together snuff-tins. It was strictly spur-of-the-moment stuff. I can do better seated in isolation in my locked study at my Hermes, if Hilda isn't banging at the door. You can discern why I hate her. Because of her sadistic intrusions, the only time I have for creative work is while paddling or eating my lunch. That one aspect alone of my marital life explains why I had to break away from it and seek you out. In relationship to a person of your sort, I could create on a totally new level entirely. I'd have blue chips coming out of my ears. In addition, I wouldn't have to spend myself into oblivion seeing Dr. Drat, whom you correctly call a #1 fud.
Blue chips, Miss Stickyfoot echoed, screwing up her face with distaste. Is that the level you mean? It seems to me you have the aspirations of a wholesale dried fruit dealer. Forget blue chips. Don't leave your wife because of that. You're only carrying your old value system with you. You've internalized what she's taught you, except that you're carrying it one step farther. Pursue a different course entirely, and all will go well with you.
Like Zen?
He asked. You only play with Zen. If you really understood it, you never would have answered my note by coming here. There is no perfect person in the world, for you or anybody else. I can't make you feel any better than you do with your wife. You carry your troubles inside you.
I agree with that up to a point, Cadbury agreed, up to a point. But my wife makes them worse. Maybe with you they wouldn't entirely go away, but they wouldn't be so bad. Nothing could be so bad as it is now. At least you wouldn't throw my Hermes typewriter out the window whenever you got mad at me. And in addition, maybe you wouldn't get mad at me every goddamn minute of the day and night, as she does. Had you thought about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it, as the expression goes.
His reasoning did not seem to go unnoticed by Miss Stickyfoot. She nodded in what appeared to be at least partial agreement. "All right," she said, after a pause, and her large, dark, attractive eyes gleamed with sudden light. "Let's make the effort. If you can abandon your obsessive chatter for a moment, for perhaps the first time in your life, I'll do with you and for you, which you could never have done by yourself, what needs to be done. All right? Shall I lay it on you?"
You have begun to articulate oddly, Cadbury said, with a mixture of alarm, surprise, and a growing awe. Miss Stickyfoot, before his eyes, had begun to change in a palpable fashion. What had up to now appeared to him the ultimate in beauty evolved as he gazed fixedly. Beauty as he had known it, anticipated it, imagined it, dissolved, and was carried away into the rivers of oblivion, of the past, of the limitations of his own mind. It was replaced now by something further, something that surpassed it, which he could never have conjured up from his own imagination. It far exceeded that. Miss Stickyfoot had become several persons, each of them bound to the nature of reality, pretty, but not elusive, attractive, but within the confines of actuality. And these people, he saw, meant much more, were much more, because they were not manifestations fulfilling his wishes, products of his own mind. One, a semi-oriental girl with long, shiny dark hair, gazed at him with impassive, bright, intelligent eyes that sparkled with calm awareness. The perception of him, within them, lucid and correct, unimpaired by sentiment or even kindness, mercy, or compassion. Yet her eyes held one kind of love, justice, without aversion or repudiation of him, as conscious as she was of his imperfections. It was a comradely love, a sharing of her cerebral, analytical evaluation of himself and of her own self, and the bonded togetherness of the two of them by their mutual failings. The next girl, smiling with forgiveness and tolerance, unaware of him as falling short in any way. Nothing he was, or was not, or could do, or failed to do, would disappoint her or lower her esteem for him.
glowed and smoldered darkly, with a kind of warm, sad, and at the same time eternally grateful happiness. This, his mother, his eternal, never disappearing, never going away or leaving or forgetting mother, who would never withdraw her protection of him, her sheltering cloak that concealed him, warmed him, breathed hope and the flicker of new life into him, when pain and defeat and loneliness chilled him into near ashes. The first girl, his equal, his sister perhaps. This girl, his gentle, strong mother, who was at the same time frail and afraid, but not showing either. And with them, a peevish, pouting, irritable girl, immature, pretty in a marred way, with certain skin blemishes, wearing a too frilly, too satinish blouse, too short skirt, with legs too thin, yet still attractive in an undeveloped way. She gazed at him with disappointment, as if he had let her down, had failed her, always would, and still she glared at him demandingly, still wanting more, still trying to call forth from him everything she needed and yearned for. The whole world, the sky, everything, but despising him because he could not give it to her. This he realized his future daughter, who would turn from him finally, as the two others would not, would desert him in resentful disappointment to seek fulfillment in another, younger man. He would have her only a short time, and he would never fully please her. But all three loved him, and all three were his girls, his women, his wistful, hopeful, sad, frightened, trusting, suffering, laughing, sensual, protecting, warming, demanding female realities, his trinity of the objective world, standing in opposition to him, and at the same time completing him, adding to him what he was not, and never would be, what he cherished and prized and respected and loved, and needed more than anything else in existence. Miss Stickyfoot, as such, was gone. These three girls stood in her place, and they did not communicate to him remotely, across a break, by floating messages down Papermill Creek in empty snuff tins. They spoke directly, their intense eyes fixed on him unrelentingly, ceaselessly aware of him. "I will live with you," the calm-eyed, Asianish girl said, "as a neutral companion, off and on, as long as I'm alive and you're alive, which may not be forever. Life is transitory, and often not worth being fucked over by. Sometimes I think the dead are better off. Maybe I'll join them today, maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll kill you, send you to join them, or take you with me. Want to come? You can pay the travel expenses, at least if you want me to accompany you. Otherwise, I'll go by myself and travel free on a military transport 707. I get a regular government rebate the rest of my life, which I put in a secret bank account for semi-legal investment purposes of an undisclosed nature, for purposes you better goddamn never find out, if you know what's best for you." She paused, still eyeing him impassively. "Well?" "What was the question?" Cadbury said, lost. "I said," she said fiercely, with impatient dismissal of his low mental powers, "I'll live with you for an unspecified period, with uncertain ultimate outcome, if you'll pay enough, and especially, and this is mandatory, if you keep the house functioning efficiently. You know, pay bills, clean up, shop, fix meals, in such a way that I'm not bothered, so I can do my own things, which matter." "Okay," he said eagerly. "I'll never live with you," the sad-eyed, warm, smoky-haired girl said, plump and pliant in her cuddly leather jacket with its tassels, and her brown cord slacks and boots, carrying her rabbit-skin purse. "But I'll look in on you now and then, on my way to work in the morning, and see if you've got a joint you can lay on me, and if you don't, and you're down, I'll supercharge you, but not right now, okay?" She smiled even more intensely, her lovely eyes rich with wisdom, and the unstated complexity of herself and her love. "Sure," he said. He wished for more, but knew that was all. She did not belong to him, did not exist for him. She was herself, and a product of and piece of the world. "Rape," the third girl said, her over-red, too lush lips twisting with malice, but at the same time twitching with amusement. "I'll never leave you, you dirty old man, because when I do, how the hell are you ever going to find anyone else willing to live with a child molester who's going to die of a coronary embolism or massive infarct any day now? After I'm gone, it's all over for you, you dirty old man." Suddenly, briefly, her eyes moisted over with grief and compassion. But only briefly, and then it was over. "That will be the only happiness you'll ever have. So I can't go. I have to stay with you and delay my own life, even if it's forever." She lost then, by degrees, her animation. A kind of resigned, mechanical, inert blackness settled over her garish, immature, attractive features. "If I get a better offer, though," she said stonily, "I'll take it. I'll have to shop around and see. Check out the action downtown."
"The hell you say!"
Cadbury said, hotly with resentment, and experienced already a dreadful sense of loss. As if she had gone away even now, even this soon. It had already happened. This, the worst thing possible in all his life. "Now," all three girls said at once, briskly, "let's get down to the nitty-gritty. How many blue token chips do you have?"
"What?"
Cadbury stammered, startled. "That's the name of the game," the three girls chimed in unison, with bright-eyed asperity. All their combined faculties had been roused to existence by the topic. They were individually and collectively fully alert. "Let's see your checkbook. What's your balance?" "What's your gross annual product?" the Asian girl said. "I would never rip you off," the warm, sentimental, patient, cherishing girl said. "But could you lend me 2 blue chips? I know you've got hundreds, an important and famous beaver like you." "Go get some, and buy me 2 quarts of chocolate milk and a carton of various assorted doughnuts and a Coke at the Speedy Mart," the peevish girl said. "Can I borrow your Porsche?" the cherishing girl asked, "if I put gas in it?" "But you can't drive mine," the Asian girl said. "It increased the cost of my insurance, which my mother pays." "Teach me how to drive," the peevish girl said, "so I can get one of my boyfriends to take me to the motor movies tomorrow night. It's only $2 a carload. They're showing 5 skin flicks, and we can get a couple of dudes and a chick into the trunk." "Better entrust your blue chips to my keeping," the cherishing girl said. "These other chicks'll rip you off." "Fuck you," the peevish girl said roughly. "If you listen to her or give her 1 single blue chip," the Asian girl said fiercely, "I'll tear out your fucking heart and eat it alive. And that low-class one, she's got the clap. If you sleep with her, you'll be sterile the rest of your life."
"I don't have any blue chips," Cadbury said anxiously, fearing that, knowing this, all three girls would depart. "But I—"
"Sell your Hermes rocket typewriter," the Asian girl said. "I'll sell it for you," the cherishing, protective girl said in her gentle voice. "And give you—" she calculated painstakingly, slowly, with effort. "I'll split it with you fairly. I'd never burn you." She smiled at him, and he knew it was true. "My mother owns an electric IBM Space Expander ball-type office model," the peevish girl said haughtily with near contempt. "I'd get myself one and learn to type, and get a good job, except that I get more by staying on welfare."
"Later in the year,"
Cadbury began desperately. "We'll see you later," the three girls who had formerly been Miss Stickyfoot said. "Or you can mail the blue chips to us, okay?" They began to recede collectively. They wavered and became insubstantial. Or was it Cadbury himself, the Beaver who lacked, who was becoming insubstantial. He had a sudden despairing intuition that it was the latter. He was fading out. They remained. And yet that was good. He could survive that. He could survive his own disappearance, but not theirs. Already in the short time he had known them, they meant more to him than he did to himself. And that was a relief. Whether he had any blue chips for them or not, and that seemed to be what mattered to them, they would survive. If they could not coax, rip off, borrow, or anyhow in one fashion or another get blue chips from him, they'd get them from somebody else, or else go along happily anyhow without them. They did not really need them. They liked them. They could survive with or without them. But they, frankly, were not really interested in survival. They wanted to be, intended to be, and knew how to be, genuinely happy. They would not settle for mere survival. They wanted to live.
"I hope I see you again,"
Cadbury said.
"or rather, I hope you see me again. I mean, I hope I reappear, at least briefly, from time to time in your lives, just so I can see how you're doing."
"Stop scheming on us," all three said in unison, as Cadbury became virtually non-existent. All that remained of him now was a wisp of gray smoke, lingering plaintively in the half-exhausted air that had once offered to sustain him. "You'll be back," the cherishing, plump, leather-clad, warm-eyed girl said with certitude, as if she knew instinctively that there could be no doubt. "We'll see you."
"I hope so,"
Cadbury said, but now even the sound of his gone-off voice had become faint. It flickered like a fading audio signal from some distant star that had long ago cooled into ash and darkness and inertness and silence. "Let's go to the beach," the Asian girl said, as the three of them strolled away, confident and assured, and substantial, and alive to the activity of the day, and off they went. Cadbury, or at least the ions that remained of him as a sort of vapor trail marking his one-time passage through life and out, wondered if there were, at their beach, any nice trees to gnaw, and where their beach was, and if it was nice, and if it had a name. Pausing briefly, glancing back, the compassionate, cherishing, plump girl in leather and soft tassels said, "Would you like to come along? We could take you for a little while, maybe this one time, but not again. You know how it is." There was no answer. "I love you," she said softly to herself, and smiled her moist-eyed, happy, sorrowful, understanding, remembering smile, and went on. A little behind, the other two, lingering slightly, as if without showing it, looking back. A little something for us Tempunauts. Wearily, Addison Doug plodded up the long path of synthetic redwood rounds, step by step, his head down a little, moving as if he were in actual physical pain. The girl watched him, wanting to help him, hurt within her to see how worn and unhappy he was, but at the same time she rejoiced that he was there at all. On and on, toward her, without glancing up, going by feel. "Like he's done this many times," she thought suddenly. "Knows the way too well. Why?" "Addie!" she called, and ran toward him. "They said on TV you were dead. All of you were killed." He paused, wiping back his dark hair, which was no longer long. Just before the launch they had cropped it. But he had evidently forgotten. "You believe everything you see on TV?" he said, and came on again haltingly, but smiling now, and reaching up for her. God, it felt good to hold him, and to have him clutch at her again, with more strength than she had expected. I was going to find somebody else, she gasped, to replace you. I'll knock your head off if you do, he said. Anyhow, that isn't possible. Nobody could replace me. But what about the implosion? She said. On re-entry, they said... I forget, Addison said in the tone he used when he meant, I'm not going to discuss it. The tone had always angered her before, but not now. This time she sensed how awful the memory was. I'm going to stay at your place a couple of days, he said, as together they moved up the path toward the open front door of the tilted A-frame house. If that's okay. And Benz and Crane will be joining me later on. Maybe even as soon as tonight. We've got a lot to talk over and figure out. Then all three of you survived. She gazed up into his careworn face. Everything they said on TV. She understood then, or believed she did. It was a cover story. For political purposes, to fool the Russians, right? I mean, the Soviet Union will think the launch was a failure because on re-entry... No, he said. A chrononaut will be joining us, most likely, to help figure out what happened. General Toad said one of them is already on his way here. They got clearance already, because of the gravity of the situation. Jesus, the girl said, stricken. Then who's the cover story for? Let's have something to drink, Addison said, and then I'll outline it all for you. The only thing I've got at the moment is California brandy. Addison Doug said, I'd drink anything right now the way I feel. He dropped to the couch, leaned back, and sighed a ragged, distressed sigh as the girl hurriedly began fixing both of them a drink. The FM radio in the car yammered, Greaves at the stricken turn of events, precipitating out of an unheralded... Official nonsense babble, Crane said, shutting off the radio. He and Benz were having trouble finding the house, having been there only once before. It struck Crane that this was somewhat informal a way of convening a conference of this importance, meeting at Addison's chick's pad out here in the boondocks of Ojai. On the other hand, they wouldn't be pestered by the curious. And they probably didn't have much time. But that was hard to say. About that, no one knew for sure. The hills on both sides of the road had once been forests, Crane observed. Now, housing tracts and their melted, irregular plastic roads marred every rise in sight. I'll bet this was nice once, he said to Benz, who was driving. The Los Padres National Forest is near here, Benz said. I got lost in there when I was 8. For hours I was sure a rattler would get me. Every stick was a snake. The rattlers got you now, Crane said. All of us, Benz said. You know, Crane said, it's a hell of an experience to be dead. Speak for yourself. But, technically, if you listen to the radio and TV. Benz turned toward him, his big gnome face bleak with admonishing sternness. We're no more dead than anyone else on the planet. The difference for us is that our death date is in the past, whereas everyone else's is set somewhere at an uncertain time in the future. Actually, some people have it pretty damn well set, like people in cancer wards. They're as certain as we are. More so. For example, how long can we stay here before we go back? We have a margin, a latitude, that a terminal cancer victim doesn't have. Crane said cheerfully, The next thing you'll be telling us to cheer us up is that we're in no pain. Addie is. I watched him lurch off earlier today. He's got it psychosomatically. Made it into a physical complaint. Like God's kneeling on his neck, you know, carrying a much too great burden that's unfair, only he won't complain out loud. Just points now and then at the nail hole in his hand. He grinned. Addie's got more to live for than we do. Every man has more to live for than any other man. I don't have a cute chick to sleep with, but I'd like to see the semis rolling along Riverside Freeway at sunset a few more times.
It's not what you have to live for. It's that you want to live to see it, to be there. That's what's so damn sad.
They rode on in silence. In the quiet living room of the girls' house, the three Tempunauts sat around smoking, taking it easy. Addison Doug thought to himself that the girl looked unusually foxy and desirable in her stretched-tight white sweater and micro-skirt, and he wished wistfully that she looked a little less interesting. He could not really afford to get embroiled in such stuff at this point. He was too tired.
"Does she know," Ben said, indicating the girl, "what this is all about? I mean, can we talk openly? It won't wipe her out?"
"I haven't explained it to her yet," Addison said.
"You goddamn well better,"
Crane said. "What is it?" the girl said, stricken, sitting upright with one hand directly between her breasts, as if clutching at a religious artifact that isn't there, Addison thought.
"We got snuffed on re-entry," Ben said. He was really the cruelest of the three,
or at least the most blunt.
"You see, Miss—"
"Hawkins," the girl whispered.
"Glad to meet you, Miss Hawkins."
Ben surveyed her in his cold, lazy fashion.
"You have a first name?"
"Mary Lou."
"Okay, Mary Lou," Ben said.
To the other two men he observed,
"Sounds like the name a waitress has stitched on her blouse. Mary Lou's my name, and I'll be serving you dinner and breakfast and lunch and dinner and breakfast for the next few hours, or however long it is before you all give up and go back to your own time. That'll be $53.08, please, not including tip. And I hope you all never come back, you hear?"
His voice had begun to shake. His cigarette, too.
"Sorry, Miss Hawkins," he said then. "We're all screwed up by the implosion at re-entry. As soon as we got here in ETA, we learned about it. We've known longer than anyone else. We knew as soon as we hit emergence time."
"But there's nothing we could do,"
Crane said. "There's nothing anyone can do," Addison said to her, and put his arm around her. It felt like a déjà vu thing, but then it hit him. "We're in a closed time loop," he thought. "We keep going through this again and again, trying to solve the re-entry problem, each time imagining it's the first time, the only time, and never succeeding. Which attempt is this? Maybe the millionth. We have sat here 1,000,000 times, raking the same facts over and over again and getting nowhere." He felt bone-weary thinking that, and he felt a sort of vast philosophical hate toward all other men who did not have this enigma to deal with. "We all go to one place," he thought, "as the Bible says. But for the three of us, we have been there already, are lying there now. So it's wrong to ask us to stand around on the surface of Earth afterward and argue and worry about it and try to figure out what malfunctioned. That should be rightly for our heirs to do. We've had enough already." He did not say this aloud, though, for their sake. "Maybe you bumped into something," the girl said. Glancing at the others, Ben said sardonically, "Maybe we bumped into something." "The TV commentators kept saying that," Mary Lou said, "about the hazard in re-entry of being out of phase spatially and colliding right down to the molecular level with tangent objects, any one of which—" She gestured. "You know, no two objects can occupy the same space at the same time. So everything blew up for that reason." She glanced around questioningly.
"That is the major risk factor," Crane acknowledged, "at least theoretically, as Dr. Fine at Planning calculated when they got into the hazard question. But we had a variety of safety locking devices provided that functioned automatically. Re-entry couldn't occur unless these assists had stabilized us spatially so we would not overlap. Of course, all those devices in sequence might have failed, one after the other. I was watching my feedback metric scopes on launch, and they agreed, every one of them, that we were phased properly at that time, and I heard no warning tones. Saw none either." He grimaced. "At least, it didn't happen then."
Suddenly Ben said, "Do you realize that our next of kin are now rich? All our federal and commercial life insurance pay off? Our next of kin, God forbid. That's us, I guess. We can apply for tens of thousands of dollars, cash on the line, walk into our broker's offices and say, 'I'm dead. Lay the heavy bread on me.'" Addison Doug was thinking, the public memorial services that they have planned after the autopsies, that long line of black-draped cads going down Pennsylvania Avenue, with all the government dignitaries and double-domed scientist types, and we'll be there. Not once, but twice. Once in the oak hand-rubbed, brass-fitted, flag-draped caskets, but also maybe riding in open limos, waving at the crowds of mourners. "The ceremonies," he said aloud. The others stared at him, angrily, not comprehending, and then one by one they understood. He saw it on their faces. "No," Benz grated. "That's impossible." Crane shook his head emphatically. "They'll order us to be there, and we will be, obeying orders." "Will we have to smile?" Addison said. "To fucking smile?" "No," General Toad said slowly, his great wattled head shivering about on his broomstick neck. The color of his skin dirty and mottled, as if the mass of decorations on his stiff board collar had started part of him decaying away. "You are not to smile, but on the contrary are to adopt a properly grief-stricken manner, in keeping with the national mood of sorrow at this time." "That'll be hard to do," Crane said. The Russian chrononaut showed no response. His thin, beaked face, narrow within his translating earphones, remained strained with concern. "The nation," General Toad said, "will become aware of your presence among us once more for this brief interval. Cameras of all major TV networks will pan up to you without warning, and at the same time, the various commentators have been instructed to tell their audiences something like the following." He got out a piece of typed material, put on his glasses, cleared his throat, and said, "We seem to be focusing on three figures riding together. Can't quite make them out, can you?" General Toad lowered the paper. "At this point, they'll interrogate their colleagues extempore. Finally, they'll exclaim, 'Why, Roger,' or Walter, or Ned, as the case may be, according to the individual network." "Or Bill," Crane said, "in case it's the Buffonida network down there in the swamp." General Toad ignored him. "They will severally exclaim, 'Why, Roger, I believe we're seeing the three Tempunauts themselves. Does this indeed mean that somehow the difficulty—' And then the colleague commentator says in his somewhat more somber voice, 'What we're seeing at this time, I think, David, or Henry, or Pete, or Ralph, whichever it is, consists of mankind's first verified glimpse of what the technical people refer to as emergence time activity, or ETA. Contrary to what might seem to be the case at first sight, these are not, repeat, not our three valiant Tempunauts as such, as we would ordinarily experience them, but more likely picked up by our cameras as the three of them are temporarily suspended in their voyage to the future, which we initially had reason to hope would take place in a time continuum roughly 100 years from now. But it would seem that they somehow undershot and are here now at this moment, which, of course, is, as we know, our present." Addison Doug closed his eyes and thought, Crane will ask him if he can be panned up on by the TV cameras holding a balloon and eating cotton candy. I think we're all going nuts from this. All of us. And then he wondered, how many times have we gone through this idiotic exchange? I can't prove it, he thought wearily, but I know it's true. We've sat here, done this minuscule scrabbling, listened to and said all this crap many times. He shuddered. Each rinky-dink word. "What's the matter?" Ben said acutely. The Soviet chrononaut spoke up for the first time.
What is the maximum interval of ETA possible to your three-man team? And how large a percent has been exhausted by now?
After a pause, Crane said, "They briefed us on that before we came in here today. We've consumed approximately 1/2 of our maximum total ETA interval."
"However," General Toad rumbled, "we have scheduled the day of national mourning to fall within the expected period remaining to them of ETA time. This required us to speed up the autopsy and other forensic findings, but in view of public sentiment, it was felt—"
The autopsy, Addison Doug thought, and again he shuddered. This time he could not keep his thoughts within himself, and he said, "Why don't we adjourn this nonsense meeting and drop down to pathology and view a few tissue sections enlarged and in color? And maybe we'll brainstorm a couple of vital concepts that'll aid medical science in its quest for explanations." Explanations. That's what we need. Explanations for problems that don't exist yet. We can develop the problems later. He paused. "Who agrees?"
"I'm not looking at my spleen up there on the screen," Ben said. "I'll ride in the parade, but I won't participate in my own autopsy."
"You could distribute microscopic purple-stained slices of your own gut to the mourners along the way," Crane said. "They could provide each of us with a doggy bag. Right, General? We can strew tissue sections like confetti. I still think we should smile."
"I have researched all the memoranda about smiling," General Toad said, rifling the pages stacked before him. "And the consensus at policy is that smiling is not in accord with national sentiment. So that issue must be ruled closed. As far as your participating in the autopsical procedures, which are now in progress—"
"We're missing out as we sit here," Crane said to Addison Doug. "I always miss out." Ignoring him, Addison addressed the Soviet chrononaut. "Officer N. Galki," he said in his microphone, dangling on his chest, "what in your mind is the greatest terror facing a time traveler? That there will be an implosion due to coincidence on re-entry, such as has occurred in our launch? Or did other traumatic obsessions bother you and your comrade during your own brief but highly successful time flight?" N. Galki, after a pause, answered,
"Arplenia and I exchanged views at several informal times. I believe I can speak for us both when I respond to your question by emphasizing our perpetual fear that we had inadvertently entered a closed time loop and would never break out."
"You'd repeat it forever?" Addison Doug asked.
"Yes, Mr. A. Doug," the chrononaut said, nodding somberly.
A fear that he had never experienced before overcame Addison Doug. He turned helplessly to Benz and muttered, "Shit." They gazed at each other.
"I really don't believe this is what happened," Ben said to him in a low voice, putting his hand on Doug's shoulder. He gripped hard, the grip of friendship. "We just imploded on re-entry. That's all. Take it easy."
"Could we adjourn soon?" Addison Doug said in a hoarse, strangling voice, half rising from his chair. He felt the room and the people in it rushing in at him, suffocating him. Claustrophobia, he realized. Like when I was in grade school, when they flashed a surprise test on our teaching machines, and I saw I couldn't pass it. "Please," he said simply, standing. They were all looking at him with different expressions. The Russian's face was especially sympathetic, and deeply lined with care. Addison wished, "I want to go home," he said to them all, and felt stupid. He was drunk. It was late at night, at a bar on Hollywood Boulevard. Fortunately, Mary Lou was with him, and he was having a good time. Everyone was telling him so, anyhow. He clung to Mary Lou and said, "The great unity in life, the supreme unity in meaning is man and woman. Their absolute unity, right?" "I know," Mary Lou said. "We studied that in class." Tonight, at his request, Mary Lou was a small blonde girl, wearing purple bell-bottoms and high heels, and an open midriff blouse. Earlier, she had had a lapis lazuli in her navel, but during dinner at Ting Ho's, it had popped out and been lost. The owner of the restaurant had promised to keep on searching for it, but Mary Lou had been gloomy ever since. It was, she said, symbolic. But of what she did not say, or anyhow, he could not remember. Maybe that was it. She had told him what it meant, and he had forgotten. An elegant young black at a nearby table, with an afro and striped vest and overstuffed red tie, had been staring at Addison for some time. He obviously wanted to come over to their table, but was afraid to. Meanwhile, he kept on staring. "Did you ever get the sensation," Addison said to Mary Lou, "that you knew exactly what was about to happen? What someone was going to say, word for word, down to the slightest detail? As if you had already lived through it once before." "Everyone gets into that space," Mary Lou said. She sipped a Bloody Mary. The black rose and walked toward them. He stood by Addison. "I'm sorry to bother you, sir." Addison said to Mary Lou, "He's going to say, 'Don't I know you from somewhere? Didn't I see you on TV?'" "That was precisely what I intended to say," the black said. Addison said, "You undoubtedly saw my picture on page 46 of the current issue of Time, the section on new medical discoveries. I'm the GP from a small town in Iowa, catapulted to fame by my invention of a widespread, easily available cure for eternal life. Several of the big pharmaceutical houses are already bidding on my vaccine." "That might have been where I saw your picture," the black said, but he did not appear convinced, nor did he appear drunk. He eyed Addison Doug intensely. "May I seat myself with you and the lady?" "Sure," Addison Doug said. He now saw in the man's hand the ID of the U.S. security agency that had ridden herd on the project from the start. "Mr. Doug," the security agent said as he seated himself beside Addison, "you really shouldn't be here shooting off your mouth like this. If I recognized you, some other dude mightn't break out. It's all classified until the day of mourning. Technically, you're in violation of a federal statute by being here. Did you realize that? I should haul you in. But this is a difficult situation. We don't want to do something uncool and make a scene. Where are your two colleagues?" "At my place," Mary Lou said. She had obviously not seen the ID. "Listen," she said sharply to the agent, "why don't you get lost? My husband here has been through a grueling ordeal, and this is his only chance to unwind." Addison looked at the man. "I knew what you were going to say before you came over here." Word for word, he thought. I am right, and Benz is wrong, and this will keep happening, this replay. "Maybe," the security agent said, "I can induce you to go back to Miss Hawkins' place voluntarily. Some info arrived." He tapped the tiny earphone in his right ear. "Just a few minutes ago. To all of us, to deliver you, marked urgent if we located you. At the launch site ruins. They've been combing through the rubble, you know." "I know," Addison said. "They think they have their first clue. Something was brought back by one of you from ETA over and above what you took, in violation of all your pre-launch training." "Let me ask you this," Addison Doug said. "Suppose somebody does see me. Suppose somebody does recognize me. So what?" "The public believes that even though re-entry failed, the flight into time, the first American time travel launch, was successful. 3 U.S. Tempunauts were thrust 100 years into the future, roughly twice as far as the Soviet launch of last year. That you only went a week will be less of a shock if it's believed that you 3 chose deliberately to remanifest at this continuum because you wished to attend, in fact, felt compelled to attend." "We wanted to be in the parade," Addison interrupted. "Twice." "You were drawn to the dramatic and somber spectacle of your own funeral procession, and will be glimpsed there by the alert camera crews of all major networks. Mr. Doug, really, an awful lot of high-level planning and expense have gone into this to help correct a dreadful situation. Trust us. Believe me. It'll be easier on the public, and that's vital, if there's ever to be another U.S. time shot. And that is, after all, what we all want." Addison Doug stared at him. "We want what?" Uneasily, the security agent said,
"To take further trips into time, as you have done. Unfortunately, you yourself cannot ever do so again because of the tragic implosion and death of the three of you. But other Tempunauts—"
"What we want? Is that what we want?" Addison's voice rose. People at nearby tables were watching now, nervously.
"Certainly," the agent said, "and keep your voice down."
"I don't want that," Addison said. "I want to stop. To stop forever, to just lie in the ground, in the dust, with everyone else. To see no more summers, the same summer." "Seen one. You've seen them all," Mary Lou said hysterically. "I think he's right, Addie. We should get out of here. You've had too many drinks, and it's late, and this news about the—" Addison broke in.
"What was brought back? How much extra mass?"
The security agent said,
"Preliminary analysis shows that machinery weighing about 100 pounds was lugged back into the time field of the module and picked up along with you. This much mass," the agent gestured, "that blew up the pad right on the spot. It couldn't begin to compensate for that much more than had occupied its open area at launch time."
"Wow," Mary Lou said, eyes wide. "Maybe somebody sold one of you a quadraphonic phono for $1.98, including 15-inch air suspension speakers and a lifetime supply of Neil Diamond records." She tried to laugh, but failed. Her eyes dimmed over. "Addie," she whispered, "I'm sorry, but it's sort of weird. I mean, it's absurd. You were all briefed, weren't you, about your return weight? You weren't even to add so much as a piece of paper to what you took. I even saw Dr. Fine demonstrating the reasons on TV. And one of you hoisted 100 pounds of machinery into that field? You must have been trying to self-destruct to do that." Tears slid from her eyes. One tear rolled out onto her nose and hung there. He reached reflexively to wipe it away, as if helping a little girl rather than a grown one.
"I'll fly you to the analysis site," the security agent said, standing up.
He and Addison helped Mary Lou to her feet. She trembled as she stood a moment, finishing her Bloody Mary. Addison felt acute sorrow for her, but then, almost at once, it passed. He wondered why. One can weary even of that, he conjectured, of caring for someone, if it goes on too long, on, forever. And at last, even after that, into something no one before, not God himself, maybe, had ever had to suffer, and in the end, for all his great heart, succumbed to. As they walked through the crowded bar toward the street, Addison Doug said to the security agent, "Which one of us?"
"They know which one,"
the agent said as he held the door to the street open for Mary Lou. The agent stood now behind Addison, signaling for a gray federal car to land at the red parking area. The other two security agents in uniform hurried toward them. "Was it me?" Addison Doug asked.
"You better believe it,"
the security agent said. The funeral procession moved with aching solemnity down Pennsylvania Avenue, 3 flag-draped caskets, and dozens of black limousines passing between rows of heavily coated, shivering mourners. A low haze hung over the day. Gray outlines of buildings faded into the rain-drenched murk of the Washington March Day. Scrutinizing the lead Cadillac through prismatic binoculars, TV's top news and public events commentator, Henry Cassidy, droned on at his vast unseen audience. "Sad recollections of that earlier train among the wheat fields carrying the coffin of Abraham Lincoln back to burial and the nation's capital. And what a sad day this is, and what appropriate weather, with its dour overcast and sprinkles." In his monitor, he saw the Zoomar lens pan up on the 4th Cadillac as it followed those with the caskets of the dead Tempunauts. His engineer tapped him on the arm. "We appear to be focusing on 3 unfamiliar figures so far not identified riding together." Henry Cassidy said into his neck mic, nodding agreement. "So far, I'm unable to quite them out. Are your location and vision any better from where you're placed, Everett?" he inquired of his colleague, and pressed the button that notified Everett Branton to replace him on the air.
"Why, Henry," Branton said in a voice of growing excitement, "I believe we're actually eyewitness to the 3 American Tempunauts as they re-manifest themselves on their historic journey into the future."
"Does this signify," Cassidy said, "that somehow they have managed to solve and overcome the—"
"Afraid not, Henry,"
Branton said in his slow, regretful voice.
"What we're eye-witnessing, to our complete surprise, consists of the Western world's first verified glimpse of what the technical people refer to as emergence time activity."
Yes, ETA, Cassidy said brightly, reading it off the official script the federal authorities had handed to him before airtime.
"Right, Henry. Contrary to what might seem to be the case at first sight, these are not, repeat, not, our 3 brave Tempunauts as such, as we would ordinarily experience them."
"I grasp it now, Everett," Cassidy broke in excitedly, since his authorized script read, "Cass breaks in excitedly. Our 3 Tempunauts have momentarily suspended in their historic voyage to the future, which we believe will span across a time continuum roughly a century from now. It would seem that the overwhelming grief and drama of this unanticipated day of mourning has caused them to—"
"Sorry to interrupt, Henry," Everett Branton said, "but I think, since the procession has momentarily halted on its slow march forward, that we might be able to—"
"No," Cassidy said, as a note was handed him in a swift scribble, reading, "Do not interview Nauts. Urgent. Dis previous inst. I think we're going to be able to," he continued, "to speak briefly with Tempunauts Benz, Crane, and Doug, as you had hoped, Everett. As we had all briefly hoped to." He wildly waved the boom mic back. It had already begun to swing out expectantly toward the stopped Cadillac. Cassidy shook his head violently at the mic technician and his engineer. Perceiving the boom mic swinging at them, Addison Doug stood up in the back of the open Cadillac. Cassidy groaned. "He wants to speak," he realized. "Didn't they re-instruct him? Why am I the only one they get across to?" Other boom mics representing other networks, plus radio station interviewers on foot, now were rushing out to thrust up their microphones into the faces of the 3 Tempunauts, especially Addison Doug's. Doug was already beginning to speak in response to a question shouted up to him by a reporter. With his boom mic off, Cassidy couldn't hear the question, nor Doug's answer. With reluctance, he signaled for his own boom mic to trigger on. "Before," Doug was saying loudly. "In what manner all this happened before?" the radio reporter, standing close to the car, was saying. "I mean," U.S. Tempunaut Addison Doug declared, his face red and strained, "that I have stood here in this spot and said again and again, and all of you have viewed this parade and our deaths at re-entry endless times, a closed cycle of trapped time which must be broken." "Are you seeking," another reporter jabbered up at Addison Doug, "for a solution to the re-entry implosion disaster, which can be applied in retrospect so that when you do return to the past, you will be able to correct the malfunction and avoid the tragedy which for you 3 will cost your lives?" Tempunaut Ben said, "We are doing that, yes." "Trying to ascertain the cause of the violent implosion and eliminate the cause before we return," Tempunaut Crane added, nodding. "We have learned already that, for reasons unknown, a mass of nearly 100 pounds of miscellaneous Volkswagen motor parts, including cylinders, the head—" "This is awful," Cassidy thought. "This is amazing," he said aloud into his neck mic. "The already tragically deceased U.S. Tempunauts, with a determination that could emerge only from the rigorous training and discipline to which they were subjected, and we wondered why at the time, but can clearly see why now, have already analyzed the mechanical slip-up responsible, evidently for their own deaths, and have begun the laborious process of sifting through and eliminating causes of that slip-up, so that they can return to their original launch site and re-enter without mishap."
"One wonders," Branton mumbled onto the air and into his feedback earphone, "what the consequences of this alteration of the near past will be. If in re-entry they do not implode, and are not killed, then they will not— Well, it's too complex for me, Henry, these time paradoxes, that Dr. Fine at the Time Extrusion Labs in Pasadena has so frequently and eloquently brought to our attention."
Into all the microphones available, of all sorts, Tempunaut Addison Doug was saying more quietly now, "We must not eliminate the cause of re-entry implosion. The only way out of this trip is for us to die. Death is the only solution for this, for the three of us." He was interrupted as the procession of Cadillacs began to move forward. Shutting off his mic momentarily, Henry Cassidy said to his engineer, "Is he nuts?" "Only time will tell," his engineer said in a hard-to-hear voice. "An extraordinary moment in the history of the United States' involvement in time travel," Cassidy said, then into his now live mic. "Only time will tell, if you will pardon the inadvertent pun, whether Tempunaut Doug's cryptic remarks, uttered impromptu at this moment of supreme suffering for him, as in a sense to a lesser degree it is for all of us, are the words of a man deranged by grief, or an accurate insight into the macabre dilemma that theoretical terms we knew all along might eventually confront and strike down with its lethal blow, a time-travel launch, either ours or the Russians." He segued then to a commercial.
"You know,"
Branton's voice muttered in his ear, not on the air, but just to the control room and to him,
"if he's right, they ought to let the poor bastards die."
"They ought to release them," Cassidy agreed. "My God, the way Doug looked and talked. You'd imagine he'd gone through this for 1,000 years and then some. I wouldn't be in his shoes for anything."
"I'll bet you $50, Branton said. "They have gone through this before, many times."
"Then we have, too," Cassidy said. Rain fell now, making all the lined-up mourners shiny. Their faces, their eyes, even their clothes, everything glistened in wet reflections of broken, fractured light, bent and sparkling, as from gathering gray, formless layers above them, the day darkened.
"Are we on the air?"
Branton asked. Who knows? Cassidy thought. He wished the day would end. The Soviet chrononaut, and Gawky, lifted both hands impassionedly and spoke to the Americans across the table from him in a voice of extreme urgency.
"It is the opinion of myself and my colleague R. Plenya, who, for his pioneering achievements in time travel, has been certified the hero of the Soviet people, and rightly so, that based on our own experience and on theoretical material developed both in your own academic circles and in the Soviet Academy of Sciences of the USSR, we believe that Tempunaut A. Doug's fears may be justified, and his deliberate destruction of himself and his teammates at re-entry by hauling a huge mass of auto back with him from ETA in violation of his orders should be regarded as the act of a desperate man with no other means of escape. Of course, the decision is up to you. We have only advisory position in this matter."
Addison Doug played with his cigarette lighter on the table and did not look up. His ears hummed, and he wondered what that meant. It had an electronic quality. Maybe we're within the module again, he thought. But he didn't perceive it. He felt the reality of the people around him, the table, the blue plastic lighter between his fingers. No smoking in the module during re-entry, he thought. He put the light carefully away in his pocket.
We've developed no concrete evidence whatsoever, General Toad said, that a closed time loop has been set up. There's only the subjective feelings of fatigue on the part of Mr. Doug. Just his belief that he's done all this repeatedly. As he says, it is very probably psychological in nature.
He rooted pig-like among the papers before him.
I have a report, not disclosed to the media, from 4 psychiatrists at Yale on his psychological makeup. Although unusually stable, there is a tendency towards cyclothymia on his part, culminating in acute depression. This naturally was taken into account long before the launch, but it was calculated that the joyful qualities of the 2 others in the team would offset this functionally. Anyhow, that depressive tendency in him is exceptionally high now.
He held the paper out, but no one at the table accepted it.
Isn't it true, Dr. Fine, he said, that an acutely depressed person experiences time in a peculiar way, that is, circular time, time repeating itself, getting nowhere, around and around? The person gets so psychotic that he refuses to let go of the past, reruns it in his head constantly.
But you see, Dr. Fine said, this subjective sensation of being trapped is perhaps all we would have. This was the research physicist whose basic work had laid the theoretical foundation for the project. If a closed loop did unfortunately lock into being.
The General, Addison Doug said, is using words he doesn't understand.
I researched the one I was unfamiliar with, General Toad said. The technical psychiatric terms, know what they mean.
To Addison Doug, Ben said,
Where'd you get all those VW parts, Addie?
I don't have them yet, Addison Doug said.
Probably picked up the first junk he could lay his hands on, Crane said. Whatever was available, just before we started back.
We'll start back, Addison Doug corrected.
Here are my instructions to the 3 of you, General Toad said. You are not in any way to attempt to cause damage or implosion or malfunction during re-entry, either by lugging back extra mass or by any other method that enters your mind. You are to return as scheduled and in replica of the prior simulations. This especially applies to you, Mr. Doug.
The phone by his right arm buzzed. He frowned, picked up the receiver. An interval passed, and then he scowled deeply and set the receiver back down loudly.
You've been overruled, Dr. Fine said.
Yes, I have, General Toad said, and I must say at this time that I am personally glad because my decision was an unpleasant one.
Then we can arrange for implosion at re-entry, Ben said after a pause.
The 3 of you are to make the decision, General Toad said, since it involves your lives. It's been entirely left up to you, whichever way you want it. If you're convinced you're in a closed time loop and you believe a massive implosion at re-entry will abolish it.
He ceased talking as Tempunaut Doug rose to his feet.
Are you going to make another speech, Doug? He said.
I just want to thank everyone involved, Addison Doug said, for letting us decide. He gazed haggard-faced and wearily around at all the individuals seated at the table. I really appreciate it.
You know, Ben said slowly, blowing us up at re-entry could add nothing to the chances of abolishing a closed loop. In fact, that could do it, Doug.
Not if it kills all of us, Crane said.
You agree with Addie?
Ben said.
Dead is dead, Crane said. I've been pondering it. What other way is more likely to get us out of this than if we're dead? What possible other way?
You may be in no loop, Dr. Fine pointed out.
But we may be,
Crane said. Doug, still on his feet, said to Crane and Benz, "Could we include Mary Lou in our decision-making?"
"Why?"
Ben said. "I can't think too clearly anymore," Doug said. "Mary Lou can help me. I depend on her."
"Sure,"
Crane said. Benz, too, nodded. General Toad examined his wristwatch stoically and said,
"Gentlemen, this concludes our discussion."
Soviet chrononaut Gawky removed his headphones and neck mic and hurried toward the 3 U.S. Tempunauts, his hand extended. He was apparently saying something in Russian, but none of them could understand it. They moved away somberly, clustering close.
"In my opinion, you're nuts, Addy," Ben said, "but it would appear that I'm the minority now."
"If he is right," Crane said, "if. 1 chance in a billion. If we are going back again and again forever, that would justify it." "Could we go see Mary Lou?" Addison Doug said. "Drive over to her place now?" "She's waiting outside," Crane said. Striding up to stand beside the 3 Tempunauts, General Toad said,
"You know, what made the determination go the way it did was the public reaction to how you, Doug, looked and behaved during the funeral procession. The NSC advisors came to the conclusion that the public would, like you, rather be certain it's over for all of you, that it's more of a relief to them to know you're free of your mission than to save the project and obtain a perfect re-entry. I guess you really made a lasting impression on them, Doug. That whining you did." He walked away then, leaving the 3 of them standing there alone. "Forget him," Crane said to Addison Doug. "Forget everyone like him. We've got to do what we have to do." "Mary Lou will explain it to me," Doug said. "She would know what to do, what would be right." "I'll go get her," Crane said. "And after that, the 4 of us can drive somewhere, maybe to her place, and decide what to do, okay?" "Thank you," Addison Doug said, nodding. He glanced around for her hopefully, wondering where she was. In the next room, perhaps, somewhere close. "I appreciate that," he said. Benz and Crane eyed each other. He saw that, but did not know what it meant. He knew only that he needed someone, Mary Lou most of all, to help him understand what the situation was, and what to finalize on to get them out of it. Mary Lou drove them north from Los Angeles in the super-fast lane of the freeway toward Ventura, and after that inland to Ojai. The 4 of them said very little. Mary Lou drove well, as always. Leaning against her, Addison Doug felt himself relax into a temporary sort of peace. "There's nothing like having a chick drive you," Crane said after many miles had passed in silence. "It's an aristocratic sensation," Benz murmured, "to have a woman do the driving, like your nobility being chauffeured."
Mary Lou said, "Until she runs into something, some big slow object." Addison Doug said, "When you saw me trudging up to your place, up the redwood round path the other day, what did you think? Tell me honestly." "You looked," the girl said, "as if you'd done it many times. You looked worn and tired and ready to die. At the end." She hesitated. "I'm sorry, but that's how you looked, Addie. I thought to myself, he knows the way too well." "Like I'd done it too many times?" "Yes," she said. "Then you vote for implosion," Addison Doug said. "Well, be honest with me," he said. Mary Lou said, "Look in the back seat, the box on the floor." With a flashlight from the glove compartment, the 3 men examined the box. Addison Doug, with fear, saw its contents. VW motor parts, rusty and worn. still oily. "I got them from behind a foreign car garage near my place," Mary Lou said, "on the way to Pasadena. The first junk I saw that seemed as if it'd be heavy enough. I had heard them say on TV at launch time that anything over 50 pounds up to—" "It'll do it," Addison Doug said. It did do it. "So there's no point in going to your place," Crane said. "It's decided. We might as well head south toward the module, and initiate the procedure for getting out of ETA, and back to re-entry." His voice was heavy, but evenly pitched. "Thanks for your vote, Miss Hawkins." She said, "You are all so tired."
"I'm not," Ben said. "I'm mad. Mad as hell."
"At me?" Addison Doug said.
"Well, I don't know," Ben said. "It's just hell."
He lapsed into brooding silence, hunched over, baffled and inert, withdrawn as far as possible from the others in the car. At the next freeway junction, she turned the car south. A sense of freedom seemed now to fill her, and Addison Doug felt some of the weight, the fatigue ebbing already. On the wrist of each of the three men, the emergency alert receiver buzzed its warning tone. They all started. "What's that mean?" Mary Lou said, slowing the car. "We're to contact General Toad by phone as soon as possible," Crane said. He pointed. "There's a standard station over there. Take the next exit, Miss Hawkins. We can phone in from there." A few minutes later, Mary Lou brought her car to a halt beside the outdoor phone booth. "I hope it's not bad news," she said. "I'll talk first," Doug said, getting out. Bad news, he thought with labored amusement. Like what? He crunched stiffly across to the phone booth, entered, shut the door behind him, dropped in a dime, and dialed the toll-free number. "Well, do I have news," General Toad said when the operator had put him on the line. "It's a good thing we got hold of you. Just a minute. I'm going to let Dr. Fine tell you this himself. You're more apt to believe him than me." Several clicks, and then Dr. Fine's reedy, precise, scholarly voice, but intensified by urgency. "What's the bad news?" Addison Doug said. "Not bad, necessarily," Dr. Fine said. "I've had computations run since our discussion, and it would appear— by that I mean it is statistically probable, but still unverified for a certainty— that you are right, Addison. You are in a closed time loop." Addison Doug exhaled raggedly. "You nowhere autocratic mother," he thought. "You probably knew all along." "However," Dr. Fine said excitedly, stammering a little, "I also calculate— we jointly do, largely through Caltech— that the greatest likelihood of maintaining the loop is to implode on re-entry. Do you understand, Addison? If you lug all those rusty VW parts back and implode, then your statistical chances of closing the loop forever is greater than if you simply re-enter and all goes well." Addison Doug said nothing. "In fact, Addie, and this is the severe part that I have to stress, implosion at re-entry, especially a massive, calculated one of the sort we seem to see shaping up. Do you grasp all this, Addie? Am I getting through to you? For Christ's sake, Addie, virtually guarantees the locking in of an absolutely unyielding loop such as you've got in mind, such as we've all been worried about from the start." A pause. "Addie, are you still there?" Addison Doug said, "I want to die." "That's your exhaustion from the loop. God knows how many repetitions there've been already of the three of you." "No," he said, and started to hang up. "Let me speak with Benz and Crane," Dr. Fine said rapidly. "Please, before you go ahead with re-entry, especially Benz. I'd like to speak with him in particular. Please, Addison, for their sake. Your almost total exhaustion has—" He hung up, left the phone booth, step by step. As he climbed back into the car, He heard their 2 alert receivers still buzzing. "General Toad said the automatic call for us would keep your 2 receivers doing that for a while," he said, and shut the car door after him. "Let's take off."
"Doesn't he want to talk to us?"
Ben said. Addison Doug said, "General Toad wanted to inform us that they have a little something for us. We've been voted a special congressional citation for valor or some damn thing like that. Special medal they never voted anyone before, to be awarded posthumously."
"Well, hell, that's about the only way it can be awarded," Crane said.
Mary Lou, as she started up the engine, began to cry.
"It'll be a relief,"
Crane said presently, as they returned bumpily to the freeway.
"When it's over."
"It won't be long now," Addison Doug's mind declared. On their wrists, the emergency alert receivers continued to put out their combined buzzing. "They will nibble you to death," Addison Doug said, the endless wearing down by various bureaucratic voices. The others in the car turned to gaze at him inquiringly, with uneasiness mixed with perplexity.
"Yeah," Crane said. "These automatic alerts are really a nuisance."
He sounded tired. As tired as I am, Addison Doug thought, and realizing this, he felt better. It showed how right he was. Great drops of water struck the windshield. It had now begun to rain. That pleased him, too. It reminded him of that most exalted of all experiences within the shortness of his life. The funeral procession moving slowly down Pennsylvania Avenue. The flag-draped caskets. Closing his eyes, he leaned back and felt good at last, and heard all around him once again the sorrow-bent people, and in his head dreamed of the special congressional medal. For weariness, he thought. A medal for being tired. He saw in his head himself in other parades, too, and in the deaths of many. But really, it was one death and one parade. Slow cars moving along the street in Dallas, and with Dr. King as well. He saw himself return again and again in his closed cycle of life to the national mourning that he could not and they could not forget. He would be there. They would always be there. It would always be. And every one of them would return again and again, forever. To the place, the moment they wanted to be, the event which meant the most to all of them. This was his gift to them, the people, his country. He had bestowed upon the world a wonderful burden, the dreadful and weary miracle of eternal life. The Pre-Persons. Past the grove of cypress trees, Walter, he had been playing King of the Mountain, saw the white truck, and he knew it for what it was. He thought, "That's the abortion truck. Come to take some kid in for a postpartum down at the abortion place." And he thought, "Maybe my folks called it for me." He ran and hid among the blackberries, feeling the scratching of the thorns, but thinking, "It's better than having the air sucked out of your lungs. That's how they do it. They perform all the PPs on all the kids there at the same time. They have a big room for it, for the kids nobody wants." Burrowing deeper into the blackberries, he listened to hear if the truck stopped. He heard its motor. "I am invisible," he said to himself, a line he had learned at the 5th grade play of Midsummer Night's Dream, a line Oberon, whom he had played, had said. And after that, no one could see him. Maybe that was true now. Maybe the magic saying worked in real life. So he said it again to himself. "I am invisible." But he knew he was not. He could still see his arms and legs and shoes, and he knew they, everyone, the abortion truck man especially, and his mom and dad, they could see him too, if they looked. If it was him they were after this time. He wished he was a king. He wished he had magic dust all over him, and a shining crown that glistened, and ruled fairyland, and had Puck to confide to ask for advice from even. Advice even if he himself was a king, and bickered with Titania, his wife.
I guess, he thought, saying something doesn't make it true.
Sun burned down on him, and he squinted, but mostly he listened to the abortion truck motor. It kept making its sound, and his heart gathered hope as the sound went on and on. Some other kid turned over to the abortion clinic, not him. Someone up the road. He made his difficult exit from the berry brambles, shaking, and in many places scratched, and moved step by step in the direction of his house. And as he trudged, he began to cry, mostly from the pain of the scratches, but also from fear and relief.
"Oh, good Lord!" his mother exclaimed on seeing him. "What in the name of God have you been doing?"
He said stammeringly,
"I saw the abortion truck." "And you thought it was for you?"
Mutely he nodded.
"Listen, Walter," Cynthia Bess said, kneeling down and taking hold of his trembling hands. "I promise, your dad and I both promise, you'll never be sent to the county facility. Anyhow, you're too old. They only take children up to 12. "But Jeff Vogel—" "His parents got him in just before the new law went into effect. They couldn't take him now legally. They couldn't take you now. Look, you have a soul. The law says a 12-year-old boy has a soul, so he can't go to the county facility. See? You're safe. Whenever you see the abortion truck, it's for someone else, not you. Never for you. Is that clear? It's come for another younger child who doesn't have a soul yet, a pre-person."
Staring down, not meeting his mother's gaze, he said,
"I don't feel like I got a soul. I feel like I always did." "It's a legal matter," his mother said briskly. "Strictly according to age, and you're past the age. The Church of Watchers got Congress to pass the law. Actually, those church people, wanted a lower age. They claim the soul entered the body at 3 years old, but a compromise bill was put through. The important thing for you is that you are legally safe, however you feel inside. Do you see?" "Okay," he said, nodding. "You knew that." He burst out with anger and grief. "What do you think it's like? Maybe waiting every day for someone to come and put you in a wire cage in a truck and—" "Your fear is irrational," his mother said. "I saw them take Jeff Vogel that day. He was crying, and the man just opened the back of the truck and put him in and shut the back of the truck. That was 2 years ago." "You're weak." His mother glared at him. "Your grandfather would whip you if he saw you now and heard you talk this way. Not your father. He'd just grin and say something stupid. 2 years later, and intellectually, you know you're past the legal maximum age. How—" she struggled for the word. "You are being depraved." "And he never came back." "Perhaps someone who wanted a child went inside the county facility and found him and adopted him. Maybe he's got a better set of parents who really care for him. They keep them 30 days before they destroy them." She corrected herself. "Put them to sleep, I mean." He was not reassured, because he knew put him to sleep, or put them to sleep, was a mafia term. He drew away from his mother, no longer wanting her comfort. She had blown it as far as he was concerned. She had shown something about herself, or, anyhow, the source of what she believed and thought, and perhaps did. What all of them did. "I know I'm no different," he thought, "than 2 years ago when I was just a little kid. If I have a soul now, like the law says, then I had a soul then. Or else we have no souls. The only real thing It's just a horrible metallic painted truck with wire over its windows, carrying off kids their parents no longer want. Parents using an extension of the old abortion law that let them kill an unwanted child before it came out. Because it had no soul or identity, it could be sucked out by a vacuum system in less than 2 minutes. A doctor could do 100 a day, and it was legal because the unborn child wasn't human. He was a pre-person, just like this truck now. They merely set the date forward as to when the soul entered.
Congress had inaugurated a simple test to determine the approximate age at which the soul entered the body, the ability to formulate higher math, like algebra. Up to then, it was only body, animal instincts in body, animal reflexes, and responses to stimuli. Like Pavlov's dogs when they saw a little water seep in under the door of the Leningrad laboratory. They knew, but were not human.
I guess I'm human,
Walter thought, and looked up into the gray, severe face of his mother, with her hard eyes and rational grimness.
I guess I'm like you, he thought. Hey, it's neat to be a human, he thought. Then you don't have to be afraid of the truck coming.
You feel better, his mother observed. I've lowered your threshold of anxiety.
I'm not so freaked,
Walter said. It was over. The truck had gone and not taken him. But it would be back in a few days. It cruised perpetually. Anyhow, he had a few days. And then the sight of it.
If only I didn't know they suck the air out of the lungs of the kids they have there, he thought. Destroy them that way. Why?
Cheaper, his dad had said. Saves the taxpayers' money. He thought then about taxpayers and what they would look like. Something that scowled at children, he thought. That did not answer if the child asked them a question. A thin face, lined with watch-worry grooves, eyes always moving. Or maybe fat. One or the other. It was the thin one that scared him. It didn't enjoy life, nor want life to be. It flashed the message, die, go away, sicken, don't exist. And the abortion truck was proof, or the instrument of it.
Mom, he said, how do you shut a county facility? You know, the abortion clinic where they take the babies and little kids?
You go and petition the county legislature, his mother said.
You know what I'd do? He said. I'd wait until there were no kids in there, only county employees, and I'd firebomb it.
Don't talk like that, his mother said severely, and he saw on her face the stiff lines of the thin taxpayer, and it frightened him. His own mother frightened him. The cold and opaque eyes mirrored nothing, no soul inside, and he thought,
it's you who don't have a soul, you and your skinny messages not to be, not us.
And then he ran outside to play again. A bunch more kids had seen the truck. He and they stood around together, talking now and then, but mostly kicking at rocks and dirt, and occasionally stepping on a bad bug.
Who'd the truck come for?
Walter said.
Flyshacker, Earl Flyshacker. Did they get him? Sure. Didn't you hear the yelling? Was his folks home at the time? Nah, they split earlier on some shuck about taking the car in to be greased. They called the truck? Walter said. Sure, it's the law. It's got to be the parents. But they were too chicken shit to be there when the truck drove up. Shit, he really yelled. I guess you're too far away to hear, but he really yelled.
Walter said,
You know what we ought to do? Firebomb the truck and snuff the driver.
All the other kids looked at him contemptuously.
They put you in a mental hospital for life if you act out like that. Sometimes for life, Pete Bride corrected. Other times they build up a new personality that is socially viable. Then what should we do? Walter said. You're 12. You're safe. But suppose they change the law.
Anyhow, it did not assuage his anxiety to know that he was technically safe. The truck still came for others, and still frightened him. He thought of the younger kids down at the facility now, looking through the cyclone fence hour by hour, day after day, waiting and marking the passage of time, and hoping someone would come in and adopt them.
"You ever been down there?" he said to Pete Bride, "at the county facility? All those really little kids, like babies, some of them, just maybe a year old, and they don't even know what's in store."
"The babies get adopted," Zach Yablonsky said. "It's the old ones that don't stand a chance. They're the ones that get you. Like, they talk to people who come in and put on a good show, like they're desirable. But people know they wouldn't be there if they weren't, undesirable."
"Let the air out of the tires," Walter said, his mind working.
"Of the truck? Hey, and if you drop a mothball in the gas tank, about a week later the motor wears out. We could do that."
Ben Blair said,
"But then they'd be after us." "They're after us now," Walter said.
"I think we ought to firebomb the truck,"
Harry Gottlieb said.
"But suppose there are kids in it. It'll burn them up. The truck picks up maybe, I don't know, 5 kids a day from different parts of the county."
They even take dogs, too,"
Walter said.
"And cats. You see the truck for that only about once a month. The pound truck, it's called. Otherwise, it's the same. They put them in a big chamber and suck the air out of their lungs, and they die. They do that even to animals, little animals."
"I'll believe that when I see it,"
Harry Gottlieb said, derision on his face and disbelief.
"A truck that carries off dogs."
He knew it was true, though. Walter had seen the pound truck 2 different times.
"Cats, dogs, and mainly us,"
he thought glumly.
"I mean, if they'd start with us, it's natural they'd wind up taking people's pets, too. We're not that different. But what kind of a person would do that, even if it's the law?" "Some laws are made to be kept, and some to be broken," he remembered from a book he had read. "We ought to firebomb the pound truck first," he thought. "That's the worst, that truck. Why is it," he wondered, "that the more helpless a creature, the easier it was for some people to snuff it? Like a baby in the womb, the original abortions, prepartums, or pre-persons they were called now. How could they defend themselves? Who would speak for them? All those lives, 100 by each doctor a day, and all helpless and silent, and then just dead. The fuckers," he thought. "That's why they do it. They know they can do it. They get off on their macho power, and so a little thing that wanted to see the light of day is vacuumed out in less than 2 minutes, and the doctor goes on to the next chick. There ought to be an organization," he thought, "similar to the mafia, Snuff the Snuffers or something. A contract man walks up to one of those doctors, pulls out a tube, and sucks the doctor into it, where he shrinks down like an unborn baby. An unborn baby doctor, with a stethoscope the size of a pinhead." He laughed, thinking of that. Children don't know. But children know everything. Knew too much. The abortion truck, as it drove along, played a good humor man's jingle. "Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water." A tape loop in the sound system of the truck, built especially by Ampex for GM, blared that out when it wasn't actively nearing a seize. Then the driver shut off the sound system, glided along until he found the proper house. However, once he had the unwanted child in the back of the truck, and was either starting back to the county facility or beginning another pre-person pickup, he turned back on, "Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water." Thinking of himself, Oscar Ferris, the driver of Truck 3, finished,
Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. What the hell's a crown? Ferris wondered. Probably a private part. He grinned. Probably Jack had been playing with it, or Jill, both of them together. Water my ass, he thought. I know what they went off into the bushes for. Only Jack fell down and his thing broke right off. Tough luck, Jill, he said aloud as he expertly drove the 4-year-old truck along the winding curves of California Highway 1. Kids are like that, Ferris thought, dirty, playing with dirty things like themselves. This was still wild and open country, and many stray children scratched about in the canyons and fields. He kept his eye open, and sure enough, off to his right scampered a small one, about 6, trying to get out of sight. Ferris at once pressed the button that activated the siren of the truck. The boy froze, stood in fright, waited as the truck, still playing Jack and Jill, coasted up beside him and came to a halt. "Show me your D papers," Ferris said without getting out of the truck. He leaned one arm out of the window, showing his brown uniform and patch, his symbols of authority. The boy had a scrawny look, like many strays, but on the other hand, he wore glasses. Tow-headed, in jeans and T-shirt, he stared up in fright at Ferris, making no move to get out his identification. "You got a D card or not?" Ferris said.
What's a D card?
In his official voice, Ferris explained to the boy his rights under the law. Your parent, either one or legal guardian, fills out Form 36W, which is a formal statement of desirability, that they, or him or her, regard you as desirable. You don't have one? Legally, that makes you a stray, even if you have parents who want to keep you. They are subject to a fine of $500.
Oh, the boy said. Well, I lost it.
Then a copy would be on file. They microdot all those documents and records. I'll take you in.
To the county facility?
Pipe cleaner legs wobbled in fear. They have 30 days to claim you by filling out the 36W form. If they haven't done it by then...
My mom and dad never agree. Right now, I'm staying with my dad.
He didn't give you a D card to identify yourself with. Mounted transversely across the cab of the truck was a shotgun. There was always the possibility that trouble might break out when he picked up a stray. Reflexively, Ferris glanced up at it. It was there, all right, a pump shotgun. He had used it only 5 times in his law enforcement career. It could blow a man into molecules. I have to take you in, he said, opening the truck door and bringing out his keys. There's another kid back there. You can keep each other company.
No, the boy said. I won't go.
Blinking, he confronted Ferris, stubborn and rigid as stone. Oh, you probably heard a lot of stories about the county facility. It's only the warpies, the creepies, that get put to sleep. Any nice, normal-looking kid'll be adopted. We'll cut your hair and fix you up so you look professionally groomed. We want you to find a home. That's the whole idea. There's just a few, those who are, you know, ailing mentally or physically that no one wants. Some well-to-do individual will snap you up in a minute. You'll see. And you won't be running around out here alone with no parents to guide you. You'll have new parents. And listen, they'll be paying heavy bread for you. Hell, they'll register you. You see? It's more a temporary lodging place where we're taking you right now, to make you available to prospective new parents.
But if nobody adopts me in a month...
Hell, you could fall off a cliff here at Big Sur and kill yourself. Don't worry. The desk at the facility will contact your blood parents, and most likely they'll come forth with the desirability form, 15A, sometime today even. And meanwhile, you'll get a nice ride and meet a lot of new kids. And how often?
No, the boy said.
This is to inform you, Ferris said in a different tone, that I am a county official. He opened his truck door, jumped down, showed his gleaming metal badge to the boy. I am Peace Officer Ferris, and I now order you to enter by the rear of the truck. A tall man approached them, walking with wariness. He, like the boy, wore jeans and a T-shirt, but no glasses. "You the boy's father?" Ferris asked. The man hoarsely said,
"Are you taking him to the pound?"
"We consider it a child protection shelter," Ferris said. "The use of the term pound is a radical hippie slur and distorts, deliberately, the overall picture of what we do." Gesturing toward the truck, the man said,
"You got kids locked in there in those cages, have you?"
"I'd like to see your ID," Ferris said, "and I'd like to know if you've ever been arrested before."
"Arrested and found innocent? Or arrested and found guilty?"
"Answer my questions, sir," Ferris said, showing his black flat pack that he used with adults to identify him as a county peace officer. "Who are you? Come on, let's see your ID." The man said,
"Ed Gantro is my name, and I have a record. When I was 18, I stole 4 crates of Coca-Cola from a parked truck."
"You were apprehended at the scene?"
"No," the man said. "When I took the empties back to cash in on the refunds, that's when they seized me. I served 6 months.
"Have you a desirability card for your boy here?" Ferris asked.
"We couldn't afford the $90 it cost."
"Well, now it'll cost you $500. You should have gotten it in the first place. My suggestion is that you consult an attorney." Ferris moved toward the boy, declaring officially, "I'd like you to join the other juveniles in the rear section of the vehicle." To the man he said,
"Tell him to do as instructed."
The man hesitated and then said,
"Tim, get in the goddamn truck. We'll get a lawyer. We'll get the D-card for you. It's futile to make trouble. Technically, you're a stray."
"A stray?"
the boy said, regarding his father. Ferris said, "Exactly right. You have 30 days, to raise the—"
"Do you also take cats?" the boy said. "Are there any cats in there? I really like cats. They're all right."
"I handle only PP cases," Ferris said, "such as yourself." With a key, he unlocked the back of the truck. "Try not to relieve yourself while you're in the truck. It's hard as hell to get the odor and stains out." The boy did not seem to understand the word. He gazed from Ferris to his father in perplexity.
"Just don't go to the bathroom while you're in the truck," his father explained. "They want to keep it sanitary, because that cuts down their maintenance costs."
His voice was savage and grim. "With stray dogs or cats," Ferris said, "they just shoot them on sight, or put out poison bait."
"Oh, yeah, I know that warfarin," the boy's father said. "The animal eats it over a period of a week, then he bleeds to death internally."
"With no pain," Ferris pointed out.
"Isn't that better than sucking the air out of their lungs?" Ed Gantro said, "suffocating them on a mass basis."
"Well, with animals, the county authorities—"
"I mean the children, like Tim."
His father stood beside him, and they both looked into the rear of the truck. 2 dark shapes could be dimly discerned, crouching as far back as possible, in the starkest form of despair.
"Flyshacker," the boy Tim said. "Didn't you have a D-card?"
"Because of energy and fuel shortages," Ferris was saying, "population must be radically cut, or in 10 years there'll be no food for anyone. This is one phase of—"
"I had a D-card,"
Earl Flyshacker said,
"but my folks took it away from me. They didn't want me anymore, so they took it back. And then they called for the abortion truck."
His voice croaked. Obviously, he had been secretly crying. "What's the difference between a 5-month-old fetus and what we have here?" Ferris was saying. "In both cases, what you have is an unwanted child. They simply liberalize the laws." Tim's father, staring at him, said,
"Do you agree with these laws?"
"Well, it's really all up to Washington, and what they decide will solve our needs in these days of crises," Ferris said. "I only enforce their edicts. If this law changed, hell,
I'd be trucking empty milk cartons for recycling or something and be just as happy.
Just as happy? You enjoy your work?
Ferris said mechanically,
It gives me the opportunity to move around a lot and to meet people.
Tim's father, Ed Gantro, said,
You are insane. This postpartum abortion scheme, and the abortion laws before it, where the unborn child had no legal rights. It was removed like a tumor. Look what it's come to. If an unborn child can be killed without due process, why not a born one? What I see in common in both cases is their helplessness. The organism that is killed had no chance, no ability to protect itself. You know what? I want you to take me in, too. In back of the truck with the 3 children.
But the President and Congress have declared that when you're past 12, you have a soul, Ferris said. I can't take you. It wouldn't be right.
I have no soul, Tim's father said. I got to be 12 and nothing happened. Take me along, too, unless you can find my soul.
Jeez, Ferris said.
Unless you can show me my soul, Tim's father said. Unless you can specifically locate it, then I insist you take me in as no different from these kids.
Ferris said,
I'll have to use the radio to get in touch with the county facility, see what they say.
You do that,
Tim's father said, and laboriously clambered up into the rear of the truck, helping Tim along with him. With the other 2 boys, they waited, while Peace Officer Ferris, with all his official identification as to who he was, talked on his radio.
I have here a Caucasian male, approximately 30, who insists that he be transported to the county facility with his infant son, Ferris was saying into his mic. He claims to have no soul, which he maintains puts him in the class of sub-12-year-olds. I don't have with me or know any test to detect the presence of a soul, at least any I can give out here in the boondocks that'll later on satisfy a court. I mean, he probably can do algebra and higher math. He seems to possess an intelligent mind, but...
Affirmative. As to bringing him in, his superior's voice on the 2-way radio came back to him. We'll deal with him here.
We're going to deal with you downtown, Ferris said to Tim's father, who, with the 3 smaller figures, was crouched down in the dark recesses of the rear of the truck. Ferris slammed the door, locked it, an extra precaution since the boys were already netted by electronic bands, and then started up the truck. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown. Somebody's sure going to get their crown broke, Ferris thought as he drove along the winding road, and it isn't going to be me.
I can't do algebra,
he heard Tim's father saying to the 3 boys,
so I can't have a soul.
The flyshacker boy said snidely,
I can, but I'm only 9, so what good does it do me?
That's what I'm going to use as my plea at the facility, Tim's father continued. Even long division was hard for me. I don't have a soul. I belong with you 3 little guys.
Ferris, in a loud voice, called back, I don't want you soiling the truck, you understand? It costs us.
Don't tell me, Tim's father said, because I wouldn't understand. It would be too complex, the proration and accrual and physical terms like that.
I've got a weirdo back there, Ferris thought, and was glad he had the pump shotgun mounted within easy reach.
You know, the world is running out of everything, Ferris called back to them. Energy and apple juice and fuel and bread. We've got to keep the population down, and the embolisms from the pill make it impossible.
None of us knows those big words,
Tim's father broke in. Angrily and feeling baffled, Ferris said,
Zero population growth. That's the answer to the energy and food crisis. It's like shit. It's like when they introduced the rabbit in Australia, and it had no natural enemies. And so it multiplied until, like people.
I do understand multiplication, Tim's father said, and adding and subtraction, but that's all.
4 crazy rabbits flopping across the road, Ferris thought. People pollute the natural environment, he thought. What must this part of the country have been like before man? Well, he thought, with the postpartum abortions taking place in every county in the U.S. of A. We may see that day. We may stand and look once again upon a virgin land. We, he thought. I guess there won't be any we. I mean, he thought, giant sentient computers will sweep out the landscape with their slotted video receptors and find it pleasing. The thought cheered him up.
"Let's have an abortion," Cynthia declared excitedly as she entered the house with an armload of Syntho groceries. "Wouldn't that be neat? Doesn't that turn you on?" Her husband, Ian Best, said dryly, "But first you have to get pregnant. So make an appointment with Dr. Guido. That should cost me only $50 or $60, and have your IUD removed." "I think it's slipping down anyhow. Maybe if—" Her pert, dark, shag-haired head tossed in glee. "It probably hasn't worked properly since last year, so I could be pregnant now." Ian said caustically, "You could put an ad in the Free Press. Man wanted to fish out IUD with coat hanger." "But you see," Cynthia said, following him as he made his way to the master closet to hang up his status tie and class coat, "it's the in thing now to have an abortion. Look, what do we have? A kid. We have Walter. Every time someone comes over to visit and sees him, I know they're wondering, where did you screw up? It's embarrassing," she added. "And the kind of abortions they give now for women in early stages, it only costs $100, the price of 10 gallons of gas. And you can talk about it with practically everybody who drops by for hours." Ian turned to face her and said in a level voice, "Do you get to keep the embryo? Bring it home in a bottle or sprayed with special luminous paint so it glows in the dark like a night light?" "In any color you want." "The embryo?" "No, the bottle, and the color of the fluid. It's in preservative solution, so it's really a lifetime acquisition. It even has a written guarantee, I think." Ian folded his arms to keep himself calm. Alpha state condition. "Do you know that there are people who would want to have a child? Even an ordinary dumb one? That go to the county facility week after week looking for a little newborn baby? These ideas. There's been this world panic about overpopulation. 9 trillion humans stacked like kindling in every block of every city. Okay. If that were going on," he gestured. "But what we have now is not enough children. Or don't you watch TV or read the Times?" "It's a drag," Cynthia said. "For instance, today Walter came into the house freaked out because the abortion truck cruised by. It's a drag taking care of him. You have it easy. You're at work. But me—" "You know what I'd like to do to the Gestapo abortion wagon? I have 2 ex-drinking buddies of mine, armed with BARs, one on each side of the road, and when the wagon passes by—" "It's a ventilated, air-conditioned truck, not a wagon." He glared at her, and then went to the bar in the kitchen to fix himself a drink. Scotch will do, he decided. Scotch and milk. A good before-dinner drink. As he mixed his drink, his son Walter came in. He had on his face an unnatural pallor. "The abort truck went by today, didn't it?" Ian said. "I thought maybe—" "No way. Even if your mother and I saw a lawyer and had a legal document drawn up, an undie form, you're too old, so relax." "I know, intellectually," Walter said, "but—" "Do not seek to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee," Ian quoted inaccurately. "Listen, Walt, let me lay something on you." He took a big, long drink of Scotch and milk. "The name of all of this is kill me. Kill them when they're the size of a fingernail, or a baseball, or later on, if you haven't done it already. Suck the air out of the lungs of a 10-year-old boy and let him die. It's a certain kind of woman advocating this all. They used to call them castrating females. Maybe that was once the right term, except that these women, These hard, cold women didn't just want to, well, they want to do in the whole boy or man, make all of them dead, not just the part that makes him a man. Do you see?
No,
Walter said, but in a dim sense, very frightening, he did. After another hit of his drink, Ian said, "And we've got one living right here, Walter, here in our very house."
What do we have living here?
"What the Swiss psychiatrists call a Kindermutter," Ian said, deliberately choosing a term he knew his boy wouldn't understand. "You know what?" he said. "You and I could get on an Amtrak coach and head north and just keep on going until we reach Vancouver, British Columbia, and we could take a ferry to Vancouver Island and never be seen by anybody down here again."
But what about Mom?
"I would send her a cashier's check," Ian said, "each month, and she would be quite happy with that."
It's cold up there, isn't it? Walter said. I mean, they have hardly any fuel, and they wear...
"About like San Francisco." "Why? Are you afraid of wearing a lot of sweaters and sitting close to the fireplace? What did you see today that frightened you a hell of a lot more?"
Oh, yeah.
He nodded somberly. "We could live on a little island off Vancouver Island and raise our own food. You can plant stuff up there and it grows. And the truck won't come there. You'll never see it again. They have different laws. The women up there are different. There was this one girl I knew when I was up there for a while, a long time ago. She had long black hair and smoked Players' cigarettes all the time, and never ate anything, or ever stopped talking. Down here we're seeing a civilization in which the desire by women to destroy their own—" Ian broke off. His wife had walked into the kitchen.
"If you drink any more of that stuff," she said to him, "you'll barf it up."
"Okay," Ian said irritably. "Okay."
"And don't yell," Cynthia said. "I thought for dinner tonight it'd be nice if you took us out. Dal Ray's said on TV they have steak for early comers."
Wrinkling his nose, Walter said,
"They have raw oysters."
"Blue Points,"
Cynthia said, "in the half-shell, on ice. I love them. All right, Ian, is it decided?"
To his son, Walter, Ian said, "A raw Blue Point oyster looks like nothing more on earth than what the surgeon—" He became silent then. Cynthia glared at him, and his son was puzzled. "Okay," he said, "but I get to order steak."
"Me too," Walter said.
Finishing his drink, Ian said more quietly, "When was the last time you fixed dinner here in the house, for the three of us?"
"I fixed you that pig's ears and rice dish on Friday," Cynthia said, "most of which went to waste because it was something new and on the non-mandatory list. Remember, dear?"
Ignoring her, Ian said to his son, "Of course, that type of woman will sometimes, even often, be found up there, too. She has existed throughout time and all cultures. But since Canada has no law permitting postpartum—" He broke off. "It's the carton of milk talking," he explained to Cynthia. "They adulterate it these days with sulfur. Pay no attention or sue somebody. The choice is yours."
Cynthia, eyeing him, said, "Are you running a fantasy number in your head again about splitting?" "Both of us," Walter broke in. "Dad's taking me with him."
"Where?" Cynthia said casually. Ian said, "Wherever the Amtrak track leads us."
"We're going to Vancouver Island in Canada," Walter said.
"Oh, really?" Cynthia said. After a pause, Ian said, "Really?"
"And what the shit am I supposed to do when you're gone? Pedal my ass down at the local bar? How'll I meet the payments on the various—"
"I will continually mail you checks," Ian said, "bonded by giant banks."
"Sure. You bet. Yep. Right."
"You could come along," Ian said, "and catch fish by leaping into English Bay and grinding them to death with your sharp teeth. You could rid British Columbia of its fish population overnight." All those ground-up fish wondering vaguely what happened, swimming along 1 minute, and then this ogre, this fish-destroying monster with a single luminous eye in the center of its forehead, falls on them and grinds them into grit. There would soon be a legend. News like that spreads, at least among the last surviving fish.
Yeah, but Dad, Walter said, suppose there are no surviving fish.
Then it will have all been in vain, Ian said, except for your mother's own personal pleasure at having bitten to death an entire species of British Columbia, where fishing is the largest industry anyhow, and so many other species depend on it for survival.
But then everyone in British Columbia will be out of work, Walter said.
No, Ian said. They will be cramming the dead fish into cans to sell to Americans. You see, Walter, in the olden days before your mother multi-toothedly bit to death all the fish in British Columbia, the simple rustics stood with stick in hand, and when a fish swam past, they whacked the fish over the head. This will create jobs, not eliminate them. Millions of cans of suitably marked.
You know, Cynthia said quickly, he believes what you tell him.
Ian said, what I tell him is true, although not, he realized, in a literal sense. To his wife he said, I'll take you out to dinner. Get our ration stamps. Put on that blue knit blouse that shows off your boobs. That way you'll get a lot of attention, and maybe they won't remember to collect the stamps.
What's a boob? Walter asked.
Something fast becoming obsolete, Ian said, like the Pontiac GTO, except as an ornament to be admired and squeezed. Its function is dying away, as is our race, he thought. Once we gave full rein to those who would destroy the unborn, in other words, the most helpless creatures alive.
A boob, Cynthia said severely to her son, is a mammary gland that ladies possess which provides milk to their young.
Generally there are two of them, Ian said. Your operational boob and then your backup boob, in case there is a power failure in the operational one. I suggest the elimination of a step in all this pre-person abortion mania, he said. We will send all the boobs in the world to the county facilities. The milk, if any, will be sucked out of them by mechanical means, of course. They will become useless and empty, and then the young will die naturally, deprived of many and all sources of nourishment.
There's formula, Cynthia said witheringly. Similac and those. I'm going to change so we can go out.
She turned and strode toward their bedroom. You know, Ian said after her, if there was any way you could get me classified as a pre-person, you'd send me there, to the facility with the greatest facility. And, he thought, I'll bet I wouldn't be the only husband in California who went. There'd be plenty others, in the same bag as me, then as now.
Sounds like a plan. Cynthia's voice came to him dimly. She had heard.
It's not just a hatred for the helpless, Ian Best said. More is involved. Hatred of what? Of everything that grows? You blight them, he thought, before they grow big enough to have muscle and the tactics and skill for fight. Big like I am in relation to you, with my fully developed musculature and weight. So much easier when the other person, I should say pre-person, is floating and dreaming in the amniotic fluid and knows nothing about how to, nor the need to hit back. Where did the motherly virtues go to, he asked himself, when mothers especially protected what was small and weak and defenseless? Our competitive society, he decided. The survival of the strong, not the fit, he thought. Just those who hold the power and are not going to surrender it to the next generation. It is the powerful and evil old against the helpless and gentle new.
Dad, Walter said, are we really going to Vancouver Island in Canada and raise real food and not have anything to be afraid of any more?
Half to himself, Ian said, as soon as I have the money.
I know what that means. It's a will see number, you say. We aren't going, are we?
He watched his father's face intently.
She won't let us. like taking me out of school and like that. She always brings up that, right?
It lies ahead for us someday, Ian said doggedly. Maybe not this month, but someday. Sometime. I promise.
And there's no abortion trucks there?
No. None. Canadian law is different.
Make it soon, Dad. Please?
His father fixed himself a second scotch and milk and did not answer. His face was somber and unhappy, almost as if he was about to cry. In the rear of the abortion truck, 3 children and 1 adult huddled, jostled by the turning of the truck. They fell against the restraining wire that separated them, and Tim Gantro's father felt keen despair at being cut off mechanically from his own boy. A nightmare during day, he thought. Caged like animals, his noble gesture had brought only more suffering to him.
Why'd you say you don't know algebra? Tim asked. I know you know even calculus and trig something. You went to Stanford University.
I want to show, he said, that either they ought to kill all of us or none of us, but not divide along these bureaucratic arbitrary lines. When does the soul enter the body? What kind of rational question is that in this day and age? It's medieval. In fact, he thought, it's a pretext to prey on the helpless. And he was not helpless. The abortion truck had picked up a fully grown man, with all his knowledge, all his cunning. How are they going to handle me? He asked himself. Obviously, I have what all men have. If they have souls, then so do I. If not, then I don't. But on what real basis can they put me to sleep? I am not weak and small, not an ignorant child, cowering defenselessly. I can argue the sophistries with the best of the county lawyers, with the DA himself if necessary. If they snuff me, he thought, they will have to snuff everyone, including themselves. And that is not what this is all about. This is a con game by which the established, those who already hold all the key economic and political posts, keep the youngsters out of it. Murder them if necessary. There is, he thought, in the land a hatred by the old, of the young, a hatred and a fear. So what will they do with me? I am in their age group. I am caged up in the back of this abortion truck. I pose, he thought, a different kind of threat. I am one of them, but on the other side, with stray dogs and cats and babies and infants. Let them figure it out. Let a new St. Thomas Aquinas arise who can unravel this. All I know, he said aloud, is dividing and multiplying and subtracting. I'm even hazy on my fractions.
But you used to know that, Tim said.
Funny how you forget it after you leave school, Ed Gantro said. You kids are probably better at it than I am.
Dad, they're going to snuff you,
his son Tim said wildly.
Nobody will adopt you. Not at your age. You're too old.
Let's see, Ed Gantro said. The binomial theorem. How does that go? I can't get it all together. Something about A and B. And as it leaked out of his head, as had his immortal soul, he chuckled to himself. I cannot pass the soul test, he thought. At least not talking like that. I am a dog in the gutter, an animal in a ditch. The whole mistake of the pro-abortion people from the start, he said to himself, was the arbitrary line they drew. An embryo is not entitled to American constitutional rights and can be killed, legally, by a doctor. But a fetus was a person with rights, at least for a while. And then the pro-abortion crowd decided that even a 7-month-old fetus was not human and could be killed legally by a licensed doctor. And one day, a newborn baby. It is a vegetable, can't focus its eyes, It understands nothing, nor talks. The pro-abortion lobby argued in court and won, with their contention that a newborn baby was only a fetus expelled by accident or organic processes from the womb. But even then, what was a line to be drawn finally? When the baby smiled its first smile, when it spoke its first word or reached for its initial time for a toy it enjoyed? The legal line was relentlessly pushed back and back. And now the most savage and arbitrary definition of all, when it could perform higher math. That made the ancient Greeks of Plato's time non-humans, since arithmetic was unknown to them, only geometry. And algebra was an Arab invention much later in history. Arbitrary. It was not a theological arbitrariness either. It was a mere legal one. The Church had long since, from the start, in fact, maintained that even the zygote, and the embryo that followed, was as sacred a life form as any that walked the earth. They had seen what would come of arbitrary definitions, of now the soul enters the body, or in modern terms, now it is a person entitled to the full protection of the law, like everyone else. What was so sad was the sight now of the small child playing bravely in his yard day by day, trying to hope, trying to pretend a security he did not have. Well, he thought, we'll see what they do with me. I am 35 years old, with a master's degree from Stanford. Will they put me in a cage for 30 days, with a plastic food dish, and a water source, and a place, in plain sight, to relieve myself? And if no one adopts me, will they consign me to automatic death, along with the others? I am risking a lot, he thought, but they picked up my son today, and the risk began then, when they had him, not when I stepped forward and became a victim myself. He looked about at the 3 frightened boys, and tried to think of something to tell them, not just his own son, but all 3. "Look," he said, quoting, "I tell you a sacred secret. We shall not all sleep in death. We shall—" But then he could not remember the rest. Bummer, he thought dismally. "We shall wake up," he said, doing the best he could, "in a flash, in the twinkling of an eye." "Cut the noise," the driver of the truck from beyond his wire mesh growled. "I can't concentrate on this fucking road." He added, "You know, I can squirt gas back there where you are, and you'll pass out. It's for obstreperous pre-persons we pick up. So, you want to knock it off, or have me punch the gas button?"
"We won't say anything," Tim said quickly, with a look of mute, terrified appeal at his father, urging him silently to conform. His father said nothing. The glance of urgent pleading was too much for him, and he capitulated. Anyhow, he reasoned, what happened in the truck was not crucial. It was when they reached the county facility, where there would be, at the first sign of trouble, newspaper and TV reporters. So they rode in silence, each with his own fears, his own schemes. Ed Gantro brooded to himself, perfecting in his head what he would do, what he had to do. And not just for Tim, but all the PP abortion candidates. He thought through the ramifications as the truck lurched and rattled on. As soon as the truck parked in the restricted lot of the county facility, and its rear doors had been swung open, Sam B. Carpenter, who ran the whole goddamn operation, walked over, stared, said, "You've got a grown man in there, Ferris. In fact, you comprehend what you've got? A protester, that's what you've latched onto."
"But he insisted he doesn't know any math higher than adding," Ferris said. To Ed Gantro, Carpenter said, "Hand me your wallet. I want your actual name, social security number, police region, stability ident. Come on, I want to know who you really are." "He's just a rural type," Ferris said, as he watched Gantro pass over his lumpy wallet. "And I want to confirm prints off of his feet," Carpenter said. "The full set. Right away. Priority A." He liked to talk that way. An hour later, he had the reports back from the jungle of interlocking security data computers from the fake pastoral restricted area in Virginia. "This individual graduated from Stanford College with a degree in math, and then got a master's in psychology, which he has, no doubt about it, been subjecting us to. We've got to get him out of here."
"I did have a soul," Gantro said, "but I lost it."
"How?" Carpenter demanded, seeing nothing about that on Gantro's official records.
"An embolism. The portion of my cerebral cortex, where my soul was, got destroyed when I accidentally inhaled the vapors of insect spray. That's why I've been living out in the country eating roots and grubs, with my boy here, Tim."
"We'll run an EEG on you," Carpenter said.
"What's that?" Gantro said. "One of those brain tests?"
To Ferris, Carpenter said, "The law says the soul enters at 12 years, and you bring this individual male adult well over 30. We could be charged with murder. We've got to get rid of him. You drive him back to exactly where you found him and dump him off. If he won't voluntarily exit from the truck, gas the shit out of him and then throw him out. That's a national security order. Your job depends on it. Also your status with the penal code of this state."
"I belong here," Ed Gantro said. "I'm a dummy."
"And his kid," Carpenter said. "He's probably a mathematical mental mutant like you see on TV. They set you up. They've probably already alerted the media. Take them all back and gas them and dump them wherever you found them, or, barring that, anyhow, out of sight."
"You're getting hysterical," Ferris said with anger. "Run the EEG and the brain scan on Gantro, and probably we'll have to release him. But these 3 juveniles—"
"All geniuses," Carpenter said. "All part of the setup. Only you're too stupid to know. Kick them out of the truck and off our premises and deny, you get this? Deny you ever picked any of the 4 of them up. Stick to that story."
"Out of the vehicle," Ferris ordered, pressing the button that lifted the wire mesh gates. The 3 boys scrambled out, but Ed Gantro remained.
"He's not going to exit voluntarily," Carpenter said. "Okay, Gantro, we'll physically expel you." He nodded to Ferris, and the 2 of them entered the back of the truck. A moment later they had deposited Ed Gantro on the pavement of the parking lot. "Now you're just a plain citizen," Carpenter said with relief. "You can claim all you want, but you have no proof."
"Dad," Tim said, "how are we going to get home?"
All 3 boys clustered around Ed Gantro.
"You could call somebody from up there," the flyshacker boy said. "I bet if Walter Best's dad has enough gas, he'd come and get us. He takes a lot of long drives. He has a special coupon." "Him and his wife, Mrs. Best, quarrel a lot," Tim said, "so he likes to go driving at night alone. I mean, without her."
Ed Gantro said,
"I'm staying here. I want to be locked up in a cage."
But we can go,
Tim protested. Urgently, he plucked at his dad's sleeve.
That's the whole point, isn't it? They let us go when they saw you. We did it.
Ed Gantro said to Carpenter,
I insist on being locked up with the other pre-persons you have in there.
He pointed at the gaily imposing, aesthetic, solid green painted facility building. To Mr. Sam B. Carpenter, Tim said,
Call Mr. Best, out where we were on the peninsula. It's a 669 prefix number. Tell him to come get us, and he will. I promise. Please?
The flyshacker boy added,
There's only one Mr. Best listed in the phone book with a 669 number. Please, mister?
Carpenter went indoors, to one of the facility's many official phones, looked up the number. Ian Best. He punched the number. You have reached a semi-working, semi-loafing number. A man's voice, obviously that of someone half-drunk, responded. In the background, Carpenter could hear the cutting tones of a furious woman excoriating Ian Best. "Mr. Best," Carpenter said, "several persons whom you know are stranded down at 4th and A Streets in Verde Gabriel, and Ed Gantro and his son Tim, a boy identified as Ronald or Donald Flyshacker, and another unidentified minor boy. The Gantro boy suggested you would not object to driving down here to pick them up and take them home." 4th and A Streets, Ian Best said. A pause. "Is that the pound?" "The county facility," Carpenter said. "You son of a bitch," Best said. "Sure, I'll come get them. Expect me in 20 minutes. You have Ed Gantro there as a pre-person? Do you know he graduated from Stanford University?" "We are aware of this," Carpenter said stonily, "but they are not being detained. They are merely here. Not, I repeat, not in custody." Ian Best, the drunken slur gone from his voice, said, "There'll be reporters from all the media there before I get there." Click. He had hung up. Walking back outside, Carpenter said to the boy Tim, "Well, seems you Mickey Mouse me into notifying a rabid anti-abortionist activist of your presence here. How neat. How really neat." A few moments passed, and then a bright red Mazda sped up to the entrance of the facility. A tall man with a light beard got out, unwound camera and audio gear, walked leisurely over to Carpenter. "I understand you may have a Stanford M.A. in math here at the facility," he said in a neutral, casual voice. "Could I interview him for a possible story?" Carpenter said, "We have booked no such person. You can inspect our records." But the reporter was already gazing at the three boys clustered around Ed Gantro. In a loud voice, the reporter called, "Mr. Gantro?"
"Yes, sir,"
Ed Gantro replied. Christ, Carpenter thought, we did lock him in one of our official vehicles and transport him here. It'll hit all the papers. Already a blue van with the markings of a TV station had rolled onto the lot. And behind it, 2 more cars. Abortion facility snuffs Stanford grad. That was how it read in Carpenter's mind. Or, county abortion facility foiled in illegal attempt to... and so forth. A spot on the 6 o'clock evening TV news. Gantro, and when he showed up, Ian Best, who was probably an attorney, surrounded by tape recorders and mics and video cameras. We have mortally fucked up, he thought. Mortally fucked up. They at Sacramento will cut our appropriation. We'll be reduced to hunting down stray dogs and cats again, like before. Bummer. When Ian Best arrived in his coal-burning Mercedes-Benz, he was still a little stoned. To Ed Gantro he said, "You mind if we take a scenic roundabout route back?" "By way of what?" Ed Gantro said. He wearily wanted to leave now. The little flow of media people had interviewed him and gone. He had made his point, and now he felt drained, and he wanted to go home. Ian Best said, "By way of Vancouver Island, British Columbia." With a smile, Ed Gantro said, "These kids should go right to bed. My kid and the other 2. Hell, they haven't even had any dinner." "We'll stop at a McDonald's stand," Ian Best said, "and then we can take off for Canada, where the fish are, and lots of mountains that still have snow on them, even this time of year." "Sure," Gantro said, grinning. "We can go there." "You want to?" Ian Best scrutinized him. "You really want to?" "I'll settle a few things, and then, sure, you and I can take off together." "Son of a bitch," Best breathed. "You mean it?" "Yes," he said, "I do. Of course, I have to get my wife's agreement. You can't go to Canada unless your wife signs a document in writing or she won't follow you. You become what's called a landed immigrant. Then I've got to get Cynthia's written permission. She'll give it to you. Just agree to send support money." "You think she will? She'll let me go?" "Of course," Gantro said. "You actually think our wives will let us go?" Ian Best said as he and Gantro herded the children into the Mercedes-Benz. "I'll bet you're right. Cynthia'd love to get rid of me. You know what she calls me, right in front of Walter? An aggressive coward and stuff like that. She has no respect for me." "Our wives," Gantro said, "will let us go." But he knew better. He looked back at the facility manager, Mr. Sam B. Carpenter, and at the truck driver, Ferris, who, Carpenter had told the press and TV, was, as of this date, fired, and was a new and inexperienced employee anyhow. "No," he said, "they won't let us go. None of them will." Clumsily, Ian Best fiddled with the complex mechanism that controlled the funky coal-burning engine. "Sure they'll let us go. Look, they're just standing there. What can they do, after what you said on TV, and what that one reporter wrote up for a feature story?" "I don't mean them," Gantro said tonelessly. "We could just run." "We are caught," Gantro said. "Caught and can't get out. You ask Cynthia, though. It's worth a try." "We'll never see Vancouver Island and the great ocean-going ferries steaming in and out of the fog, will we?" Ian Best said. "Sure we will, eventually." But he knew it was a lie, an absolute lie. Just like you know sometimes when you say something that for no rational reason you know is absolutely true. They drove from the lot, out onto the public street. "It feels good," Ian Best said, "to be free, right?" The three boys nodded, but Ed Gantro said nothing. "Free," he thought, "free to go home, to be caught in a larger net, shoved into a greater truck than the metal mechanical one the county facility uses." "This is a great day," Ian Best said. "Yes," Ed Gantro agreed. "A great day in which a noble and effective blow has been struck for all helpless things, anything of which you could say, 'It is alive.'" Regarding him intently, in the narrow, trickly light, Ian Best said, "I don't want to go home. I want to take off for Canada now." "We have to go home," Ed Gantro reminded him. "Temporarily, I mean. To wind things up, legal matters, pick up what we need." Ian Best, as he drove, said, "We'll never get there, to British Columbia and Vancouver Island, and Stanley Park, and English Bay, and where they grow food and keep horses, and where they have the ocean-going ferries." "No, we won't," Ed Gantro said. "Not now? Not even later?" "Not ever," Ed Gantro said. "That's what I was afraid of," Best said, and his voice broke and his driving got funny. "That's what I thought from the beginning." They drove in silence then, with nothing to say to each other. There was nothing left to say. The Eye of the Sibyl. How is it that our ancient Roman Republic guards itself against those who would destroy it? We Romans, although only mortals like other mortals, draw on the help of beings enormously superior to ourselves. These wise and kind entities, who originate from worlds unknown to us, are ready to assist the Republic when it is in peril. When it is not in peril, they sink back out of sight, to return when we need them. Take the case of the assassination of Julius Caesar, a case which apparently was closed when those who conspired to murder him were themselves murdered. But how did we Romans determine who had done this foul deed? And more important, how did we bring these conspirators to justice? We had outside help. We had the assistance of the Cumaean Sibyl, who knows 1,000 years ahead what will happen and who gives us, in written form, her advice. All Romans are aware of the existence of the Sibylline books. We open them whenever the need arises. I myself, Philos Dictos of Tyana, have seen the Sibylline books. Many leading Roman citizens, members of the Senate especially, have consulted them. But I have seen the Sibyl herself, and I, of my own experience, know something about her which few men know. Now that I am old, regretfully, but of the necessity which binds all mortal men, I am willing to confess that once, quite by accident, I suppose, I, in the course of my priestly duties, saw how the Sibyl is capable of seeing down the corridors of time. I know what permits her to do this, as she developed out of the prior Greek Sibyl at Delphi, in that so highly venerated land, Greece. Few men know this, and perhaps the Sibyl, reaching out through time to strike at me for speaking aloud, will silence me forever. It is quite possible, therefore, that before I can finish this scroll, I will be found dead, my head split like one of those overripe melons from the Levant, which we Romans prize so. In any case, being old, I will boldly say. I had been quarreling with my wife that morning. I was not old then, and the dreadful murder of Julius Caesar had just taken place. At that time, no one was sure who had done it. Treason against the state, murder most ugly, 1,000 knife wounds in the body of the man who had come to stabilize our quaking society, with the approval of the Sibyl in her temple. We had seen the text she had written to that effect. We knew that she had expected Caesar to bring his army across the river and into Rome, and to accept the crown of Caesar. "You witless fool," my wife was saying to me that morning. "If the Sibyl were so wise as you think, she would have anticipated this assassination." "Maybe she did," I answered. "I think she's a fake," my wife Xanthippe said to me, grimacing in that way she has, which is so repulsive. She is, I should say was, of a higher social class than I, and always made me conscious of it. "You priests make up those texts. You write them yourselves. You say what you think in such a vague way that any interpretation can be made of it. You're bilking the citizens, especially the well-to-do." By that she meant her own family. I said hotly, leaping up from the breakfast table, "She is inspired. She is a prophetess. She knows the future." Evidently there was no way the assassination of our great leader, whom the people love so, could be averted. "The Sibyl is a hoax," my wife said, and started buttering yet another roll, in her usual greedy fashion. "I have seen the great books." "How does she know the future?" my wife demanded. At that, I had to admit I didn't know. I was crestfallen. I, a priest at Cumae, an employee of the Roman state. I felt humiliated. "It's a money game," my wife was saying as I strode out the door. Even though it was only dawn, fair Aurora, the goddess of dawn, was showing that white light over the world, the light we regard as sacred, from which many of our inspired visions come. I made my way on foot to the lovely temple where I work. No one else had arrived yet, except the armed guards loitering outside. They glanced at me in surprise to see me so early, then nodded as they recognized me. No one but a recognized priest of the temple at Cumae is allowed in. Even Caesar himself must depend upon us. Entering, I passed by the great gas-filled vault, in which the Sibyl's huge stone throne shone wetly in the half-gloom. Only a few meagre torches had been lit. I halted and froze into silence as I saw something never disclosed to me before. The Sibyl, her long black hair tied up in a tight knot, her arms covered, sat on her throne, leaning forward, and I saw then that she was not alone. Two creatures stood before her, inside a round bubble. They resembled men, but each of them had an additional— I'm not sure even now what they had, but they were not mortals. They were gods. They had slits for eyes without pupils. Instead of hands, they had claws like a crab has. Their mouths were only holes, and I realized that they, gods forbid, were mute. They seemed to be talking to the Sibyl, but over a long string, at each end of which was a box. One of the creatures held the box to the side of his head, and the Sibyl listened to the box at her end. The box had numbers on it, and buttons, and the string was in rolls and heaps, so that it could be extended. These were the immortals, but we Romans, we mortals, had believed that all the immortals had left the world a long time ago. That was what we had been told. Evidently they had returned, at least for a short while, and to give information to the Sibyl. The Sibyl turned toward me, and incredibly her head came across that whole gas-filled chamber until it was close to mine. She was smiling, but she had found me out. Now I could hear the conversation between her and the immortals. She graciously made it audible to me.
"Only one of many,"
the larger of the two immortals was saying.
"More will follow, but not for some time. The darkness of ignorance is coming, after a golden period."
"There is no way it can be averted?" the Sibyl asked in that melodious voice of hers which we treasure so.
"Augustus will reign well," the larger immortal said, "but following him evil and deranged men will come."
The other immortal said,
"You must understand that a new cult will arise around a light creature. The cult will grow, but their true texts will be encoded, and the actual messages lost. We foresee failure for the mission of the light creature. He will be tortured and murdered, as was Julius. And after that, long after that, the larger immortal said, civilization will draw itself up out of the ignorance once more, after 2,000 years, and then—"
The Sibyl gasped, and said, "That long, fathers?"
"That long. And then, as they begin to question and to seek to learn their true origins, their divinity, the murders will begin again, the repression and cruelty, and another dark age will begin."
"It might be averted," the other immortal said. "Can I assist?" the Sibyl asked. Gently, both immortals said, "You will be dead by then." "There will be no Sibyl to take my place?"
"None. No one will guard the Republic 2,000 years from now, and filthy men with small ideas will scamper and scrabble about like rats. Their footprints will crisscross the world as they seek power and vie with one another for false honors." To the Sibyl both immortals said, "You will not be able to help the people then." Abruptly both immortals vanished, along with their rolls of string and the boxes with numbers which talked and were talked into, as if by mind alone. The Sibyl sat for a moment, and then lifted her hand, so that by means of the mechanism which the Egyptians taught us, one of the blank pages lifted toward her, that she might write. But then she did a curious thing, and it is this which I tell you with fear, more fear than what I have told already. Reaching into the folds of her robe, she brought out an eye. She placed the eye in the center of her forehead, and it was not an eye at all such as ours, with a pupil, but like that, the slit-like eye of the immortals, and yet not. It had sideways bands which moved toward one another like rows. I have no words for this, being only a priest by formal training and class. But the Sibyl did turn toward me, and look past me with that eye. And she did then cry out so loud that it shook the walls of the temple.
Stones fell, and the snakes far down in the slots of rock hissed. She cried in dismay and horror at what she saw past me, and yet her strange third eye remained. She continued to look. And then she fell, as if faint. I ran forward to lend a hand. I touched the Sibyl, my friend, that great lovely friend of the Republic, as she fell faint and forward in dismay at what she saw ahead, down the tunnels and corridors of time. For it was this eye by which the Sibyl saw what she needed to see, to instruct and warn us. And it was evident to me that sometimes she saw things too dreadful for her to bear, and for us to handle, try as we might. As I held the Sibyl, a strange thing happened. I saw, amid the swirling gases, forms take shape. "You must not take them as real," the Sibyl said. I heard her voice, and yet, although I understood her words, I knew that the shapes were indeed real. I saw a giant ship without sails or oars. I saw a city of thin, high buildings, crowded with vehicles unlike anything I had ever seen. And still I moved toward them, and they toward me, until at last the shapes swirled behind me, cutting me off from the Sibyl. "I see this with the Gorgon's eye," the Sibyl called after me. "It is the eye which Medusa passed back and forth, the eye of the fates. You have fallen into—" And then her words were gone. I played in grass with a puppy, wondering about a broken Coca-Cola bottle which had been left in our backyard. I didn't know by whom.
"Philip, you come in for dinner,"
my grandmother called from the back porch. I saw that the sun was setting. "Okay," I called back, but I continued to play. I had found a great spider web, and in it was a bee wrapped up in web, stung by the spider. I began to unwrap it, and it stung me. My next memory was reading the comic pages in the Berkeley Daily Gazette. I read about Brick Bradford, and how he found a lost civilization from thousands of years ago.
"Hey, Mom,"
I said to my mother,
"look at this. It's swell. Brick walks down this ledge, see? And at the bottom—"
I kept staring at the olden times helmets the people wore, and a strange feeling filled me. I didn't know why.
"He certainly gets a lot out of the funnies,"
my grandmother said in a disgusted voice.
"He should read something worthwhile. Those comics are garbage."
The next I remember, I was in school, sitting, watching a girl dance. Her name was Jill, and she was from the grade above ours, the 6th. She wore a belly dancer's costume, and her veil covered the bottom part of her face. But I could see lovely, kind eyes, eyes filled with wisdom. They reminded me of someone else's eyes I had once known. But who as a kid ever known? Later, Mrs. Redmond had us write a composition, and I wrote about Jill. I wrote about strange lands where Jill lived, where she danced with nothing on above her waist. Later, Mrs. Redmond talked to my mother on the phone, and I was bawled out, but in obscure terms that had to do with the bra or something. I never understood it then. There was a lot I didn't understand. I seemed to have memories, and yet they had nothing to do with growing up in Berkeley at the Hillside Grammar School, or my family, or the house we lived in. They had to do with snakes. I know now why I dreamed of snakes. Wise snakes, not evil snakes, but those which whisper wisdom. Anyhow, my composition was considered very good by the principal of the school, Mr. Bill Gaines, after I wrote in that Jill wore something above her waist at all times, and later I decided to be a writer. One night I had an odd dream. I was maybe in junior high school, getting ready to go to Berkeley High next year. I dreamed that in the deep of night, and it was like a regular dream, it was really real, I saw this person from outer space, behind glass, in a satellite of some kind they'd come here in, and he couldn't walk. He just looked at me with funny eyes. 2 weeks or so later, I had to fill out what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I thought of my dream about the man from another universe. So I wrote, I am going to be a science fiction writer. That made my family mad, but then, see, when they got mad, I got stubborn. And anyhow, my girlfriend, Isabel Lomax, told me I'd never be any good at it, and it didn't earn any money anyhow, and science fiction was dumb, and only people with pimples read it. So I decided for sure to write it, because people with pimples should have someone writing for them. It's unfair otherwise, just to write for people with clear complexions. America is built on fairness. That is what Mr. Gaines taught us at Hillside Grammar School, and since he was able to fix my wristwatch that time when no one else could, I tend to admire him. In high school, I was a failure, because I just sat writing and writing all day, and all my teachers screamed at me that I was a communist because I didn't do what I was told. Oh, yeah, I used to say. That got me sent up before the dean of boys. He told me off worse than my grandfather had, and warned me that if I didn't get better grades, I'd be expelled. That night, I had another one of those vivid dreams. This time, a woman was driving me in her car, only it was like an old-time Roman-style chariot, and she was singing. The next day, when I had to go see Mr. Erlaud, the dean of boys, I wrote on his blackboard in Latin, Ubi pecunia regnet. When he came in, he turned red in the face, since he teaches Latin and knows what that means, where money rules.
This is what a left-wing complainer would write,
he said to me. So I wrote something else as he sat looking over my papers. I wrote, Ubi cunus regnet. That seemed to perplex him.
Where did you learn that particular Latin word? He asked.
I don't know, I said. I wasn't sure, but it seemed to me that in my dreams they were talking to me in Latin. Maybe it was just my own brain doing reruns of my Latin 1A beginner's class, where I was really very good, surprisingly, because I didn't study. The next vivid dream like that came 2 nights before that freak, or those freaks, killed President Kennedy. I saw the whole thing happening in my dream, 2 nights before. But more than anything else, even more vivid, I saw my girlfriend Isabel Lomax watching the conspirators doing their evil deed, and Isabel had a third eye. My folks sent me to a psychologist later on, because after President Kennedy was assassinated, I got really weird. I just sat and brooded and withdrew. It was a neat lady they sent me to, a Carol Himes. She was very pretty, and she didn't say I was nuts. She said I should get away from my family, drop out of school. She said that the school system insulates you from reality and keeps you from learning techniques to handle actual situations, and for me to write science fiction. I did so. I worked at a TV sales shop sweeping up and uncrating and setting up the new TV sets. I kept thinking that each set was like a huge eye, though it bothered me. I told Carol Himes my dreams that I'd been having all my life, about the space people and being in Latin, and that I thought I'd had a lot more I'd never remembered when I woke up. Dreams aren't fully understood, Ms. Himes told me. I was sitting there wondering how she would look in a belly dancer costume, nude above the waist. I found that made the therapy hour go faster. There's a new theory that it's part of your collective unconscious, reaching back perhaps thousands of years, and in dreams you get in touch with it. So if that's true, dreams are valid and very valuable. I was busy imagining her hips moving suggestively from side to side, but I did listen to what she said. It was something about the wise kindness of her eyes. Always I thought of those wise snakes for some reason. I've been dreaming about books, I told her. Open books, held up before me, huge books, very valuable, even holy like the Bible. That has to do with your career as a writer, Miss Himes said. These are old, thousands of years old, and they're warning us about something. A dreadful murder, a lot of murders, and cops putting people into prison for their ideas, but doing it secretly, framing people, and I keep seeing this woman who looks like you, but seated on a vast stone throne. Later on, Miss Himes was transferred to another part of the county, and I couldn't see her anymore. I felt really bad, and I buried myself in my writing. I sold a story to a magazine called Invigorating Science Fact, which told about superior races who had landed on Earth and who were directing our affairs secretly. They never paid me. I am old now, and I risk telling this because what do I have to lose? One day I got a request to write a small article for Love Planet Adventure Yarns, and they gave me a plot they wanted written up, and a black and white photo of the cover. I kept staring at the photo. It showed a Roman or Greek. Anyhow, he wore a toga, and he had on his wrist a caduceus, which is the medical sign, 2 coiled snakes, only actually it was olive branches originally. "How do you know that's called a caduceus?" Isabel asked me. We were living together now, and she was always telling me to make more money and to be like her family, which was well-to-do and classy. "I don't know," I said, and I felt funny. And then I began to see violently agitated colored phosphine activity in both my eyes, like those modern abstract graphics which Paul Klee and others draw, in vivid color, and flash-cut in duration, very fast. "What's the date?" I yelled at Isabel, who was sitting drying her hair and reading the Harvard Lampoon. "The date? It's March 16, she said. "The year!" I yelled. "Pulchra puella tempus," and then I broke off, because she was staring at me, and worse, I couldn't recall her name or who she was. "It's 1974, she answered. "The tyranny is in power, then, if it is only 1974, I said. "What?" she said, astonished, staring at me. At once, 2 beings appeared on each side of her, encapsulated in their inter-system vessels, 2 globes which hovered and maintained their atmosphere and temperature.
"Don't say a further statement to her," one of them warned me. "We will erase her memory. She will think she fell asleep and had a dream."
"I remember," I said, pressing my hands to my head. Anamnesis had taken place. I remember that I was from ancient times, and before that, from the star, Albemuth, as were these 2 immortals. "Why are you back?" I said.
"We shall work entirely through ordinary mortals,"
Janus said. He was the wiser of the 2 immortals.
"There is no Sibyl now to help, to give advice to the Republic. In dreams, we are inspiring people here and there to wake up. They are beginning to understand that the price of release is being paid by us to free them from the liar who rules them." "They're not aware of you?" I said. "They suspect. They see holograms of us projected in the sky, which we employ to divert them. They imagine that we are floating about there."
I knew that these immortals were in the minds of men, not in the skies of earth, that by diverting attention outward, they were free once more to help inward, as they had always helped, the inner world. "We will bring the springtime to this winter world," Fram said, smiling. "We will raise the gates which imprison these people, who, groan under a tyranny they dimly see." Did you see? Did you know of the comings and goings of the secret police, the quasi-military teams which destroyed all freedom of speech, all those who dissented? Now, in my old age, I set forth this account for you, my Roman friends, here at Cumae, where the Sibyl lives. I passed either by chance or by design into the far future, into a world of tyranny, of winter, which you cannot imagine. And I saw the immortals which assist us also assist those 2,000 years from now, although those mortals in the future are, listen to me, blind. Their sight has been taken away by 1,000 years of repression. They have been tormented and limited, the way we limit animals. But the immortals are waking them up, will wake them up, I should say, in time to save them. And then the 2,000 years of winter will end. They will open their eyes because of dreams and secret inspirations. They will know. But I have told you all this in my ancient, rambling fashion. Let me finish with this verse by our great poet Virgil, a good friend of the Sibyl, and you will know from it what lies ahead. For the Sibyl has said that although it will not apply to our time here in Rome, it will apply to those 2,000 years from us, ahead in time, bringing them promise of relief. Ultima cume venit iam carminis etis. Magnus ab integro, cyclorum nascitur ordo. Iam redit et Virgo. Rediunt Saturnia regna. Iam nova progenies. Silo demititer alto. Tu modo nascenti puero, quo feri primum desenet ac toto surget gens, aurora mundo, casta fava lucina. Tuus iam regnat Apollo. I will set this in the strange English language which I learned to speak during my time in the future, before the immortals and the Sibyl drew me back here, my work there at that time done. At last the final time announced by the Sibyl will arrive. The procession of ages turns to its origin. The Virgin returns, and Saturn reigns as before. A new race from heaven on high descends. Goddess of birth, smile on the newborn baby, in whose time the iron prison will fall to ruin, and a golden race arises everywhere. Apollo, the rightful king, is restored. Alas, you, my dear Roman friends, will not live to see this, but far along the corridors of time in the United States, I use here words foreign to you, evil will fall, and this little prophecy of Virgil, which the Sibyl inspired in him, will come true. The springtime is reborn. The day Mr. Computer fell out of its tree. He awoke, sensed at once that something dreadful was wrong. Oh, God, he thought, as he realized that Mr. Bed had deposited him in a muddled heap against the wall. It's beginning again, he realized, and the Directorate West promised us infinite perfection. This is what we get, he realized, for believing in what mere humans say. As best he could, he struggled out of his bedclothes, got shakily to his feet, and made his way across the room to Mr. Closet. "I'd like a natty sharkskin gray double-breasted suit," he informed it, speaking crisply into the microphone on Mr. Closet's door. "A red shirt, blue socks, and—" But it was no use. Already the slot was vibrating as a huge pair of women's silk bloomers came sliding out. "You get what you see?" Mr. Closet's metallic voice came to him, echoing hollowly. Glumly, Joe Contemptible put on the bloomers. At least it was better than nothing, like the day in dreadful August, when the vast polyencephalic computer in Queens had served up everyone in Greater America nothing but a handkerchief to wear. Going to the bathroom, Joe Contemptible washed his face, and found the liquid which he was splashing on himself to be warm root beer. Christ, he thought, Mr. Computer is even zanier this time than ever before. It's been reading old Phil Dick science fiction stories, he decided. That's what we get for providing Mr. Computer with every kind of archaic trash in the world to read and store in its memory banks. He finished combing his hair, without making use of the root beer, and then, having dried himself, entered the kitchen to see if Mr. Coffee Pot was at least a sane fragment in a reality deteriorating all around him. No luck. Mr. Coffeepot obligingly presented him with a Dixie cup of soap. Well, so much for that. The real problem, however, came when he tried to open Mr. Door. Mr. Door would not open. Instead, it complained tinnily, "The paths of glory lead but to the grave." Meaning what? Joe demanded, angry now. This weird business was no longer fun. Not that it had ever been the times before, except perhaps when Mr. Computer had served him with roast pheasant for breakfast. "Meaning," Mr. Door said, "that you're wasting your time, fucker. You're not getting to the office today nohow." This proved to be true. The door would not open. Despite his efforts, the mechanism, controlled miles away from the polyencephalic master matrix, refused to budge. Breakfast, then? Joe Contemptible punched buttons on the control module of Mr. Food, and found himself staring at a plate of fertilizer. He thereupon picked up the phone and savagely attacked the numbers which would put him in touch with the local police. "Looney Tunes Incorporated," the face on the vidscreen said. "An animated cartoon version of your sexual practices produced in 1 week, including glorious sound effects." "Fuck it," Joe Contemptible said to himself and rang off. It had been a bad idea from the start, back in 1982, to operate every mechanism from a central source. Of course, the basic idea had sounded good. With the ozone layer burned off, too many people were behaving irrationally, and it had become necessary to solve the problem by some electronic means immune from the mind-slushing ultraviolet radiation now flooding the Earth. Mr. Computer had, at the time, seemed to be the answer. But, sad to say, Mr. Computer had absorbed too much freaked-out input from its human builders, and therefore, like them, Mr. Computer had its own psychotic episodes. There was, of course, an answer. It had hurriedly been slapped together, pasted into place, as it were, once the difficulty was discovered. The head of World Mental Health, a formidable old battle-axe named Joan Simpson, had been granted a form of immortality, so as to be always available to treat Mr. Computer during its crazy periods. Ms. Simpson was stored at the center of the Earth in a special lead-lined chamber, safe from the harmful radiation at the surface, in a quasi-suspended animation called Dismal Pack, in which Ms. Simpson, it was said, lay a-slumber while being entertained by an endless procession of priceless 1940 radio soap operas, fed to her on a closed loop. Ms. Simpson, it was said, was the only truly sane person on, or rather in, Earth. This, plus her superb skill, as well as an infinite training in the art of healing psychotic constructs, was Earth's sole hope for survival. Realizing this, Joe Contemptible felt a little better, but not a lot, for he had just picked up Mr. Newspaper, where it lay on the floor beside the slot of his front door. The headline read, "Adolf Hitler crowned Pope. Crowds cheer in record numbers." So much for Mr. Newspaper, Joe realized glumly, and tossed it into Mr. Garbage Slot. The mechanism churned, and then, instead of ingesting or cubing the newspaper, spat it back out again. Joe glanced briefly at the headline again, saw a photo of a human skeleton, complete with Nazi uniform and mustache, wearing the great crown of the Pope, and seated himself on the couch in his living room to wait for the moment, sure to come soon, when Ms. Simpson was startled out of Dismal Pack to minister to Mr. Computer, and, in so doing, restore the world to sanity. Half to himself, Fred Doubledome said,
"It's psychotic, all right. I asked it if it knew where it was, and it said it was floating on a raft in the Mississippi. Now, get a confirm for me. Ask it who it is."
Dr. Pacemaker touched command request buttons on the console of the vast computer, asking it, "Who are you?" The answer appeared on the vid screen at once. Tom Sawyer.
"You see,"
Doubledome said,
"it is totally out of touch with the reality situation. Has reactivation of Ms. Simpson begun?"
"That's affirmative, Doubledome."
Pacemaker said, and, as if proving him correct, doors slid aside to reveal the lead-lined container in which Ms. Simpson slept, listening to her favorite daytime soap opera, Ma Perkins.
"Ms. Simpson," Pacemaker said, bending over her, "we are having a problem with Mr. Computer again. It has totally spaced out. An hour ago it routed all the Whipples in New York across the same intersection. Loss of life was heavy. And instead of responding to the disaster with fire and police rescue teams, it dispatched a circus troupe of clowns."
"I see." Ms. Simpson's voice came through the transduction and boosting system by which they communicated with her. "But first, I must attend to a fire at Ma's lumber yard. You see, her friend Shuffle—"
"Ms. Simpson," Pacemaker said, "our situation is grave. We need you. Come out of your customary fog and get to work restoring Mr. Computer to sanity. Then you may return to your radio serials."
Gazing down at Ms. Simpson, he was, as always, startled by her virtually unnatural beauty. Great dark eyes with long lashes, the husky, sensuous voice, the intensely black, short-cropped hair, so fashionable in a world of dreck, the firm and supple body, the warm mouth suggesting love and comfort. Amazing, he thought, that the one really sane human left on earth, and the only one capable of saving sane, could at the same time be startlingly lovely. But no matter. This was not the time to think such thoughts. NBC TV News had already reported that Mr. Computer had closed down all the airports in the world and turned them into baseball stadiums. Shortly, Ms. Simpson was studying a composite abstract delineating Mr. Computer's erratic commands. "It is clearly regressive," she informed them, sipping absently at a cup of coffee.
"Ms. Simpson,"
Doubledome said,
"I'm afraid that's soapy water you're drinking."
"You're right," Ms. Simpson said, putting the cup down. "I see here that Mr. Computer is playing childish pranks on the mass of mankind. It fits with my hypostatized hypothesis."
"How will you render a return of normalcy to the vast construct?"
Pacemaker asked. "Evidently, it has encountered a traumatic situation which caused it to regress," Ms. Simpson said. "I shall locate the trauma, and then proceed by desensitizing Mr. Computer vis-a-vis that trauma. My M.O. in that regard will be to present Mr. Computer with each letter of the alphabet in turn, gauging its reactions until I perceive what we in the mental health movement call a flinch reaction." She did so. Mr. Computer, upon the letter J, emitted a faint whine. Smoke billowed up. Ms. Simpson then repeated the sequence of letters. This time, the faint whine and billows of smoke came at the letter C. "J.C.," Ms. Simpson said. "Perhaps Jesus Christ. Perhaps the second coming has taken place, and Mr. Computer fears that it will be preempted. I will start on that assumption. Have Mr. Computer placed in a semi-comatose state, so that it can free associate." Technicians hurried to the task assigned. The virtually unconscious mumbling of the great computer issued forth from the odd channels mounted through the control chamber. "Programming himself to die," the computer rambled on. "Fine person like that. DNA command analysis. Going to ask not for a reprieve, but for an acceleration of the death process. Salmon swimming upstream to die. Appeals to him. After all I've done for him. Rejection of life. Conscious of it. Wants to die. I cannot endure the voluntary death, the reprogramming 180 degrees from the matrix purpose of DNA command programming." On and on it rambled. Ms. Simpson said sharply, "What name comes to you, Mr. Computer? A name." "Clerk in a record store," the computer mumbled. "An authority on German leader and bubblegum rock of the 60s. What a waste. My, but the water is warm. Think I'll fish. Let down my line and catch a big fish. Won't Huck be surprised? And Jim, too. Jim's a man, even though... "What name?" Ms. Simpson repeated. The vague mumble continued. Swiftly, Ms. Simpson said to Doubledome and Pacemaker, who stood rigid and attentive, "Find a record clerk whose initials are J.C. and who is an authority on German leader and bubblegum rock of the 60s. And hurry. We don't have much time." Having left his Connaught by a window, Joe Contemptible made his way among the wrecked Whipples and shouting angry drivers in the direction of Artistic Music Company, the record store at which he had worked most of his life. At least, he had gotten out of... Suddenly, two gray-clad police materialized before him, faces grim. Both held punch-guns aimed at Joe's chest. "You're coming with us," they said, virtually in unison. The urge to run overcame Joe. Turning, he started away. But then furious pain settled over him. The police had punched him out, and now, falling, he realized that it was too late to flee. He was a captive of the authorities. But why, he wondered. Is it merely a random sweep, or are they putting down an abortive coup against the government? Or, his fading thoughts raced, have ETIs come at last to help us in our fight for freedom? And then darkness closed over him, merciful darkness. The next he knew, he was being served a cup of soapy water by two members of the technocrat class. An armed policeman lounged in the background, punch-gun ready were the situation to require it. Seated in the corner of the chamber was an extraordinarily beautiful dark-haired woman. She wore a miniskirt and boots, old-fashioned but enticingly foxy, and, he saw, she had the most enormous and warm eyes he had ever seen in his life. Who was she? And what did she want with him? Why had he been brought before her? "Your name?" one of the white-clad technocrats said. "Contemptible," he managed to say, unable to take his eyes off the extraordinarily beautiful young woman. "You have an appointment with DNA reappraisal," the other of the white-clad technocrats said crisply. "What is your purpose? What UCAS emanating from the gene pool did you intend, I should say, to alter?" Joe said lamely, "I wanted to be reprogrammed for, longer life. The encoding for death was about to come up for me, and I—" "We know that isn't true," the lovely dark-haired woman said in a husky, sexy voice, but a voice nonetheless filled with intelligence and authority. "You were attempting suicide, were you not, Mr. Contemptible? By having your DNA coding tinkered with, not to postpone your death, but to bring it on?" He said nothing. Obviously they knew. "Why?" the woman said sharply. He hesitated. Then, slumping in defeat, he managed to say, "I'm not married. I've got no wife. Nothing. Just my damn job at the record store. All those damn German songs and those bubblegum rock lyrics. They go through my head night and day, constantly. Mixtures of Goethe and Heine and Neil Diamond." Lifting his head, he said with furious defiance, "So why should I live on? Call that living? It's existence, not living." There was silence. 3 frogs hopped across the floor. Mr. Computer was now turning out frogs from all the air ducts on Earth. Half an hour before, it had been dead cats. "Do you know what it is like," Joe said quietly, "to have such lyrics as 'The song I sang to you, the love I brang to you,' keep floating through your head?" The dark-haired lovely woman said suddenly, "I think I do know, Contemptible. You see, I am Joan Simpson." "Then," Joe understood in an instant, "you're down there at the center of the earth, watching endless daytime soap operas on a closed loop." "Not watching," Joan Simpson said. "Hearing. They're from radio, not TV." Joe said nothing. There was nothing to say. One of the white-clad technocrats said, "Miss Simpson, work must begin restoring Mr. Computer to sanity. It is presently turning out hundreds of thousands of polys." "Polys?" Joan Simpson said, puzzled. Then understanding flooded her warm features. Oh, yes, his childhood sweetheart.
Mr. Contemptible, one of the white-clad technocrats said to Joe, it is because of your lack of love for life that Mr. Computer has gone crackers. To bring Mr. Computer back to sanity, we must first bring you back to sanity.
To Joan Simpson he said,
Am I correct?
She nodded, lit a cigarette, leaned back thoughtfully. Well, she said presently, what would it take to reprogram you, Joe, so you'd want to live instead of die? Mr. Computer's abreactive syndrome is directly related to your own. Mr. Computer feels it has failed the world because, in examining a cross-index of humans who it cares for, it has found that you—
Cares for? Joe Contemptible said. You mean Mr. Computer likes me? Takes care of, one of the white-clad technocrats explained.
Wait. Joan Simpson scrutinized Joe Contemptible. You reacted to that phrase, cares for. What did you think it meant?
He said with difficulty, likes me. Cares for in that sense.
Let me ask you this, Joan Simpson said presently, stubbing out her cigarette and lighting another. Do you feel that no one cares for you, Joe?
That's what my mother said, Joe Contemptible said.
And you believed her? Joan Simpson said.
Yes.
He nodded. Suddenly Joan Simpson put out her cigarette. Well, Doubledome, she said in a quiet, brisk voice, there aren't going to be any more radio soap operas nattering at me any more. I'm not going back down to the center of the earth. It's over, gentlemen. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
You're going to leave Mr. Computer insane as—
I will heal Mr. Computer, Joan Simpson said in an even voice, by healing Joe. And a slight smile played about her lips. And myself, gentlemen. There was silence.
All right, one of the two white-clad technicians said presently. We will send you both down to the center of the earth, and you can rattle on each other throughout eternity, except when it is necessary to lift you out of dismal pack to heal Mr. Computer. Is that a fair trade-off?
Wait, Joe Contemptible said feebly, but already Ms. Simpson was nodding. It is, she said.
What about my conapt? Joe protested. My job, my wretched little pointless life as I am normally accustomed to living it.
Joan Simpson said, That is already changing, Joe. You have already encountered me.
But I thought you would be old and ugly, Joe said. I had no idea.
The universe is full of surprises, Joan Simpson said, and held out her waiting arms for him. The exit door leads in. Bob Bibleman had the impression that robots wouldn't look you in the eye, and when one had been in the vicinity, small valuable objects disappeared. A robot's idea of order was to stack everything into one pile. Nonetheless, Bibleman had to order lunch from robots, since vending ranked too low on the wage scale to attract humans.
A hamburger, fries, strawberry shake, and—
Bibleman paused, reading the printout.
Make that a supreme double cheeseburger, fries, a chocolate malt—
Wait a minute, the robot said. I'm already working on the burger. You want to buy into this week's contest while you're waiting?
I don't get the royal cheeseburger? Bibleman said.
That's right.
It was hell living in the 21st century. Information transfer had reached the velocity of light. Bibleman's older brother had once fed a 10-word plot outline into a robot fiction machine, changed his mind as to the outcome, and found that the novel was already in print. He had to program a sequel in order to make his correction.
What's the prize structure in the contest? Bibleman asked.
At once the printout posted all the odds, from first prize down to last. Naturally, the robot blanked out the display before Bibleman could read it. "What is first prize?" Bibleman said. "I can't tell you that," the robot said. From its slot came a hamburger, French fries, and a strawberry shake. "That'll be $1,000 in cash." "Give me a hint," Bibleman said as he paid. "It's everywhere and nowhere. It's existed since the 17th century. Originally, it was invisible. Then it became royal. You can't get it unless you're smart, although cheating helps, and so does being rich. What does the word heavy suggest to you?"
"Profound."
"No, the literal meaning."
"Mass," Bibleman pondered. "What is this, a contest to see who can figure out what the prize is? I give up."
"Pay the $6, the robot said, "to cover our costs, and you'll receive an—"
"Gravity," Bibleman broke in. "Sir Isaac Newton, the Royal College of England. Am I right?"
"Right," the robot said. $6 entitles you to a chance to go to college, a statistical chance at the posted odds. What's $6? Pratt fare."
Bibleman handed over a $6 coin.
"You win," the robot said. "You get to go to college. You beat the odds, which were 2 trillion to 1 against. Let me be the first to congratulate you. If I had a hand, I'd shake hands with you. This will change your life. This has been your lucky day."
"It's a setup," Bibleman said, feeling a rush of anxiety.
"You're right," the robot said,
and it looked Bibleman right in the eye.
"It's also mandatory that you accept your prize. The college is a military college located in buttfuck Egypt, so to speak. But that's no problem. You'll be taken there. Go home and start packing."
"Can't I eat my hamburger and drink—"
"I'd suggest you start packing right away."
Behind Bibleman, a man and woman had lined up. Reflexively, he got out of their way, trying to hold on to his tray of food, feeling dizzy. "Job-broiled steak sandwich," the man said. "Onion rings, root beer, and that's it."
The robot said, "Care to buy into the contest? Terrific prizes."
It flashed the odds on its display panel. When Bob Bibleman unlocked the door of his one-room apartment, his telephone was on. It was looking for him. "There you are," the telephone said. "I'm not going to do it," Bibleman said. "Sure you are," the phone said. "Do you know who this is? Read over your certificate, your first prize legal form. You hold the rank of Shavetail. I'm Major Casals. You're under my jurisdiction. If I tell you to piss purple, you'll piss purple. How soon can you be on a transplant rocket? Do you have friends you want to say goodbye to? A sweetheart, perhaps? Your mother?" "Am I coming back?" Bibleman said with anger. "I mean, who are we fighting, this college? For that matter, what college is it? Who is on the faculty? Is it a liberal arts college, or does it specialize in hard sciences? Is it government-sponsored? Does it offer—" "Just calm down," Major Casals said quietly. Bibleman seated himself. He discovered that his hands were shaking. To himself he thought, "I was born in the wrong century. 100 years ago, this wouldn't have happened, and 100 years from now it will be illegal. What I need is a lawyer." His life had been a quiet one. He had, over the years, advanced to the modest position of floating salesman. For a man 22 years old, that wasn't bad. He almost owned his one-room apartment. That is, he rented with an option to buy. It was a small life, as lives went. He did not ask too much, and he did not complain, normally, at what he received. Although he did not understand the tax structure that cut through his income, he accepted it. He accepted a modified state of penury the same way he accepted it when a girl would not go to bed with him. In a sense, this defined him. This was his measure. He submitted to what he did not like, and he regarded this attitude as a virtue. Most people in authority over him considered him a good person. As to those over whom he had authority, that was a class with 0 members. His boss at Cloud9 Homes told him what to do, and his customers really told him what to do. The government told everyone what to do, or so he assumed. He had very few dealings with the government.
That was neither a virtue nor a vice. It was simply good luck. Once he had experienced vague dreams. They had to do with giving to the poor. In high school, he had read Charles Dickens, and a vivid idea of the oppressed had fixed itself in his mind to the point where he could see them. All those who did not have a one-room apartment and a job and a high school education. Certain vague place names had floated through his head, gleaned from TV, places like India, where heavy-duty machinery swept up the dying. Once a teaching machine had told him, "You have a good heart." That amazed him. Not that a machine would say so, but that it would say it to him. A girl had told him the same thing. He marveled at this. Vast forces colluding to tell him that he was not a bad person. It was a mystery and a delight. But those days had passed. He no longer read novels, and the girl had been transferred to Frankfurt. Now he had been set up by a robot, a cheap machine, to shovel shit in the boonies, dragooned by a mechanical scam that was probably pulling citizens off the streets in record numbers. This was not a college he was going to. He had won nothing. He had won a stint at some kind of forced labor camp, most likely. The exit door leads in, he thought to himself, which is to say, when they want you, they already have you. All they need is the paperwork, and a computer can process the forms at the touch of a key. The H key for hell, the S key for slave, he thought, and the Y key for you. Don't forget your toothbrush, he thought. You may need it. On the phone screen, Major Casals regarded him, as if silently estimating the chances that Bob Bibleman might bolt. 2 trillion to 1 I will, Bibleman thought, but the 1 will win, as in the contest. I'll do what I'm told. Please, Bibleman said, let me ask you one thing. Give me an honest answer. Of course, Major Casals said. If I hadn't gone to that Earl Sr. robot and... We'd have gotten you anyhow, Major Casals said. Okay, Bibleman said, nodding. Thanks. It makes me feel better. I don't have to tell myself stupid stuff like, if only I hadn't felt like a hamburger and fries. If only... He broke off. I better pack. Major Casals said, We've been running an evaluation on you for several months. You're overly endowed for the kind of work you do. And undereducated. You need more education. You're entitled to more education. Astonished, Bibleman said, You're talking about it as if it's a genuine college. It is. It's the finest in the system. It isn't advertised. Something like this can't be. No one selects it. The college selects you. Those were not joke odds that you saw posted. You can't really imagine being admitted to the finest college in the system by this method, can you, Mr. Bibleman? You have a lot to learn. How long will I be at the college? Bibleman said. Major Casals said, Until you have learned. They gave him a physical, a haircut, a uniform, and a place to bunk down, and many psychological tests. Bibleman suspected that the true purpose of the tests was to determine if he were a latent homosexual, and then he suspected that his suspicions indicated that he was a latent homosexual, so he abandoned the suspicions and supposed instead that they were sly intelligence and aptitude tests, and he informed himself that he was showing both, intelligence and aptitude. He also informed himself that he looked great in his uniform, even though it was the same uniform that everyone else wore. That is why they call it a uniform, he reminded himself, as he sat on the edge of his bunk reading his orientation pamphlets. The first pamphlet pointed out that it was a great honor to be admitted to the college. That was its name, the one word. How strange, he thought, puzzled. It's like naming your cat, Cat, and your dog, Dog. This is my mother, Mrs. Mother, and my father, Mr. Father. Are these people working right? He wondered. It had been a phobia of his for years that some day he would fall into the hands of madmen, in particular, madmen who seemed sane up until the last moment. To Bibleman, this was the essence of horror. As he sat scrutinizing the pamphlets, a red-haired girl wearing the college uniform came over and seated herself beside him. She seemed perplexed.
"Maybe you can help me," she said. "What is a syllabus? It says here that we'll be given a syllabus. This place is screwing up my head."
Bibleman said, "We've been dragooned off the streets to shovel shit."
"You think so?"
"I know so."
"Can't we just leave?"
"You leave first," Bibleman said, "and I'll wait and see what happens to you." The girl laughed.
"I guess you don't know what a syllabus is."
"Sure I do. It's an abstract of courses or topics."
"Yes, and pigs can whistle."
He regarded her. The girl regarded him.
"We're going to be here forever," the girl said.
Her name, she told him, was Mary Lorne. She was, he decided, pretty, wistful, afraid, and putting up a good front. Together they joined the other new students for a showing of a recent Herbie the Hyena cartoon, which Bibleman had seen. It was the episode in which Herbie attempted to assassinate the Russian monk Rasputin. In his usual fashion, Herbie the Hyena poisoned his victim, shot him, blew him up 6 times, stabbed him, tied him up with chains and sank him in the Volga, tore him apart with wild horses, and finally shot him to the moon strapped to a rocket. The cartoon bored Bibleman. He did not give a damn about Herbie the Hyena or Russian history, and he wondered if this was a sample of the college's level of pedagogy. He could imagine Herbie the Hyena illustrating Heisenberg's indeterminacy principle, Herbie, in Bibleman's mind, chased after by a subatomic particle, fruitlessly, the particle bobbing up at random here and there, Herbie making wild swings at it with a hammer, then a whole flock of subatomic particles jeering at Herbie, who was doomed, as always, to fuck up.
"What are you thinking about?" Mary whispered to him.
The cartoon ended. The hall lights came on. There stood Major Casals on the stage, larger than on the phone. The fun is over, Bibleman said to himself. He could not imagine Major Casals chasing subatomic particles fruitlessly with wild swings of a sledgehammer. He felt himself grow cold and grim and a little afraid. The lecture had to do with classified information. Behind Major Casals, a giant hologram lit up with a schematic diagram of a homeostatic drilling rig. Within the hologram, the rig rotated so that they could see it from all angles. Different stages of the rig's interior glowed in various colors.
"I asked, what were you thinking?"
Mary whispered.
"We have to listen,"
Bibleman said quietly. Mary said equally quietly,
"It finds titanium ore on its own. Big deal. Titanium is the 9th most abundant element in the crust of the planet. I'd be impressed if it could seek out and mine wurtzite, which is found only at Potosi, Bolivia, Butte, Montana, and Goldfield, Nevada."
"Why is that?" Bibleman said.
"Because," Mary said, "wurtzite is unstable at temperatures below 1,000 degrees centigrade. And further—"
She broke off. Major Casals had ceased talking and was looking at her. "Would you repeat that for all of us, young woman?" Major Casals said. Standing, Mary said,
"Wurtzite is unstable at temperatures below 1,000 degrees centigrade."
Her voice was steady. Immediately, the hologram behind Major Casals switched to a readout of data on zinc sulfide minerals. "I don't see wurtzite listed," Major Casals said.
"It's given on the chart in its inverted form," Mary said, her arms folded, "which is sphalerite. Correctly, it is ZnS, of the sulfide group, of the AX type. It's related to granoctite."
"Sit down," Major Casals said. The readout within the hologram now showed the characteristics of granoctite. As she seated herself, Mary said,
"I'm right. They don't have a homeostatic drilling rig for wurtzite because there is no—"
"Your name is—" Major Casals said, pen and pad poised.
"Mary Wurtz."
Her voice was totally without emotion.
"My father was Charles Adolph Wurtz."
"The discoverer of wurtzite?" Major Casals said, uncertainly. His pen wavered. "That's right," Mary said. Turning toward Bibleman, she winked.
"Thank you for the information," Major Casals said.
He made a motion, and the hologram now showed a flying buttress, and, in comparison to it, a normal buttress.
"My point," Major Casals said, "is simply that certain information, such as architectural principles of long standing—"
"Most architectural principles are long-standing," Mary said. Major Casals paused. "Otherwise they'd serve no purpose," Mary said.
"Why not?"
Major Casals said, and then he colored. Several uniformed students laughed.
"Information of that type," Major Casals continued, "is not classified, but a good deal of what you will be learning is classified. This is why the college is under military charter. To reveal or transmit or make public classified information given you during your schooling here falls under the jurisdiction of the military. For a breach of these statutes, you would be tried by a military tribunal."
The students murmured. To himself, Bibleman thought, "Banged, ganged, and then some." No one spoke. Even the girl beside him was silent. A complicated expression had crossed her face, however, a deeply introverted look, somber and, he thought, unusually mature. It made her seem older, no longer a girl. It made him wonder just how old she really was. It was as if, in her features, 1,000 years had surfaced before him as he scrutinized her, and pondered the officer on the stage, and the great information hologram behind him. What is she thinking, he wondered. Is she going to say something more? How can she be not afraid to speak up when we've been told we are under military law? Major Casals said,
"I'm going to give you an instance of a strictly classified cluster of data. It deals with the Panther engine."
Behind him, the hologram, surprisingly, became blank. "Sir," one of the students said, "the hologram isn't showing anything."
"This is not an area that will be dealt with in your studies here," Major Casals said. "The Panther engine is a two-rotor system, opposed rotors serving a common main shaft. Its main advantage is a total lack of centrifugal torque in the housing. A cam chain is thrown between the opposed rotors, which permits the main shaft to reverse itself without hysteresis."
Behind him, the big hologram remained blank. Strange, Bibleman thought. An eerie sensation. Information without information. As if the computer had gone blind.
Major Casals said, "The college is forbidden to release any information about the Panther engine. It cannot be programmed to do otherwise. In fact, it knows nothing about the Panther engine. It is programmed to destroy any information it receives in that sector."
Raising his hand, a student said, "So even if someone fed information into the college about the Panther?"
"It would eject the data,"
Major Casals said. "Is this a unique situation?" another student asked.
"No," Major Casals said.
"Then there are a number of areas we can't get printouts for," a student murmured.
"Nothing of importance," Major Casals said, "at least as far as your studies are concerned."
The students were silent.
"The subjects which you will study," Major Casals said, "will be assigned to you based on your aptitude and personality profiles. I'll call off your names, and you will come forward for your allocation of topic assignment. The college itself has made the final decision for each of you, so you can be sure no error has been made."
What if I get proctology? Bibleman asked himself. In panic he thought, or podiatry, or herpetology, or suppose the college in its infinite computeroid wisdom decides to ram into me all the information in the universe pertaining to or resembling herpes labialis, or things even worse, if there is anything worse. "What you want," Mary said, as the names were read alphabetically, "is a program that'll earn you a living. You have to be practical. I know what I'll get. I know where my strong point lies. It'll be chemistry." His name was called. Rising, he walked up the aisle to Major Casals. They looked at each other, and then Casals handed him an unsealed envelope. Stiffly, Bibleman returned to his seat. "You want me to open it?" Mary said. Wordlessly, Bibleman passed the envelope to her. She opened it and studied the printout. "Can I earn a living with it?" he said. She smiled. "Yes, it's a high-paying field. Almost as good as, well, let's just say that the colony planets are really in need of this. You could go to work anywhere." Looking over her shoulder, he saw the words on the page. Cosmology, Cosmogony, Pre-Socratics. "Pre-Socratic philosophy," Mary said. "Almost as good as structural engineering." She passed him the paper. "I shouldn't kid you. No, it's not really something you can make a living at, unless you teach. But maybe it interests you. Does it interest you?" "No," he said shortly. "I wonder why the college picked it, then," Mary said. "What the hell," he said, "is cosmogony?" "How the universe came into being. Aren't you interested in how the universe—" She paused, eyeing him. "You certainly won't be asking for printouts of any classified material," she said meditatively. "Maybe that's it," she murmured to herself. "They won't have to watchdog you." "I can be trusted with classified material," he said. "Can you? Do you know yourself? But you'll be getting into that when the college bombards you with early Greek thought. Know thyself. Apollo's motto at Delphi. It sums up half of Greek philosophy." Bibleman said, "I'm not going up before a military tribunal for making public classified military material." He thought then about the Panther engine, and he fully realized, that a really grim message had been spelled out in that little lecture by Major Casals. "I wonder what Herbie the Hyena's motto is," he said. "I am determined to prove a villain," Mary said, "and hate the idle pleasures of these days. Plots have I laid." She reached out to touch him on the arm. "Remember the Herbie the Hyena cartoon version of Richard III?" "Mary Lorne," Major Casals said, reading off the list. "Excuse me." She went up, returned with her envelope, smiling. "Leprology," she said to Bibleman, "the study and treatment of leprosy." "I'm kidding. It's chemistry." "You'll be studying classified material," Bibleman said. "Yes," she said. "I know." On the first day of his study program, Bob Bibleman set his college input-output terminal on audio, and then punched the proper key for his coded course. "Thales of Miletus," the terminal said, "the founder of the Ionian School of Natural Philosophy." "What did he teach?" Bibleman said. "That the world floated on water, was sustained by water, and originated in water." "That's really stupid," Bibleman said. The college terminal said, "Thales based this on the discovery of fossil fish far inland, even at high altitudes. So it is not as stupid as it sounds." It showed on its holoscreen a great deal of written information, no part of which struck Bibleman as very interesting. Anyhow, he had requested audio. "It is generally considered that Thales was the first rational man in history," the terminal said. "What about Akhenaten?" Bibleman said. "He was strange." "Moses?" "Likewise strange." "Hammurabi?" "How do you spell that?" "I'm not sure. I've just heard the name." "Then we will discuss Anaximander," the college terminal said, and, in a cursory initial survey, Anaximenes, Xenophanes, Paramenides, Melissus. Wait a minute. I forgot Heraclitus and Cratylus. And we will study Empedocles, Anaxagoras, Zeno. "Christ," Bibleman said. "That's another program," the college terminal said. "Just continue," Bibleman said. "Are you taking notes?" "That's none of your business." "You seem to be in a state of conflict." Bibleman said, "What happens to me if I flunk out of this college?" "You go to jail." "I'll take notes." "Since you are so driven." "What?" "Since you are so full of conflict, you should find Empedocles interesting. He was the first dialectical philosopher. Empedocles believed that the basis of reality was an antithetical conflict between the forces of love and strife. Under love, the whole cosmos is a duly proportioned mixture, called a crasis. This crasis is a spherical deity, a single perfect mind, which spends all its time—
"Is there any practical application to any of this?" Bibleman interrupted.
The two antithetical forces of love and strife resemble the Taoist elements of yang and yin, with their perpetual interaction, from which all change takes place.
Practical application.
Twin, mutually opposed constituents. On the holoscreen, a schematic diagram very complex formed. The two-rotor Panther engine.
"What?"
Bibleman said, sitting upright in his seat. He made out the large words, "Panther Hydrodrive System, Top Secret," above the schematic, comprising the readout. Instantly, he pressed the print key. The machinery of the terminal whirred, and the 3 sheets of paper slid down into the retrieve slot.
"They overlooked it," Bibleman realized. "This entry in the college's memory banks relating to the Panther engine."
Somehow, the cross-referencing got lost. No one thought of pre-Socratic philosophy. Who would expect an entry on an engine, a modern-day top-secret engine, under the category Philosophy, Pre-Socratic, subheading Empedocles?
"I've got it in my hands,"
he said to himself as he swiftly lifted out the 3 sheets of paper. He folded them up and stuck them into the notebook the college had provided.
"I've hit it," he thought, "right off the bat. Where the hell am I going to put these schematics? Can't hide them in my locker."
And then he thought,
"Have I committed a crime already by asking for a written printout?"
Empedocles, the terminal was saying, believed in 4 elements as being perpetually rearranged: earth, water, air, and fire. These elements eternally click. Bibleman had shut the terminal down. The holoscreen faded to opaque gray.
"Too much learning doth make a man slow,"
he thought as he got to his feet and started from the cubicle. Fast of wit, but slow of foot.
"Where the hell am I going to hide these schematics?"
he asked himself again as he walked rapidly down the hall toward the ascent tube.
"Well," he realized, "they don't know I have them. I can take my time. The thing to do is hide them at a random place," he decided, as the tube carried him to the surface. "And even if they find them, they won't be able to trace them back to me, not unless they go to the trouble of dusting for fingerprints. This could be worth billions of dollars,"
he said to himself. A great joy filled him, and then came the fear. He discovered that he was trembling.
"Will they ever be pissed?" he said to himself. "When they find out, I won't be pissing purple. They'll be pissing purple. The college itself will, when it discovers its error. And the error," he thought, "is on its part, not mine. The college fucked up, and that's too bad."
In the dorm where his bunk was located, he found a laundry room maintained by a silent robot staff, and when no robot was watching, he hid the 3 pages of schematics near the bottom of a huge pile of bedsheets. As high as the ceiling, this pile.
"They won't get down to the schematics this year. I have plenty of time to decide what to do."
Looking at his watch, he saw that the afternoon had almost come to an end. At 5 o'clock, he would be seated in the cafeteria, eating dinner with Mary. She met him a little after 5 o'clock. Her face showed signs of fatigue.
"How did it go?"
she asked him as they stood in the line with their trays. "Fine," Bibleman said.
"Did you get to Zeno? I always liked Zeno. He proved that motion is impossible.
So I guess I'm still in my mother's womb. You look strange. She eyed him. Just sick of listening how the earth rests on the back of a giant turtle. Or is it suspended on a long string? Mary said. Together they made their way among the other students to an empty table. You're not eating much? Feeling like eating, Bibleman said as he drank his cup of coffee, is what got me here in the first place. You could flunk out. And go to jail. Mary said, the college is programmed to say that. Much of it is probably just threats. Talk loudly and carry a small stick, so to speak. I have it, Bibleman said. You have what? She ceased eating and regarded him. He said, the Panther engine. Gazing at him, the girl was silent. The schematics, he said. Lower your goddamn voice. They missed a citation in the memory storage. Now that I have them, I don't know what to do. Just start walking, probably, and hope no one stops me. They don't know? The college didn't self-monitor? I have no reason to think it's aware of what it did. Jesus Christ, Mary said softly. On your first day. You had better do a lot of slow, careful thinking. I can destroy them, he said. Or sell them. He said, I looked them over. There's an analysis on the final page. The Panther... Just say it, Mary said. It can be used as a hydroelectric turbine and cut costs in half. I couldn't understand the technical language, but I did figure out that. Cheap power source. Very cheap. So everyone would benefit. He nodded. They really screwed up, Mary said. What was it Casals told us? Even if someone fed data into the college about it, the college would eject the data? She began eating slowly, meditatively. And they're withholding it from the public. It must be industry pressure. Nice. What should I do? Bibleman said. I can't tell you that. What I was thinking is that I could take the schematics to one of the colony planets where the authorities have less control. I could find an independent firm and make a deal with them. The government wouldn't know how. They'd figure out where the schematics came from, Mary said. They'd trace it back to you. Then I better burn them. Mary said, You have a very difficult decision to make. On the one hand, you have classified information in your possession which you obtained illegally. On the other hand, I didn't obtain it illegally. The college screwed up. Calmly, she continued, You broke the law, military law, when you asked for a written transcript. You should have reported the breach of security as soon as you discovered it. They would have rewarded you. Major Casals would have said nice things to you. I'm scared, Bibleman said, and he felt the fear moving around inside him, shifting about and growing. As he held his plastic coffee cup, it shook, and some of the coffee spilled onto his uniform. Mary, with a paper napkin, dabbed at the coffee stain. It won't come off, she said. Symbolism, Bibleman said. Lady Macbeth. I always wanted to have a dog named Spot so I could say, Out, out, damn Spot. I am not going to tell you what to do, Mary said. This is a decision that you will make alone. It isn't ethical for you even to discuss it with me. That could be considered conspiracy and put us both in prison. Prison, he echoed. You have it within your... Christ, I was going to say, you have it within your power to provide a cheap power source to human civilization. She laughed and shook her head. I guess this scares me too. Do you think it's right? Do you think it's right to publish the schematics? I never thought of that. Just publish them. Some magazine or newspaper. A slave printing construct could print it and distribute it all over the solar system in 15 minutes. All I have to do, he realized, is pay the fee and then feed in the 3 pages of schematics. As simple as that. and then spend the rest of my life in jail or anyhow in court. Maybe the adjudication would go in my favor. There are precedents in history where vital classified material, military classified material, was stolen and published, and not only was the person found innocent, but we now realize that he was a hero. He served the welfare of the human race itself and risked his life. Approaching their table, 2 armed military security guards closed in on Bob Bibleman. He stared at them, not believing what he saw, but thinking, believe it. "Student Bibleman?" one of them said. "It's on my uniform," Bibleman said. "Hold out your hand, Student Bibleman." The larger of the 2 security guards snapped handcuffs on him. Mary said nothing. She continued slowly eating. In Major Cassal's office, Bibleman waited, grasping the fact that he was being, as the technical term had it, detained. He felt glum. He wondered what they would do. He wondered if he had been set up. He wondered what he would do if he were charged. He wondered why it was taking so long. And then he wondered what it was all about, really, and he wondered whether he would understand the grand issues if he continued with his courses in cosmology, cosmogony, pre-Socratics. Entering the office, Major Casals said briskly, "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Can these handcuffs be removed?" Bibleman said. They hurt his wrists. They had been clapped on him as tightly as possible. His bone structure ached. "We couldn't find the schematics," Casals said, seating himself behind his desk. "What schematics?" "For the Panther engine." "There aren't supposed to be any schematics for the Panther engine. You told us that in orientation." "Did you program your terminal for that deliberately, or did it just happen to come up?" "My terminal programmed itself to talk about water," Bibleman said. "The universe is composed of water." "It automatically notified security when you asked for a written transcript. All written transcripts are monitored." "Fuck you," Bibleman said. Major Casals said, "I'll tell you what. We're only interested in getting the schematics back. We're not interested in putting you in the slam. Return them, and you won't be tried." "Return what?" Bibleman said, but he knew it was a waste of time. "Can I think it over?" "Yes." "Can I go? I feel like going to sleep. I'm tired. I feel like having these cuffs off." Removing the cuffs, Major Casals said, "We made an agreement with all of you, an agreement between the college and the students about classified material. You entered into that agreement." "Freely?" Bibleman said. "Well, no. But the agreement was known to you. When you discovered the schematics for the Panther engine, encoded in the college's memory, and available to anyone who happened for any reason whatsoever, to ask for a practical application of pre-Socratic—" "I was as surprised as hell," Bibleman said. "I still am." "Loyalty is an ethical principle. I'll tell you what. I'll waive the punishment factor and put it on the basis of loyalty to the college. A responsible person obeys laws and agreements entered into. Return the schematics, and you can continue your courses here at the college. In fact, we'll give you permission to select what subjects you want. They won't be assigned to you. I think you're good college material. Think it over, and report back to me tomorrow morning between 8 and 9 here in my office. Don't talk to anyone. Don't try to discuss it. You'll be watched. Don't try to leave the grounds, okay?" "Okay," Bibleman said woodenly. He dreamed that night that he had died. In his dream, vast spaces stretched out, and his father was coming toward him, very slowly, out of a dark glade and into the sunlight. His father seemed glad to see him, and Bibleman felt his father's love. When he awoke, the feeling of being loved by his father remained. As he put on his uniform, he thought about his father, and how rarely in actual life he had gotten that love. It made him feel lonely now, his father being dead, and his mother as well. Killed in a nuclear power accident, along with a whole lot of other people. They say someone important to you waits for you on the other side, he thought. Maybe by the time I die, Major Casals will be dead, and he will be waiting for me, to greet me gladly. Major Casals and my father combined as one. What am I going to do? He asked himself. They have waived the punitive aspects. It's reduced to essentials. A matter of loyalty. Am I a loyal person? Do I qualify? The hell with it, he said to himself. He looked at his watch. 8:30. My father would be proud of me, he thought, for what I am going to do. Going into the laundry room, he scoped out the situation. No robots in sight. He dug down in the pile of bedsheets, found the pages of schematics, took them out, looked them over, and headed for the tube that would take him to Major Casals' office. "You have them?" Casals said as Bibleman entered. Bibleman handed the 3 sheets of paper over to him. "And you made no other copies?" Casals said. "No." "You give me your word of honor?" "Yes," Bibleman said. Casals pressed a button on his desk. "Come in." The door opened, and Mary Lorne stood there. "I do not represent the college," Major Casals said to Bibleman. "You were set up." "I am the college," Mary said. Major Casals said, "Sit down, Bibleman. She will explain it to you before you leave." "I failed?" Bibleman said. "You failed me," Mary said. "The purpose of the test was to teach you to stand on your own feet, even if it meant challenging authority. The covert message of institutions is, submit to that which you psychologically construe as an authority. A good school trains the whole person. It isn't a matter of data and information. I was trying to make you morally and psychologically complete. But a person can't be commanded to disobey. You can't order someone to rebel. All I could do was give you a model, an example." Bibleman thought of when she talked back to Casals at the initial orientation. He felt numb. "The Panther engine is worthless," Mary said, "as a technological artifact. This is a standard test we use on each student, no matter what study course he is assigned." "They all got a readout on the Panther engine?" Bibleman said with disbelief. He stared at the girl. "They will, one by one. Yours came very quickly. First you are told that it is classified. You are told the penalty for releasing classified information. Then you are leaked the information. It is hoped that you will make it public, or at least try to make it public." Major Casals said, "You saw on the 3rd page of the printout that the engine supplied an economical source of hydroelectric power. That was important. You knew that the public would benefit if the engine design was released." "And legal penalties were waived," Mary said. "So what you did was not done out of fear." "Loyalty," Bibleman said. "I did it out of loyalty." "To what?" Mary said. He was silent. He could not think. "To a hollow screen," Major Casals said. "To you," Bibleman said. Major Casals said, "I am someone who insulted you and derided you, someone who treated you like dirt. I told you that if I ordered you to piss purple, you—" "Okay," Bibleman said. "Enough." "Goodbye," Mary said. "What?" Bibleman said, startled. "You're leaving. You're going back to your life and job, what you had before we picked you." Bibleman said, "I'd like another chance." "But," Mary said, "you know how the test works now, so it can never be given to you again. You know what is really wanted from you by the college. I'm sorry." "I'm sorry, too," Major Casals said. Bibleman said nothing. Holding out her hand, Mary said, "Shake." Blindly, Bibleman shook hands with her. Major Casals only stared at him blankly. He did not offer his hand. He seemed to be engrossed in some other topic, perhaps some other person. Another student was on his mind, perhaps. Bibleman could not tell. 3 nights later, as he wandered aimlessly through the mixture of lights and darkness of the city, Bob Bibleman saw ahead of him a robot food vendor at its eternal post. A teenage boy was in the process of buying a taco and an apple turnover. Bob Bibleman lined up behind the boy and stood waiting, his hands in his pockets, no thoughts coming to him. Only a dull feeling, a sense of emptiness. As if the inattention which he had seen on Cassal's face had taken him over, he thought to himself. He felt like an object among objects, like the robot vendor, something which, as he well knew, did not look you directly in the eye. "What'll it be, sir?" the robot asked. Bibleman said, "Fries, a cheeseburger, and a strawberry shake." "Are there any contests?" After a pause, the robot said, "Not for you, Mr. Bibleman." "Okay," he said, and stood waiting. The food came, on its little throwaway plastic tray, in its little throwaway cartons. "I'm not paying," Bibleman said, and he walked away. The robot called after him, $1,100, Mr. Bibleman. You're breaking the law." He turned, got out his wallet. "Thank you, Mr. Bibleman," the robot said. "I am very proud of you." Chains of air, web of ether. The planet on which he was living underwent, each day, 2 mornings. First, CY30 appeared, and then its minor twin put in a feeble appearance, as if God had not been able to make up his mind as to which sun he preferred, and had finally settled on both. The domers like to compare it to sequential settings of an old-fashioned multi-filament incandescent bulb. CY30 gave the impression of getting up to about 150 watts, and then came little CY30b, which added 50 more watts of light. The aggregate lumina made the methane crystals of the planet's surface sparkle pleasantly, assuming you were indoors. At the table of his dome, Leo McVane drank fake coffee and read the newspaper. He felt anxiety-free and warm because he had long ago illegally redesigned his dome's thermostat. He felt safe as well because he had added an extra metal brace to the dome's hatch. And he felt expectant because today the food man would be by, so there would be someone to talk to. It was a good day. All his communications gear fumbled along on autostasis at the moment, monitoring whatever the hell they monitored. Originally, upon being stationed at CY32, McVane had thoroughly studied the function and purpose of the complexes of electronic marvels for which he was the caretaker, or rather, as his job coding put it, the master hominoid overseer. Now he had allowed himself to forget most of the transactions which his charges engaged in. Communications equipment led a monotonous life until an emergency popped up, at which point he ceased suddenly to be the master hominoid overseer, and became the living brain of his station. There had not been an emergency yet. The newspaper contained a funny item from the United States Federal Income Tax booklet for 1978, the year McVane had been born. These entries appeared in the index in this order: who should file, widows and widowers qualifying, winnings, prizes, gambling and lotteries, withholding, federal tax. And then the final entry in the index, which McVane found amusing and even interesting as a commentary on an archaic way of life: 0 bracket amount. To himself, McVane grinned. That was how the United States Federal Income Tax Booklet's 1978 index had ended, very appropriately, and that was how the United States, a few years later, had ended. It had physically fucked itself over and died of the trauma. "Food ration Comtrix," the audio transducer of his radio announced. "Start unbolting procedure." "Unbolting underway," McVane said, laying aside his newspaper. The speaker said, "Put helmet on." "Helmet on." McVane made no move to pick up his helmet. His atmosphere flow rate would compensate for the loss. He had redesigned it, too. The hatch unscrewed, and there stood the food man, head bubble and all. An alarm bell in the dome's ceiling shrilled that atmospheric pressure had sharply declined. "Put your helmet on," the food man ordered angrily. The alarm bell ceased complaining. The pressure had restabilized. At that, the food man grimaced. He popped his helmet and then began to unload cartons from his Comtrix. "We are a hardy race," McVane said, helping him. "You have amped up everything," the food man observed. Like all the rovers who serviced domes, he was sturdily built, and he moved rapidly. It was not a safe job operating a Comtrix shuttle between motherships and the domes of CY-32. He knew it, and McVane knew it. Anybody could sit in a dome. Few people could function outside. "Stick around for a while," McVane said after he and the food man had unloaded, and the food man was marking the invoice. "If you have coffee." They sat facing each other across the table, drinking coffee. Outside the dome, the methane messed around, but here neither man felt it. The food man perspired. He apparently found McVane's temperature level too high. "You know the woman in the next dome?" the food man asked. "Somewhat," McVane said. "My rig transfers data to her input circuitry every 3 or 4 weeks. She stores it, boosts it, and transmits it. I suppose, for all I know." "She's sick," the food man said. McVane said, "She looked all right the last time I talked to her. We used video. She did say something about having trouble reading her terminal's displays." "She's dying," the food man said, and sipped his coffee. In his mind, McVane tried to picture the woman. Small and dark, and what was her name? He punched a couple of keys on the board beside him. Her name came up on its display, retrieved by the code they used. Ribus Rami. "Dying of what?" he said. "Multiple sclerosis." "How far advanced is it?" "Not far at all," the food man said. "A couple of months ago, she told me that when she was in her late teens, she suffered an, what is it called? Aneurysm? In her left eye, which wiped out her central vision in that eye. They suspected at the time that it might be the onset of multiple sclerosis. And then today, when I talked to her, she said she'd been experiencing optic neuritis, which," McVane said, "both symptoms were fed to MED? A correlation of an aneurysm, and then a period of remission, and then double vision, blurring. You ought to call her up and talk to her. When I was delivering to her, she was crying." Turning to his keyboard, McVane punched out and then read the display. "There's a 30 to 40% cure rate for multiple sclerosis." "Not out here. MED can't get to her out here." "Shit," McVane said. "I told her to demand a transfer back home. That's what I'd do. She won't do it." "She's crazy," McVane said. "You're right. She's crazy. Everybody out here is crazy. You want proof of it? She's proof of it. Would you go back home if you knew you were very sick?" "We're never supposed to surrender our domes." "What you monitor is so important." The food man set down his cup. "I have to go." As he got to his feet, he said, "Call her and talk to her. She needs someone to talk to, and you're the closest dome. Surprised she didn't tell you." McVane thought, I didn't ask. After the food man had departed, McVane got the code for Ribus Rami's dome and started to run it into his transmitter, and then hesitated. His wall clock showed 1830 hours. At this point in his 42-hour cycle, he was supposed to accept a sequence of high-speed entertainment audio and videotape signals emanating from a slave satellite at CY-33. Upon storing them, he was to run them back at normal and select the materials suitable for the overall dome system on his own planet. He took a look at the log. Fox was doing a concert that ran 2 hours. "Linda Fox," he thought, "you and your synthesis of old-time rock and modern-day strong. Jesus," he thought, "if I don't transcribe the relay of your live concert, every domer on the planet will come storming in here and kill me. Outside of emergencies, which don't occur, this is what I'm paid to handle. Information traffic between planets. Information that connects us with home and keeps us human. Tape drums have got to turn." He started the tape transport at its high-speed mode, set the module's controls for receive, locked it in at the satellite's operating frequency, checked the waveform on the visual scope to be sure that the carrier was coming in undistorted, and then patched into an audio transduction of what he was getting. The voice of Linda Fox emerged from the strip of drivers mounted above him. As the scope showed, there was no distortion, no noise, no clipping. All channels, in fact, were balanced. His meters indicated that. Sometimes I could cry myself when I hear her, he thought. Speaking of crying, wandering all across this land, my band, in the worlds that pass above, I love. Play for me, you spirits who are weightless. I believe in drinking to your greatness, my band. And behind Linda Fox's vocal, the synthalutes, which were her trademark. Until Fox, no one had ever thought of bringing back that 16th century instrument, for which Dowland had written so beautifully and so effectively. Shall I sue? Shall I seek for grace? Shall I pray? Shall I prove? Shall I strive to a heavenly joy with an earthly love? Are there worlds, are there moons, where the lost shall endure? Shall I find for a heart that is pure? What Linda Fox had done was take the lute books of John Dowland, written at the end of the 16th century, and remastered both the melodies and the lyrics into something of today. Some new thing, he thought, for scattered people as flung as if they had been dropped in haste, here and there, disarranged in domes, on the backs of miserable worlds and in satellites, victimized by the power of migration, with no end in sight. Silly wretch, let me rail at a trip that is blind. Holy hopes do require. He could not remember the rest. Well, he had it taped, of course. No human may find. Or something like that. The beauty of the universe lay not in the stars figured into it, but in the music generated by human minds, human voices, human hands. Synthalutes mixed on an intricate board by experts, and the voice of Fox. He thought, I know what I must have to keep on going. My job is delight. I transcribe this, and I broadcast it, and they pay me. This is the Fox, Linda Fox said. McVane switched on the video to holo, and a cube formed in which Linda Fox smiled at him. Meanwhile, the drums spun at furious speed, getting hour upon hour into his permanent possession. You are with the Fox, she said, and the Fox is with you. She pinned him with her gaze, the hard, bright eyes, the diamond face, feral and wise, feral and true. This is the Fox, speaking to you. He smiled back. Hi, Fox, he said. Some time later, he called the sick girl in the next dome. It took her an amazingly long time to respond to his signal, and as he sat noting the signal register on his own board, he thought, is she finished? Or did they come and forcibly evacuate her? His microscreen showed vague colors, visual static, nothing more. And then there she was. Did I wake you up? He asked. She seemed so slowed down, so torpid. Perhaps, he thought, she's sedated. No, I was shooting myself in the ass. What? He said, startled. Chemotherapy, Ribas said. I'm not doing too well. I just now taped a terrific Linda Fox concert. I'll be broadcasting it in the next few days. It'll cheer you up. It's too bad we're stuck in these domes. I wish we could visit one another. The food man was just here. In fact, he brought me my medication. It's effective, but it makes me throw up. McVane thought, I wish I hadn't called. Is there any way you could visit me? Ribas asked. I have no portable air, none at all. I have, Ribas said. In panic, he said, but if you're sick, I can make it over to your dome. What about your station? What if data come in that...
I've got a beeper I can bring with me.
Presently he said, "Okay."
It would mean a lot to me. Someone to sit with for a little while. The food man stays like half an hour, but that's as long as he can. You know what he told me? There's been an outbreak of a form of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis on CY36. It must be a virus. This whole condition is a virus. Christ, I'd hate to have amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. This is like the Mariana form.
Is it contagious? She did not directly answer. Instead, she said,
What I have can be cured.
Obviously, she wanted to reassure him.
If the virus is around, I won't come over. It's okay.
She nodded and reached to shut off her transmitter.
I'm going to lie down, she said, and get more sleep. With this, you're supposed to sleep as much as you can. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Come over, he said. Brightening, she said,
Thank you.
But be sure to bring your beeper. I have a hunch a lot of telemetric confirms are going to...
Oh, fuck the telemetric confirms, Ribas said with venom. I'm so sick of being stuck in this goddamn dome. Aren't you going buggy sitting around watching tape drums turn and little meters and gauges and shit?
I think you should go back home, he said.
No, she said more calmly. I'm going to follow exactly the MED instructions for my chemotherapy and beat this fucking MS. I'm not going home. I'll come over and fix your dinner. I'm a good cook. My mother was Italian, and my father is Chicano, so I spice everything I fix, except you can't get spices out here. But I figured out how to beat that with different synthetics. I've been experimenting.
In this concert I'm going to be broadcasting, McVane said, the Fox does a version of Dowland's Shall I Sue?
A song about litigation?
No, sue in the sense of to pay court to or woo, in matters of love. And then he realized that she was putting him on.
Do you want to know what I think of the Fox?
Ribas asked.
Recycled sentimentality, which is the worst kind of sentimentality. It isn't even original, and she looks like her face is on upside down. She has a mean mouth.
I like her, he said stiffly. He felt himself becoming mad, really mad. I'm supposed to help you, he asked himself, run the risk of catching what you have so you can insult the Fox?
I'll fix you beef stroganoff with parsley noodles, Ribas said.
I'm doing fine, he said. Hesitating, she said in a low, faltering voice,
Then you don't want me to come over?
He said.
I'm very frightened, Mr. McVane, Ribas said. 15 minutes from now, I'm going to be throwing up from the IV neurotoxite. But I don't want to be alone. I don't want to give up my dome, and I don't want to be by myself. I'm sorry if I offended you. It's just that to me the Fox is a joke. I won't say anything more. I promise.
Do you have the... He amended what he intended to say. Are you sure it won't be too much for you fixing dinner?
I'm stronger now than I will be, she said. I'll be getting weaker for a long time.
How long?
There's no way to tell.
He thought, you are going to die. He knew it, and she knew it. They did not have to talk about it. The complicity of silence was there, the agreement. A dying girl wants to cook me dinner, he thought. A dinner I don't want to eat. I've got to say no to her. I've got to keep her out of my dome. The insistence of the weak, he thought. Their dreadful power. It's so much easier to throw a body block against the strong. "Thank you," he said. "I'd like it very much if we had dinner together. But make sure you keep your radio contact with me on your way over here, so I'll know you're okay. Promise?"
"Well, sure," she said. "Otherwise—" She smiled. "They'd find me a century from now, frozen with pots, pans, and food, as well as synthetic spices. You do have portable air, don't you?"
"No, I really don't," he said, and knew that his lie was palpable to her. The meal smelled good and tasted good, but halfway through Ribas excused herself and made her way unsteadily from the matrix of the dome, his dome, into the bathroom. He tried not to listen. He arranged it with his precept system not to hear, and with his cognition not to know. In the bathroom the girl, violently sick, cried out, and he gritted his teeth and pushed his plate away. And then all at once he got up and set in motion his in-dome audio system. He played an early album of the Fox.
"Come again, sweet love doth now invite thy graces, that refrain to do me do delight." "Do you, by any chance, have some milk?"
Ribas asked, standing at the bathroom door, her face pale. Silently he got her a glass of milk, or what passed for milk on their planet.
"I have antiemetics," Ribas said as she held the glass of milk, "but I didn't remember to bring any with me. They're back at my dome."
"I could get them for you," he said.
"You know what MED told me?"
Her voice was heavy with indignation.
"They said that this chemotherapy won't make my hair fall out, but already it's coming out in—"
"Okay," he interrupted.
"Okay?"
"I'm sorry," he said.
"This is upsetting you," Ribas said. "The meal is spoiled, and I don't know what. If I'd remembered to bring my antiemetics, I'd be able to keep from—"
She became silent.
"Next time I'll bring them. I promise. This is one of the few albums of Fox that I like. She was really good then, don't you think?"
"Yes," he said tightly.
"Linda Box," Ribas said.
"What?" he said.
"Linda the Box. That's what my sister and I used to call her."
She tried to smile. "Please go back to your dome."
"Oh," she said. "Well—"
She smoothed her hair, her hand shaking.
"Will you come with me? I don't think I can make it by myself right now. I'm really weak. I really am sick."
He thought, "You are taking me with you. That's what this is. That is what is happening. You will not go alone. You will take my spirit with you. And you know it as well as you know the name of the medication you are taking, and you hate me as you hate the medication, as you hate MED and your illness. It is all hate for each and everything under these two suns. I know you. I understand you. I see what is coming. In fact, it has begun. And, he thought, I don't blame you. But I will hang on to the Fox. The Fox will outlast you. And so will I. You are not going to shoot down the luminiferous ether which animates our souls. I will hang on to the Fox, and the Fox will hold me in her arms and hang on to me. The two of us. We can't be pried apart. I have dozens of hours of the Fox on audio and videotape. And the tapes are not just for me, but for everybody. You think you can kill that? He said to himself. It's been tried before. The power of the weak, he thought, is an imperfect power. It loses in the end. Hence its name. We call it weak for a reason. Sentimentality, Ribas said. Right, he said sardonically.
Recycled at that.
And mixed metaphors.
Her lyrics?
What I'm thinking. When I get really angry, I mix...
Let me tell you something. One thing. If I am going to survive, I can't be sentimental. I have to be harsh. If I've made you angry, I'm sorry, but that is how it is. It is my life. Someday you may be in the spot I am in, and then you'll know. Wait for that, and then judge me. If it ever happens. Meanwhile, this stuff you're playing in your in-dome audio system is crap. It has to be crap for me. Do you see? You can forget about me. You can send me back to my dome, where I probably really belong. But if you have anything to do with me...
Okay, he said. I understand.
Thank you. May I have some more milk? Turn down the audio, and we'll finish eating, okay?
Amazed, he said, You're going to keep on trying to...
All those creatures and species who gave up trying to eat aren't with us anymore.
She seated herself unsteadily, holding on to the table. I admire you.
No, she said. I admire you. It's harder on you, I know.
Death, he began.
This isn't death. You know what this is? In contrast to what's coming out of your audio system, this is life. The milk, please. I really need it.
As he got her more milk, he said, I guess you can't shoot down Aether, luminiferous or otherwise.
No, she agreed, since it doesn't exist.
Commodity Central provided Ribas with 2 wigs, since, due to the chemo, her hair had been systematically killed. He preferred the light-colored one. When she wore her wig, she did not look too bad, but she had become weakened, and a certain querulousness had crept into her discourse. Because she was not physically strong any longer, due more, he suspected, to the chemotherapy than to her illness, she could no longer manage to maintain her dome adequately. Making his way over there one day, he was shocked at what he found. Dishes, pots and pans, and even glasses of spoiled food, dirty clothes strewn everywhere, litter and debris. Troubled, he cleaned up for her, and to his vast dismay, realized that there was an odor pervading her dome, a sweet mixture of the smell of illness, of complex medications, the soiled clothing, and, worst of all, the rotting food itself. Until he cleaned an area, there was not even a place for him to sit. Ribas lay in bed, wearing a plastic robe open at the back. Apparently, however, she still managed to operate her electronic equipment. He noted that the meters indicated full activity. But she used the remote programmer, normally reserved for emergency conditions. She lay propped up in bed with the programmer beside her, along with a magazine and a bowl of cereal and several bottles of medication. As before, he discussed the possibility of getting her transferred. She refused to be taken off her job. She had not budged.
I'm not going into a hospital,
she told him, and that, for her, ended the conversation. Later, back at his own dome, gratefully back, he put a plan into operation. The large AI system, artificial intelligence plasma, which handled the major problem-solving for star systems in their area of the galaxy, had some available time which could be bought for private use. Accordingly, he punched in an application and posted the total sum of financial credits he had saved up during the last few months. From Fomalhaut, where the plasma drifted, he received back a positive response. The team which handled traffic for the plasma was agreeing to sell him 15 minutes of the plasma's time. At the rate at which he was being metered, he was motivated to feed the plasma his data very skillfully and very rapidly. He told the plasma who Ribas was, which gave the AI system access to her complete files, including her psychological profile, and he told it that his dome was the closest dome to her, and he told it of her fierce determination to live, and her refusal to accept a medical discharge or even transfer from her station. He cupped his head into the shell for psychotronic output so that the plasma at Fomalhaut could draw directly from his thoughts, thus making available to it all his unconscious marginal impressions, realizations, doubts, ideas, anxieties, needs. "There will be a 5-day delay in response," the team signaled him, "because of the distance involved. Your payment has been received and recorded. Over." "Over," he said, feeling glum. He had spent everything he had. A vacuum had consumed his worth. But the plasma was the court of last appeal in matters of problem-solving. "What should I do?" he had asked the plasma. In 5 days, he would have the answer. During the next 5 days, Ribas became considerably weaker. She still fixed her own meals, however, although she seemed to eat the same thing over and over again, a dish of high-protein macaroni with grated cheese sprinkled over it. One day he found her wearing dark glasses. She did not want him to see her eyes. "My bad eye has gone berserk," she said dispassionately, "rolled up in my head like a window shade." Spilled capsules and tablets lay everywhere around her on her bed. He picked up one of the half-empty bottles and saw that she was taking one of the most powerful analgesics available. "MED is prescribing this for you?" he said, wondering. "Is she in that much pain?" "I know somebody," Ribas said, "at a dome on 4. The food man brought it over to me." "This stuff is addictive." "I'm lucky to get it. I shouldn't really have it." "I know you shouldn't." "That goddamn MED." The vindictiveness of her tone was surprising. "It's like dealing with a lower life form. By the time they get around to prescribing and then getting the medication to you, Christ, you're an urn of ashes. I see no point in them prescribing for an urn of ashes." She put her hand up to her skull. "I'm sorry. I should keep my wig on when you're here." "It doesn't matter," he said. "Could you bring me some Coke? Coke settles my stomach." From her refrigerator, he took a liter bottle of cola and poured her a glass. He had to wash the glass first. There wasn't a clean one in the dome. Propped up before her at the foot of her bed, she had her standard-issue TV set going. It gabbled away mindlessly, but no one was listening or watching. He realized that every time he came over, she had it on, even in the middle of the night. When he returned to his own dome, he felt a tremendous sense of relief, of an odious burden being lifted from him. Just to put physical distance between himself and her, that was a joy which raised his spirits. "It's as if," he thought, "when I'm with her, I have what she has. We share the illness." He did not feel like playing any Fox recordings, so instead he put on the Mahler's Second Symphony, The Resurrection. The only symphony scored for many pieces of rattan, he mused. A ruta, which looks like a small broom. They use it to play the bass drum. Too bad Mahler never saw a Morley wah-wah pedal, he thought, or he would have scored it into one of his longer symphonies. Just as the chorus came in, his in-dome audio system shut down. An extrinsic override had silenced it. "Transmission from Fomalhaut." "Standing by." "Use video, please. 10 seconds till start." "Thank you," he said. A readout appeared on his larger screen. It was the AI system, the plasma, replying a day early. Subject: Ribas Rami. Analysis: Thanatos. Program advice: total avoidance on your part. Ethical factor: obviated. Thank you. Blinking, McVane said reflexively, "Thank you." He had dealt with the plasma only once before, and he had forgotten how terse its responses were. The screen cleared. The transmission had ended. He was not sure what Thanatos meant, but he felt certain that it had something to do with death. "It means she is dying," he pondered, as he punched into the planet's reference bank and asked for a definition. It means that she is dying, or may die, or is close to death, all of which I know. However, he was wrong. It meant producing death. Producing, he thought. There is a great difference between death and producing death. No wonder the AI system had notified him that the ethical factor was obviated on his part. She is a killer thing, he realized. Well, this is why it costs so much to consult the plasma. You get not a phony answer based on speculation, but an absolute response. While he was thinking about it and trying to calm himself down, his telephone rang. Before he picked it up, he knew who it was. "Hi," Ribas said in a trembling voice. "Hi," he said. "Do you, by any chance, have any Celestial Seasonings Morning Thunder tea bags?" "What?" he said. "When I was over at your dome, that time I fixed beef stroganoff for us, I thought I saw a canister of Celestial Seasonings." "No," he said. "I don't. I used them up." "Are you all right?" "I'm just tired," he said, and he thought, she said us. She and I are an us. When did that happen? He asked himself. I guess that's what the plasma meant. It understood. "Do you have any kind of tea?" "No," he said. His in-dome audio system suddenly came back on, released from its pause mode now that the Fomalhaut transmission had ended. The choir was singing. On the phone, Ribas giggled. "Fox is doing sound on sound? A whole chorus of 1,000. "This is Mahler," he said roughly. "Do you think you could come over and keep me company?" Ribas asked. "I'm sort of at loose ends." After a moment he said, "Okay, there's something I want to talk to you about." "I was reading this article and—" "When I get there," he broke in, "we can talk. I'll see you in half an hour." He hung up the phone. When he reached her dome, he found her propped up in bed, wearing her dark glasses and watching a soap opera on her TV. Nothing had changed since he had last visited her, except that the decaying food in the dishes and the fluids in the cups and glasses had become more dismaying. "You should watch this," Ribas said, not looking up. "Okay, I'll fill you in. Becky is pregnant, but her boyfriend doesn't—" "I brought you some tea." He set down 4 tea bags. "Could you get me some crackers? There's a box on the shelf over the stove. I need to take a pill. It's easier for me to take medication with food than with water, because when I was about 3 years old, you're not going to believe this, my father was teaching me to swim. We had a lot of money in those days. My father was well, he still is, although I don't hear from him very often. He hurt his back opening one of those sliding security gates at a condo cluster where—" Her voice trailed off. She had again become engrossed in her TV. McVane cleared off a chair and seated himself. "I was very depressed last night," Ribas said. "I almost called you. I was thinking about this friend of mine who's now, well, she's my age, but she's got a Class 4C rating in time motion studies involving prism fluctuation rate or some damn thing. I hate her. At my age, can you feature that?" She laughed. "Have you weighed yourself lately?" he asked. "What? Oh, no, but my weight's okay, I can tell. You take a pinch of skin between your fingers, up near your shoulder, and I did that. I still have a fat layer." "You look thin," he said. He put his hand on her forehead. "Am I running a fever?" "No," he said. He continued to hold his hand there against her smooth, damp skin, above her dark glasses. Above, he thought, the myelin sheath of her nerve fibers, which had developed the sclerotic patches which were killing her. "She will be better off," he said to himself, "when she is dead." Sympathetically, Ryba said, "Don't feel bad. I'll be okay. MED has cut my dosage of Vasculin. I only take it TID now, 3 times a day instead of 4. "You know all the medical terms," he said. "I have to. They issued me a PDR. Want to look at it? It's around here somewhere. Look under those papers over there. I was writing letters to several old friends, because while I was looking for something else, I came across their addresses. I've been throwing things away, see?" She pointed, and he saw paper sacks of crumpled papers. "I wrote for 5 hours yesterday, and then I started in today. That's why I wanted the tea. Maybe you could fix me a cup. Put a whole lot of sugar in it, and just a little milk." As he fixed her the tea, fragments of a Linda Fox adaptation of a Dowland song moved through his mind. "Thou mighty God, that rightest every wrong, listen to patience in a dying song." "This program is really good," Ryba said, when a series of commercials interrupted her TV soap opera. "Can I tell you about it?" Rather than answering, he asked, "Does the reduced dosage of Vasculin indicate you're improving?" "I'm probably going into another period of remission." "How long can you expect it to last?" "Probably quite a while." "I admire your courage," he said. "I'm bailing out. This is the last time I'm coming over here." "My courage?" she said. "Thank you." "I'm not coming back." "Not coming back when? You mean today?" "You're a death-dealing organism," he said. "A pathogen." "If we're going to talk seriously," she said, "I want to put my wig on. Could you bring me my blonde wig? It's around somewhere, maybe under those clothes in the corner there. Where that red top is, the one with the white buttons? I have to sew a button back on it, if I can find the button." He found her wig. "Hold the hand mirror for me," she said, as she placed the wig on her skull. "Do you think I'm contagious? Because MED says that at this stage the virus is inactive. I talked to MED for over an hour yesterday. They gave me a special line." "Who's maintaining your gear?" he asked. "Gear?" She gazed at him from behind dark glasses. "Your job. Monitoring incoming traffic, storing it and then transferring it. The reason you're here." "It's on auto." "You have 7 warning lights on right now, all red and all blinking," he said. "You should have an audio analog so you can hear it and not ignore it. You're receiving but not recording, and they're trying to tell you." "Well, they're out of luck," she responded in a low voice. "They have to take into account the fact that you're sick," he said. "Yes, they do. Of course they do. They can bypass me. Don't you receive roughly what I receive? Aren't I essentially a backup station to your own?" "No," he said. "I'm a backup station to yours." "It's all the same." She sipped the mug of tea which he had fixed for her. "It's too hot. I'll let it cool." Tremblingly, she reached to set down the mug on a table beside her bed. The mug fell, and hot tea poured out over the plastic floor. "Christ!" she said with fury. "Well, that does it. That really does it. Nothing has gone right today. Son of a bitch." McVane turned on the dome's vacuum circuit, and it sucked up the spilled tea. He said nothing. He felt amorphous anger all through him, directed at nothing, fury without object, and he sensed that this was the quality of her own hate. It was a passion which went both nowhere and everywhere. Hate, he thought, like a flock of flies. God, he thought, how I want out of here. How I hate to hate like this, hating spilled tea with the same venom as I hate terminal illness. A one-dimensional universe. It has dwindled to that. In the weeks that followed, He made fewer and fewer trips from his dome to hers. He did not listen to what she said. He did not watch what she did. He averted his gaze from the chaos around her, the ruins of her dome. I am seeing a projection of her brain, he thought once as he momentarily surveyed the garbage which had piled up everywhere. She was even putting sacks outside the dome to freeze for eternity. She is senile. Back in his own dome, he tried to listen to Linda Fox, but the magic had departed. He saw and heard a synthetic image. It was not real. Ribus Rami had sucked the life out of the fox, the way her dome's vacuum circuit had sucked up the spilled tea. And when his sorrows came as fast as floods, hope kept his heart till comfort came again. McVane heard the words, but they didn't matter. What had Ribus called it? Recycled sentimentality and crap? He put on a Vivaldi concerto for bassoon. There is only one Vivaldi concerto, he thought. A computer could do better, and be more diverse. You're picking up fox waves, Linda Fox said, and on his video transducer her face appeared, starlit and wild. And when those fox waves hit you, she said, you have been hit. In a momentary spasm of fury, he deliberately erased 4 hours of Fox, both video and audio, and then regretted it. He put in a call to one of the relay satellites for replacement tapes and was told that they were back-ordered. Fine, he said to himself. What the hell does it matter? That night, while he was sound asleep, his telephone rang. He let it ring. He did not answer it, and when it rang again 10 minutes later, he again ignored it. The third time it rang, he picked it up and said hello. Hi, Ribus said. What is it? He said. I'm cured. You're in remission? No, I'm cured. MED just contacted me. Their computer analyzed all my charts and tests and everything. And there's no sign of hard patches. Except, of course, I'll never get central vision back in my bad eye. But other than that, I'm okay. She paused. How have you been? I haven't heard from you for so long. It seems like forever. I've been wondering about you. He said, I'm okay. We should celebrate. Yes, he said. I'll fix dinner for us. Like I used to. What would you like? I feel like Mexican food. I make a really good taco. I have the ground meat in my freezer, unless it's gone bad. I'll thaw it out and see. Do you want me to come over there, or do you... Let me talk to you tomorrow, he said. I'm sorry to wake you up, but I just now heard from MED. She was silent a moment. You're the only friend I have, she said, and then, incredibly, she began to cry. It's okay, he said. You're well. I was so fucked up, she said brokenly. I'll ring off and talk to you tomorrow. But you're right. I can't believe it. But I made it. It is due to your courage, he said. It's due to you, Ribus said. I would have given up without you. I never told you this, but, well, I squirreled away enough sleeping pills to kill myself, and... I'll talk to you tomorrow, he said, about getting together. He hung up and lay back down. He thought, when Job had lost his children, lands and goods, patience assuaged his excessive pain, and when his sorrows came as fast as floods, hope kept his heart till comfort came again, as the fox would put it. Recycled sentimentality, he thought. I got her through her ordeal, and she paid me back by deriding into rubbish that which I cherished the most. But she is alive, he realized. She did make it. It's like when someone tries to kill a rat. You can kill it 6 ways, and it still survives. You can't fault that. He thought, that is the name of what we are doing here in this star system on these frozen planets in these little domes. Ribas Rami understood the game and played it right and won. To hell with Linda Fox. And then he thought, but also to hell with what I love. It is a good trade-off, he thought. A human life won and a synthetic media image wrecked. The law of the universe. Shivering, he pulled his covers over him and tried to get back to sleep. The food man showed up before Ribas did. He awoke McVane early in the morning with a full shipment. "Still got your temp and air illegally boosted?" the food man said as he unscrewed his helmet. "I just use the equipment," McVane said. "I don't build it." "Well, I won't report you. Got any coffee?" They sat facing each other across the table drinking fake coffee. "I just came from the Rami girls' dome," the food man said. "She says she's cured." "Yeah, she phoned me last night," McVane said. "She says you did it." To that, McVane said nothing. "You saved a human life." "Okay," McVane said. "What's wrong?" "I'm just tired." "I guess it took a lot out of you. Christ, it's a mess over there. Can't you clean it up for her? Destroy the garbage at least and sterilize the place. The whole goddamn dome is septic. She let her garbage disposal get plugged and it backed up raw sewage all over her cupboards and shelves where her food is stored. I've never seen anything like it. Of course, she's been so weak." McVane interrupted. "I'll look into it." Awkwardly, the food man said, "The main thing is she's cured. She was giving herself the shots, you know." "I know," McVane said. "I watched her. Many times," he said to himself. "And her hair's growing back. Boy, she looks awful without her wig. Don't you agree?" Rising, McVane said, "I have to broadcast some weather reports. Sorry, I can't talk to you any longer." Toward dinner-time, Ribas Rami appeared at the hatch of his dome, loaded with pots and dishes and carefully wrapped packages. He let her in, and she made her way silently to the kitchen area, where she dumped everything down at once. 2 packages slid off onto the floor, and she stooped to retrieve them. After she had taken off her helmet, she said, "It's good to see you again." "Likewise," he said. "It'll take about an hour to fix the tacos. Do you think you can wait until then?" "Sure," he said. "I've been thinking," Ribas said as she started a pan of grease heating on the stove. "We ought to take a vacation. Do you have any leave coming? I have 2 weeks owed me, although my situation is complicated by my illness. I mean, I used up a lot of my leave in the form of sick leave. Christ's sake, they docked me 1/2 day a month just because I couldn't operate my transmitter. Can you believe it?" He said, "It's nice to see you stronger." "I'm fine," she said. "Shit, I forgot the hamburger. God damn it!" She stared at him. "I'll go to your dome and get it," he said presently. She seated herself. "It's not thawed. I forgot to thaw it out. I just remembered now. I was going to take it out of the freezer this morning, but I had to finish some letters. Maybe we could have something else and have the tacos tomorrow night." "Okay," he said. "And I meant to bring your tea back." "I only gave you 4 bags," he said. Eyeing him uncertainly, she said, "I thought you brought me that whole box of Celestial Seasonings Morning Thunder tea. Then where did I get it? Maybe the food man brought it. I'm just going to sit here for a while. Could you turn on the TV?" He turned on the TV. "There's a show I watch," Ribas said. "I never miss it. I like shows about... Well, I'll have to fill you in on what's happened so far, if we're going to watch." "Could we not watch?" he said. Her husband, he thought, she's completely crazy. She is dead. Her body has been healed, but it killed her mind. "I have to tell you something," he said.
"What is it?"
"You're—" He ceased.
"I'm very lucky," she said. "I beat the odds. You didn't see me when I was at my worst. I didn't want you to. From the chemo, I was blind and paralyzed and deaf, and then I started having seizures. I'll be on a maintenance dose for years. But it's okay, don't you think? To be on just a maintenance dose? I mean, it could be so much worse." Anyhow, her husband lost his job because he—
"Whose husband?" McVane said.
"On the TV."
Reaching up, she took hold of his hand.
"Where do you want to go on our vacation? We so goddamn well deserve some sort of reward. Both of us."
"Our reward," he said, "is that you're well." She did not seem to be listening. Her gaze was fastened on the TV. He saw then that she still wore her dark glasses. It made him think then of the song the fox had sung on Christmas Day, "For All the Planets," the most tender, the most haunting song, which he had adapted from John Dowland's lute books.
"When the poor cripple by the pool did lie, full many years in misery and pain, no sooner he on Christ had set his eye, but he was well, and comfort came again."
Ribis Rami was saying,
"It was a high-paying job, but everyone was conspiring against him. You know how it is in an office. I worked in an office once where—"
Pausing, she said,
"Could you heat some water? I'd like to try a little coffee."
"Okay," he said, and turned on the burner. Strange memories of death. I woke up this morning and felt the chill of October in the apartment, as if the seasons understood the calendar. What had I dreamed? Vain thoughts of a woman I had loved. Something depressed me. I took a mental audit. Everything was, in fact, fine. This would be a good month. But I felt the chill. Oh, Christ, I thought. Today is the day they evict the Lysol lady. Nobody likes the Lysol lady. She is insane. No one has ever heard her say a word, and she won't look at you. Sometimes when you are descending the stairs, she is coming up, and she turns wordlessly around, and retreats, and uses the elevator instead. Everybody can smell the Lysol she uses. Magical horrors contaminate her apartment, apparently, so she uses Lysol. God damn. As I fix coffee, I think, maybe the owners have already evicted her, at dawn, while I still slept. While I was having vain dreams about a woman I loved who dumped me. Of course, I was dreaming about the hateful Lysol lady and the authorities coming to her door at 5 a.m. The new owners are a huge firm of real estate developers. They do it at dawn. The Lysol lady hides in her apartment and knows that October is here. October 1st is here. And they are going to bust in and throw her and her stuff out in the street. Now, is she going to speak? I imagine her pressed against the wall in silence. However, it is not as simple as that. Al Newcomb, the sales representative of South Orange Investments, has told me that the Lysol lady went to legal aid. This is bad news, because it screws up our doing anything for her. She is crazy, but not crazy enough. If it could be proved that she did not understand the situation, a team from Orange County Mental Health could come in as her advocates and explain to South Orange Investments that you cannot legally evict a person with diminished capacity. Why the hell did she get it together to go to legal aid? The time is 9 a.m. I can go downstairs to the sales office and ask Al Newcomb if they've evicted the Lysol lady yet, or if she is in her apartment, hiding in silence, waiting. They are evicting her because the building, made up of 56 units, has been converted to condominiums. Virtually everyone has moved since we were all legally notified 4 months ago. You have 120 days to leave or buy your apartment, and South Orange Investments will pay $200 of your moving costs. This is the law. You also have first refusal rights on your rental unit. I am buying mine. I am staying. For $52,000, I get to be around when they evict the Lysol lady, who is crazy, and doesn't have $52,000. Now I wish I had moved. Going downstairs to the newspaper vending machine, I buy today's Los Angeles Times. A girl who shot up a schoolyard of children because she didn't like Mondays is pleading guilty. She will soon get probation. She took a gun and shot school children because, in effect, she had nothing else to do. Well, today is Monday. She is in court on a Monday, the day she hates. Is there no limit to madness? I wonder about myself. I am staying because I am both afraid to move, afraid of something new, of change, and because I am lazy. No, that isn't it. I like this building, and I live near friends and near stores. That means something to me. I've been here 3.5 years. It is a good, solid building, with security gates and deadbolt locks. I have 2 cats, and they like the enclosed patio. They can go outside and be safe from dogs. Probably I am thought of as the cat man, so everyone has moved out. But the Lysol lady and the cat man stay on. What bothers me is that I know the only thing separating me from the Lysol lady, who is crazy, is the money in my savings account. Money is the official seal of sanity. The Lysol lady, perhaps, is afraid to move. She is like me. She just wants to stay where she has stayed for several years, doing what she's been doing. She uses the laundry machines a lot, washing and spin-drying her clothes again and again. This is where I encounter her. I am coming into the laundry room, and she is there at the machines, to be sure no one steals her laundry. Why won't she look at you, keeping her face turned away? What purpose is served? I sense hate. She hates every other human being. But now consider her situation. Those she hates are going to close in on her. What fear she must feel. She gazes about in her apartment, waiting for the knock on the door. She watches the clock and understands. To the north of us, in Los Angeles, the conversion of rental units to condominiums has been effectively blocked by the city council. Those who rent won out. This is a great victory, but it does not help the Lysol lady. This is Orange County. Money rules. The very poor live to the east of me, the Mexicans in their barrio. Sometimes when our security gates open to admit cars, the Chicano women run in with baskets of dirty laundry. They want to use our machines, having none of their own. The people who lived here in the building resented this. When you have even a little money enough to live in a modern, full-security, all-electric building, you resent a great deal. Well, I have to find out if the Lysol lady has been evicted yet. There's no way to tell by looking at her window. The drapes are always shut. So I go downstairs to the sales office to see Al. However, Al is not there. The office is locked. Then I remember that Al flew to Sacramento on the weekend to get some crucial legal papers that the state lost. He hasn't returned. If the Lysol lady wasn't crazy, I could knock on her door and talk to her. I could find out that way. But this is precisely the locus of the tragedy. Any knock will frighten her. This is her condition. This is the illness itself. So I stand by the fountain that the developers have constructed, and I admire the planter boxes of flowers which they have had brought in. They have really made the building look good. It formerly looked like a prison. Now it has become a garden. The developers put a great deal of money into painting and landscaping and, in fact, rebuilding the whole entrance. Water and flowers and French doors, and the Lysol lady silent in her apartment, waiting for the knock. Perhaps I could tape a note to the Lysol lady's door. It could read, "Madam, I am sympathetic to your position and would like to assist you. If you wish me to assist you, I live upstairs in apartment C1. How would I sign it? Fellow loony, maybe. Fellow loony with $52,000 who is here legally, whereas you are, in the eyes of the law, a squatter. as of midnight last night, although the day before it was as much your apartment as mine is mine. I go back upstairs to my apartment with the idea of writing a letter to the woman I once loved and last night dreamed about. All sorts of phrases pass through my mind. I will recreate the vanished relationship with one letter. Such is the power of my words. What crap. She is gone forever. I don't even have her current address. Laboriously, I could track her down through mutual friends, and then say what? My darling, I have finally come to my senses. I realize the full extent of my indebtedness to you. Considering the short time we were together, you did more for me than anyone else in my life. It is evident to me that I have made a disastrous error. Could we have dinner together? As I repeat this hyperbole in my mind, the thought comes to me that it would be horrible but funny if I wrote that letter, and then by mistake or design taped it to the Lysol lady's door. How would she react? Jesus Christ, it would kill her, or cure her. Meanwhile, I could write my departed loved one, Die ferne Geliebte, as follows. Madam, you are totally nuts. Everyone within miles is aware of it. Your problem is of your own making. Ship up, shape out, get your act together, borrow some money, hire a better lawyer, buy a gun, shoot up a schoolyard. If I can assist you, I live in apartment C1. Maybe the plight of the Lysol lady is funny, and I am too depressed by the coming of autumn to realize it. Maybe there will be some good mail today. After all, yesterday was a mail holiday. I will get 2 days of mail today. That will cheer me up. What, in fact, is going on is that I am feeling sorry for myself. Today is Monday, and like the girl in court pleading guilty, I hate Mondays. Brenda Spencer pleaded guilty to the charge of shooting 11 people, 2 of whom died. She is 17 years old, small, and very pretty, with red hair. She wears glasses and looks like a child, like one of those she shot. The thought enters my mind that perhaps the Lysol lady has a gun in her apartment. A thought that should have come to me a long time ago. Perhaps South Orange Investments thought of it. Perhaps this is why Al Newcomb's office is locked up today. He is not in Sacramento, but in hiding. Although, of course, he could be in hiding in Sacramento, accomplishing 2 things at once. An excellent therapist I once knew made the point that in almost all cases of a criminal psychotic acting out, there was an easier alternative that the disturbed person overlooked. Brenda Spencer, for instance, could have walked to the local supermarket and bought a carton of chocolate milk instead of shooting 11 people, most of them children. The psychotic person actually chooses the more difficult path. He forces his will uphill. It is not true that he takes the line of least resistance, but he thinks he does. There precisely lies his error. The basis of psychosis, in a nutshell, is the chronic inability to see the easy way out. All the behavior, all that constitutes psychotic activity, and the psychotic lifestyle stems from this perceptual flaw. Sitting in isolation and silence in her antiseptic apartment, waiting for the inexorable knock on the door, the Lysol lady has contrived to put herself in the most difficult circumstances possible. What was easy was made hard. What was hard was transmuted, finally, into the impossible. And there the psychotic lifestyle ends, when the impossible closes in and there are no options at all, even difficult ones. That is the rest of the definition of psychosis. At the end, there lies a dead end. And at that point, the psychotic person freezes. If you've ever seen it happen, well, it is an amazing sight. The person congeals like a motor that has seized. It occurs suddenly. One moment the person is in motion, the pistons are going up and down frantically. And then it's an inert block. That is because the path has run out for that person, the path he probably got onto years before. It is kinetic death. Place there is none, St. Augustine wrote. We go backward and forward, and there is no place. And then the cessation comes, and there is only place. The spot where the Lysol lady has trapped herself was her own apartment, but it was no longer her own apartment. She had found a place at which to psychologically die, and then South Orange Investments had taken it away from her. They had robbed her of her own grave. What I can't get out of my mind is the notion that my fate is tied to that of the Lysol lady. A physical entry in the computer at Mutual Savings divides us, and it is a mythical division. It is real only so long as people such as South Orange Investments, specifically South Orange Investments, are willing to agree that it is real. It seems to me to be nothing more than a social convention, such as wearing matching socks. In another way, it's like the value of gold. The value of gold is what people agree on, which is like a game played by children. Let's agree that that tree is third base. Suppose my television set worked because my friends and I agreed that it worked. We could sit before a blank screen forever that way. In that case, it could be said that the Lysol lady's failure lay in not having entered into a compact with the rest of us, a consensus. Underlying everything else, there is this unwritten contract to which the Lysol lady is not a party. But I am amazed to think that the failure to enter into an agreement palpably childish and irrational leads inevitably to kinetic death, total stoppage of the organism. Argued this way, one could say that the Lysol lady had failed to be a child. She was too adult. She couldn't or wouldn't play a game. The element which had taken over her life was the element of the grim. She never smiled. None had ever seen her do anything but glower in a vague, undirected way. Perhaps then she played a grimmer game rather than no game. Perhaps her game was one of combat, in which case she now had what she wanted, even though she was losing. It was at least a situation she understood. South Orange Investments had entered the Lysol lady's world. Perhaps being a squatter rather than a tenant was satisfying to her. Maybe we all secretly will everything that happens to us. In that case, does the psychotic person will his own ultimate kinetic death, his own dead-end path? Does he play to lose? I didn't see Al Newcomb that day, but I did see him the next day. He had returned from Sacramento and opened up his office. "Is the woman in B-15 still there?" I asked him. "Or did you evict her?" "Mrs. Archer?" Newcomb said. "Oh, the other morning she moved out. She's gone. The Santa Ana Housing Authority found her a place over on Bristol." He leaned back in his swivel chair and crossed his legs. His slacks, as always, were sharply creased. "She went to them a couple of weeks ago." "An apartment she can afford?" I said. "They picked up the bill. They're paying her rent. She talked them into it. She's a hardship case." "Christ," I said, "I wish someone would pay my rent." "You're not paying rent," Newcomb said. "You're buying your apartment." I hope I shall arrive soon. After takeoff, the ship routinely monitored the condition of the 60 people sleeping in its cryonic tanks. One malfunction showed that of Person 9. His EEG revealed brain activity. "Shit," the ship said to itself. Complex homeostatic devices locked into circuit feed, and the ship contacted Person 9. "You are slightly awake," the ship said, utilizing the psychotronic route. There was no point in rousing Person 9 to full consciousness. After all, the flight would last a decade. Virtually unconscious, but unfortunately still able to think, Person 9 thought, "Someone is addressing me." He said, "Where am I located?" "I don't see anything." "You're in faulty cryonic suspension." He said, "Then I shouldn't be able to hear you." "Faulty," I said. "That's the point. You can hear me. Do you know your name?" "Victor Kemmings." "Bring me out of this." "We are in flight." "Then put me under." "Just a moment." The ship examined the cryonic mechanisms. It scanned and surveyed, and then it said,
I will try.
Time passed. Victor Kemmings, unable to see anything, unaware of his body, found himself still conscious. "Lower my temperature," he said. He could not hear his voice. Perhaps he only imagined he spoke. Colors floated toward him and then rushed at him. He liked the colors. They reminded him of a child's paintbox, the semi-animated kind, an artificial life form. He had used them in school 200 years ago.
"I can't put you under," the voice of the ship sounded inside Kemmings' head. "The malfunction is too elaborate. I can't correct it, and I can't repair it. You will be conscious for 10 years.
The semi-animated colors rushed toward him, but now they possessed a sinister quality, supplied to them by his own fear. "Oh, my God," he said. 10 years. The colors darkened. As Victor Kemmings lay paralyzed, surrounded by dismal flickerings of light, the ship explained to him its strategy. This strategy did not represent a decision on its part. The ship had been programmed to seek this solution in case of a malfunction of this sort.
"What I will do," the voice of the ship came to him, "is feed you sensory stimulation. The peril to you is sensory deprivation. If you are conscious for 10 years without sensory data, your mind will deteriorate. When we reach the LR4 system, you will be a vegetable."
"Well, what do you intend to feed me?" Kemmings said in panic. "What do you have in your information storage banks? All the video soap operas of the last century? Wake me up and I'll walk around."
"There is no air in me," the ship said. "Nothing for you to eat. No one to talk to, since everyone else is under."
Kemmings said, "I can talk to you. We can play chess."
"Not for 10 years. Listen to me. I say I have no food and no air. You must remain as you are. A bad compromise, but one forced on us. You are talking to me now. I have no particular information stored. Here is policy in these situations. I will feed you your own buried memories, emphasizing the pleasant ones. You possess 206 years of memories, and most of them have sunk down into your unconscious. This is a splendid source of sensory data for you to receive. Be of good cheer. This situation, which you are in, is not unique. It has never happened within my domain before, but I am programmed to deal with it. Relax, and trust me. I will see that you are provided with a world."
"They should have warned me," Kemmings said, "before I agreed to emigrate."
"Relax,"
the ship said. He relaxed, but he was terribly frightened. Theoretically, he should have gone under, into the successful cryonic suspension, then awakened a moment later at his star of destination, or rather the planet, the colony planet of that star. Everyone else aboard the ship lay in an unknowing state. He was the exception, as if bad karma had attacked him for obscure reasons. Worst of all, he had to depend totally on the goodwill of the ship. Suppose it elected to feed him monsters. The ship could terrorize him for 10 years. 10 objective years, and undoubtedly more from a subjective standpoint. He was, in effect, totally in the ship's power. Did interstellar ships enjoy such a situation? He knew little about interstellar ships. His field was microbiology. "Let me think," he said to himself. "My first wife, Martine, the lovely little French girl who wore jeans and a red shirt open at the waist, and cooked delicious crepes."
"I hear," the ship said. "So be it."
The rushing colors resolved themselves into coherent, stable shapes. A building. A little old yellow wooden house that he had owned when he was 19 years old in Wyoming. "Wait," he said in panic. The foundation was bad. It was on a mud sill, and the roof leaked. But he saw the kitchen with the table that he had built himself, and he felt glad.
"You will not know after a little while," the ship said, "that I am feeding you your own buried memories."
"I haven't thought of that house in a century," he said wonderingly. Entranced, he made out his old electric-drip coffee pot with the box of paper filters beside it. "This is the house where Martine and I lived," he realized. "Martine," he said aloud. "I'm on the phone," Martine said from the living room. The ship said, "I will cut in only when there is an emergency. I will be monitoring you, however, to be sure you are in a satisfactory state. Don't be afraid." "Turn down the rear right burner on the stove," Martine called. He could hear her, and yet not see her. He made his way from the kitchen through the dining room and into the living room. At the VF, Martine stood in rapt conversation with her brother. She wore shorts and she was barefoot. Through the front windows of the living room he could see the street. A commercial vehicle was trying to park, without success. "It's a warm day," he thought. "I should turn on the air conditioner." He seated himself on the old sofa as Martine continued her VF conversation, and he found himself gazing at his most cherished possession, a framed poster on the wall above Martine, Gilbert Shelton's Fat Freddy Says drawing, in which Freddy Freak sits with his cat on his lap, and Fat Freddy is trying to say "Speed kills." But he is so wired on speed, he holds in his hand every kind of amphetamine tablet, pill, spansule, capsule that exists, that he can't say it. And the cat is gritting his teeth and wincing in a mixture of dismay and disgust. The poster is signed by Gilbert Shelton himself. Cummings' best friend Ray Torrance gave it to him and Martine as a wedding present. It is worth thousands. It was signed by the artist back in the 1980s. Long before either Victor Cummings or Martine lived. If we ever run out of money, Cummings thought to himself, we could sell the poster. It was not a poster, it was the poster. Martine adored it. The fabulous Fairy Freak brothers, from the golden age of a long-ago society. No wonder he loved Martine so. She herself loved back, loved the beauties of the world, and treasured and cherished them as she treasured and cherished him. It was a protective love that nourished but did not stifle. It had been her idea to frame the poster. He would have tacked it up on the wall, so stupid was he. "Hi," Martine said, off the VF now. "What are you thinking?" "Just that you keep alive what you love," he said. "I think that's what you're supposed to do," Martine said. "Are you ready for dinner? Open some red wine, a Cabernet." "Will an 07 do?" he said, standing up. He felt then like taking hold of his wife and hugging her. "Either an 07 or a 12. She trotted past him, through the dining room and into the kitchen. Going down into the cellar, he began to search among the bottles, which, of course, lay flat. Musty air and dampness. He liked the smell of the cellar. But then he noticed the redwood planks lying half-buried in the dirt, and he thought, I know I've got to get a concrete slab poured. He forgot about the wine, and went over to the far corner, where the dirt was piled highest. Bending down, he poked at a board. He poked with a trowel, and then he thought, where did I get this trowel? I didn't have it a minute ago. The board crumbled against the trowel. This whole house is collapsing, he realized. Christ's sake, I better tell Martine. Going back upstairs, the wine forgotten, he started to say to her that the foundations of the house were dangerously decayed, but Martine was nowhere in sight. And nothing cooked on the stove, no pots, no pans. Amazed, he put his hands on the stove and found it cold. Wasn't she just cooking? He asked himself. Martine, he said loudly. No response. Except for himself, the house was empty. Empty, he thought, and collapsing. Oh, my God. He seated himself at the kitchen table and felt the chair give slightly under him. It did not give much, but he felt it. He felt the sagging. "I'm afraid," he thought. "Where did she go?" He returned to the living room. Maybe she went next door to borrow some spices or butter or something, he reasoned. Nonetheless, panic now filled him. He looked at the poster. It was unframed, and the edges had been torn. "I know she framed it," he thought. He ran across the room to it, to examine it closely. Faded. The artist's signature had faded. He could scarcely make it out. She insisted on framing it, and under glare-free, reflection-free glass. But it isn't framed, and it's torn. The most precious thing we own. Suddenly he found himself crying. It amazed him, his tears. Martine is gone. The poster is deteriorated. The house is crumbling away. Nothing is cooking on the stove. This is terrible, he thought, and I don't understand it. The ship understood it. The ship had been carefully monitoring Victor Kemmings's brainwave patterns, and the ship knew that something had gone wrong. The waveforms showed agitation and pain.
"I must get him out of this feed circuit, or I will kill him," the ship decided. "Where does the flaw lie?" it asked itself. Worry dormant in the man. Underlying anxieties. Perhaps if I intensify the signal, I will use the same source, but amp up the charge. What has happened is that massive subliminal insecurities have taken possession of him. The fault is not mine, but lies instead in his psychological makeup. I will try an earlier period in his life, the ship decided, before the neurotic anxieties got laid down. In the backyard, Victor scrutinized a bee that had gotten itself trapped in a spider's web. The spider wound up the bee with great care. "That's wrong," Victor thought. "I'll let the bee loose." Reaching up, he took hold of the encapsulated bee, drew it from the web, and scrutinizing it carefully, began to unwrap it. The bee stung him. It felt like a little patch of flame. "Why did it sting me?" he wondered. "I was letting it go." He went indoors to his mother and told her, but she did not listen. She was watching television. His finger hurt where the bee had stung it, but more important, he did not understand why the bee would attack its rescuer. "I won't do that again," he said to himself. "Put some Bactine on it," his mother said at last, roused from watching the TV. He had begun to cry. It was unfair. It made no sense. He was perplexed and dismayed, and he felt a hatred toward small living things, because they were dumb. They didn't have any sense. He left the house, played for a time on his swings, his slide, in his sandbox, and then he went into the garage, because he heard a strange flapping, whirring sound, like a kind of fan. Inside the gloomy garage, he found that a bird was fluttering against the cobwebbed rear window, trying to get out. Below it, the cat, Dorky, leaped and leaped, trying to reach the bird. He picked up the cat. The cat extended its body and its front legs. It extended its jaws and bit into the bird. At once the cat scrambled down and ran off with the still fluttering bird. Victor ran into the house. "Dorky caught a bird," he told his mother. "That goddamn cat!" His mother took the broom from the closet in the kitchen and ran outside, trying to find Dorky. The cat had concealed itself under the bramble bushes. She could not reach it with the broom. "I'm going to get rid of that cat," his mother said. Victor did not tell her that he had arranged for the cat to catch the bird. He watched in silence as his mother tried and tried to pry Dorky out of her hiding place. Dorky was crunching up the bird. He could hear the sound of breaking bones, small bones. He felt a strange feeling, as if he should tell his mother what he had done, and yet if he told her, she would punish him. "I won't do that again," he said to himself. His face, he realized, had turned red. What if his mother figured it out? What if she had some secret way of knowing? Dorky couldn't tell her, and the bird was dead.
No one would ever know. He was safe. But he felt bad. That night he could not eat his dinner. Both his parents noticed. They thought he was sick. They took his temperature. He said nothing about what he had done. His mother told his father about Dorky, and they decided to get rid of Dorky. Seated at the table listening, Victor began to cry. "All right," his father said gently. "We won't get rid of her. It's natural for a cat to catch a bird." The next day he sat playing in his sandbox. Some plants grew up through the sand. He broke them off. Later his mother told him that that had been a wrong thing to do. Alone in the backyard in his sandbox, he sat with a pail of water, forming a small mound of wet sand. The sky, which had been blue and clear, became, by degrees, overcast. A shadow passed over him, and he looked up. He sensed a presence around him, something vast that could think. "You are responsible for the death of the bird," the presence thought. He could understand its thoughts. "I know," he said. He wished then that he could die, that he could replace the bird and die for it, leaving it as it had been, fluttering against the cobweb window of the garage. The bird wanted to fly and eat and live, the presence thought. "Yes," he said miserably. "You must never do that again," the presence told him. "I'm sorry," he said, and wept.
This is a very neurotic person, the ship realized. I am having an awful lot of trouble finding happy memories. There is too much fear in him, and too much guilt. He has buried it all, and yet it is still there, worrying him like a dog worrying a rag. Where can I go in his memories to find him solace? I must come up with 10 years of memories, or his mind will be lost. Perhaps, the ship thought, the error that I am making is in the area of choice on my part. I should allow him to select his own memories. However, the ship realized, this will allow an element of fantasy to enter, and that is not usually good. Still, I will try the segment dealing with his first marriage once again, the ship decided. He really loved Martine. Perhaps this time, if I keep the intensity of the memories at a greater level, the entropic factor can be abolished. What happened was a subtle vitiation of the remembered world, a decay of structure. I will try to compensate for that. So be it.
"Do you suppose Gilbert Shelton really signed this?" Martine said pensively. She stood before the poster, her arms folded. She rocked back and forth slightly, as if seeing a better perspective on the brightly colored drawing hanging on their living-room wall. "I mean, it could have been forged by a dealer somewhere along the line, during Shelton's lifetime or after." "The letter of authentication," Victor Cummings reminded her. "Oh, that's right." She smiled her warm smile. "Ray gave us the letter that goes with it. But suppose the letter is a forgery? What we need is another letter certifying that the first letter is authentic." Laughing, she walked away from the poster. "Ultimately," Cummings said, "we would have to have Gilbert Shelton here to personally testify that he signed it." "Maybe he wouldn't know. There's that story about the man bringing the Picasso picture to Picasso and asking him if it was authentic, and Picasso immediately signed it and said, 'Now it's authentic.'" She put her arm around Cummings and, standing on tiptoe, kissed him on the cheek. "It's genuine. Ray wouldn't have given us a forgery. He's the leading expert on counterculture art of the 20th century. Do you know that he owns an actual lid of dope? It's preserved under—" "Ray is dead," Victor said. "What?" She gazed at him in astonishment. "Do you mean something happened to him since we last—" "He's been dead 2 years, Cummings said. "I was responsible. I was driving the buzz car. I wasn't cited by the police, but it was my fault." "Ray is living on Mars." She stared at him. "I know I was responsible. I never told you. I never told anyone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I saw it flapping against the window, and Dorky was trying to reach it, and I lifted Dorky up. I don't know why, but Dorky grabbed it.
Sit down, Victor.
Martine led him to the overstuffed chair and made him seat himself.
Something's wrong,
she said. I know, he said. Something terrible is wrong. I'm responsible for taking of a life, a precious life that can never be replaced. I'm sorry. I wish I could make it okay, but I can't. After a pause, Martine said,
Call Ray.
The cat, he said.
What cat?
There, he pointed. In the poster, on Fat Freddy's lap. That's Dorky. Dorky killed Ray. Silence. The presence told me, Cummings said. It was God. I didn't realize it at the time, but God saw me commit the crime, the murder, and he will never forgive me. His wife stared at him numbly. God sees everything you do, Cummings said. He sees even the falling sparrow. Only in this case it didn't fall. It was grabbed out of the air and torn down. God is tearing this house down, which is my body, to pay me back for what I've done. We should have had a building contractor look this house over before we bought it. It's just falling goddamn to pieces. In a year there won't be anything left of it. Don't you believe me? Martine faltered. Watch. Cummings reached up his arms toward the ceiling. He stood. He reached. He could not touch the ceiling. He walked to the wall and then, after a pause, put his hand through the wall. Martine screamed. The ship aborted the memory retrieval instantly, but the harm had been done. He has integrated his early years and guilts into one interwoven grid, the ship said to itself. There is no way I can serve up a pleasant memory to him, because he instantly contaminates it. However pleasant the original experience in itself was. This is a serious situation, the ship decided. The man is already showing signs of psychosis, and we are hardly into the trip. Years lie ahead of him. After allowing itself time to think the situation through, the ship decided to contact Victor Cummings once more. Mr. Cummings, the ship said. I'm sorry, Cummings said. I didn't mean to foul up those retrievals. You did a good job, but Just a moment, the ship said. I'm not equipped to do psychiatric reconstruction of you. I am a simple mechanism, that's all. What is it you want? Where do you want to be? And what do you want to be doing? I want to arrive at our destination, Cummings said. I want this trip to be over. Ah, the ship thought. That is the solution. One by one, the cryonic systems shut down. One by one, the people returned to life. Among them, Victor Cummings. What amazed him was the lack of a sense of the passage of time. He had entered the chamber, lain down, had felt the membrane cover him, and the temperature begin to drop. And now he stood on the ship's external platform, the unloading platform, gazing down at a verdant planetary landscape. This, he realized, is LR-46, the colony world to which I have come in order to begin a new life. Looks good, a heavy-set woman beside him said. Yes, he said, and felt the newness of the landscape rush up at him, its promise of a new beginning, something better than he had known the past 200 years. I am a fresh person in a fresh world, he thought, and he felt glad. Colors raced at him, like those of a child's semi-animate kit. St. Elmo's fire, he realized. That's right. There is a great deal of ionization in this planet's atmosphere. A free light show, such as they had back in the 20th century. Mr. Cummings, a voice said. An elderly man had come up beside him to speak to him. Did you dream? During the suspension? Cummings said. No, not that I can remember. I think I dreamed. the elderly man said. "Would you take my arm on the descent ramp? I feel unsteady. The air seems thin. Do you find it thin?"
"Don't be afraid," Kemming said to him. He took the elderly man's arm. "I'll help you down the ramp. Look, there's a guide coming this way. He'll arrange our processing for us. It's part of the package. We'll be taken to a resort hotel and given first-class accommodations. Read your brochure." He smiled at the uneasy older man to reassure him.
"You'd think our muscles would be nothing but flab after 10 years in suspension,"
the elderly man said. "It's just like freezing peas," Kemming said. Holding on to the timid older man, he descended the ramp to the ground. "You can store them forever, if you get them cold enough."
"My name's Shelton,"
the elderly man said. "What?" Kemming said, halting. A strange feeling moved through him.
"Don Shelton."
The elderly man extended his hand. Reflexively, Kemmings accepted it, and they shook.
"What's the matter, Mr. Kemmings? Are you all right?"
"Sure," he said. "I'm fine, but hungry. I'd like to get something to eat. I'd like to get to our hotel where I can take a shower and change my clothes." He wondered where their baggage could be found. Probably it would take the ship an hour to unload it. The ship was not particularly intelligent. In an intimate, confidential tone, elderly Mr. Shelton said,
"You know what I brought with me? A bottle of wild turkey bourbon. The finest bourbon on earth. I'll bring it over to our hotel room and we'll share it."
He nudged Kemmings. "I don't drink," Kemmings said. "Only wine." He wondered if there were any good wines here on this distant colony world. Not distant now, he reflected. It is Earth that's distant. I should have done like Mr. Shelton, brought a few bottles with me. Shelton. What did the name remind him of? Something in his far past, in his early years. Something precious, along with good wine, and a pretty, gentle young woman making crepes in an old-fashioned kitchen. Aching memories. Memories that hurt. Presently he stood by the bed in his hotel room, his suitcase open. He had begun to hang up his clothes. In the corner of the room, a TV hologram showed a newscaster. He ignored it, but, liking the sound of a human voice, he kept it on. Did I have any dreams? He asked himself, during these past 10 years. His hand hurt. Gazing down, he saw a red welt, as if he had been stung. A bee stung me, he realized. But when? How? While I lay in cryonic suspension? Impossible. Yet he could see the welt, and he could feel the pain. I'd better get something to put on it, he realized. There's undoubtedly a robot doctor in the hotel. It's a first-rate hotel. When the robot doctor had arrived and was treating the bee sting, Kemming said, I got this as punishment for killing the bird. Really? The robot doctor said. Everything that ever meant anything to me has been taken away from me, Kemming said. Martine, the poster, my little old house with the wine cellar. We had everything, and now it's gone. Martine left me because of the bird. The bird you killed? The robot doctor said. God punished me. He took away all that was precious to me because of my sin. It wasn't Dorky's sin, it was my sin. But you were just a little boy, the robot doctor said. How did you know that? Kemming said. He pulled his hand away from the robot doctor's grasp. Something's wrong. You shouldn't have known that. Your mother told me, the robot doctor said. My mother didn't know. The robot doctor said. She figured it out. There was no way the cat could have reached the bird without your help. So all the time that I was growing up she knew, but she never said anything. You can forget about it, the robot doctor said. Kemming said, I don't think you exist. There is no possible way that you could know these things. I'm still in cryonic suspension, and the ship is still feeding me my own buried memories. So I won't become psychotic from sensory deprivation.
You could hardly have a memory of completing the trip. Wish fulfillment, then. It's the same thing. I'll prove it to you. Do you have a screwdriver? Why? Cummings said, I'll remove the back of the TV set and you'll see. There's nothing inside it. No components, no parts, no chassis, nothing. I don't have a screwdriver. A small knife, then. I can see one in your surgical supply bag. Bending, Cummings lifted up a small scalpel. This will do. If I show you, will you believe me? If there's nothing inside the TV cabinet. Squatting down, Cummings removed the screws holding the back panel of the TV set in place. The panel came loose, and he set it down on the floor. There was nothing inside the TV cabinet, and yet the color hologram continued to fill a quarter of the hotel room, and the voice of the newscaster issued forth from his three-dimensional image. Admit you're the ship, Cummings said to the robot doctor. Oh, dear, the robot doctor said. Oh, dear, the ship said to itself, and I've got almost 10 years of this lying ahead of me. He is hopelessly contaminating his experiences with childhood guilt. He imagines that his wife left him because, when he was 4 years old, he helped a cat catch a bird. The only solution would be for Martine to return to him, but how am I going to arrange that? She may not still be alive. On the other hand, the ship reflected, maybe she is alive. Maybe she could be induced to do something to save her former husband's sanity. People, by and large, have very positive traits, and 10 years from now, it will take a lot to save, or rather restore, his sanity. It will take something drastic, something I myself cannot do alone. Meanwhile, there was nothing to be done but recycle the wish-fulfillment arrival of the ship at its destination. I will run him through the arrival, the ship decided, then wipe his conscious memory clean, and run him through it again. The only positive aspect of this, it reflected, is that it will give me something to do, which may help preserve my sanity. Lying in cryonic suspension, faulty cryonic suspension, Victor Cummings imagined once again that the ship was touching down and he was being brought back to consciousness. "Did you dream?" a heavy-set woman asked him as the group of passengers gathered on the outer platform. "I have the impression that I dreamed. Early scenes from my life over a century ago." "None that I can remember," Cummings said. He was eager to reach his hotel. A shower and a change of clothes would do wonders for his morale. He felt slightly depressed and wondered why. "There's our guide," an elderly lady said. "They're going to escort us to our accommodations." "It's in the package," Cummings said. His depression remained. The others seemed so spirited, so full of life, but over him only a weariness lay, a weighing down sensation, as if the gravity of this colony planet were too much for him. "Maybe that's it," he said to himself. But according to the brochure, the gravity here matched Earth's. That was one of the attractions. Puzzled, he made his way slowly down the ramp, step by step, holding on to the rail. "I don't really deserve a new chance at life anyhow," he realized. "I'm just going through the motions. I'm not like these other people. There's something wrong with me. I cannot remember what it is, but nonetheless it is there, in me. A bitter sense of pain, of lack of worth." An insect landed on the back of Cummings' right hand, an old insect, weary with flight. He halted, watched it crawl across his knuckles. "I could crush it," he thought. "It's so obviously infirm. It won't live much longer anyhow." He crushed it, and felt great inner horror. "What have I done?" he asked himself. "My first moment here, and I've wiped out a little life. Is this my new beginning?" Turning, he gazed back up at the ship. "Maybe I ought to go back," he thought. "Have them freeze me, forever. I am a man of guilt, a man who destroys." Tears filled his eyes. and within its sentient works, the interstellar ship moaned. During the 10 long years remaining in the trip to the LR4 system, the ship had plenty of time to track down Martine Cummings. It explained the situation to her. She had emigrated to a vast orbiting dome in the Sirius system, found her situation unsatisfactory, and was en route back to Earth. Roused from her own cryonic suspension, she listened intently, and then agreed to be at the colony world LR46 when her ex-husband arrived, if it was at all possible. Fortunately, it was possible.
"I don't think he'll recognize me," Martine said to the ship. "I've allowed myself to age. I don't really approve of entirely halting the aging process."
"He'll be lucky if he recognizes anything," the ship thought. At the intersystem spaceport on the colony world of LR46, Martine stood waiting for the people aboard the ship to appear on the outer platform. She wondered if she would recognize her former husband. She was a little afraid, but she was glad that she had gotten to LR46 in time. It had been close. Another week, and his ship would have arrived before hers.
"Luck is on my side,"
she said to herself, and scrutinized the newly landed interstellar ship. People appeared on the platform. She saw him. Victor had changed very little. As he came down the ramp, holding on to the railing as if weary and hesitant, she came up to him, her hands thrust deep in the pockets of her coat. She felt shy, and when she spoke she could hardly hear her own voice.
"Hi, Victor,"
she managed to say. He halted, gazed at her. "I know you," he said.
"It's Martine,"
she said. Holding out his hand, he said, smiling, "You heard about the trouble on the ship?"
"The ship contacted me."
She took his hand and held it.
"What an ordeal."
"Yeah," he said, "recirculating memories forever. Did I ever tell you about a bee that I was trying to extricate from a spider's web when I was 4 years old? The idiotic bee stung me." He bent down and kissed her. "It's good to see you," he said.
"Did the ship?"
"It said it would try to have you here, but it wasn't sure if you could make it." As they walked toward the terminal building, Martine said,
"I was lucky. I managed to get a transfer to a military vehicle, a high-velocity drive ship that just shot along like a mad thing, a new propulsion system entirely."
Victor Cummings said, "I have spent more time in my own unconscious mind than any other human in history, worse than early 20th century psychoanalysis, and the same material over and over again. Did you know I was scared of my mother?"
"I was scared of your mother,"
Martine said. They stood at the baggage depot waiting for his luggage to appear.
"This looks like a really nice little planet, much better than where I was. I haven't been happy at all."
"So maybe there's a cosmic plan," he said, grinning. "You look great."
"I'm old."
"Medical science."
"It was my decision. I like older people."
She surveyed him.
"He has been hurt a lot by the cryonic malfunction,"
she said to herself.
"I can see it in his eyes. They look broken. Broken eyes. Torn down into pieces by fatigue and defeat. As if his buried early memories swam up and destroyed him. But it's over," she thought. "And I did get here in time."
At the bar in the terminal building, they sat having a drink. "This old man got me to try wild turkey bourbon," Victor said. "It's amazing bourbon. He says it's the best on earth. He brought a bottle with him from—" His voice died into silence.
"One of your fellow passengers?"
Martine finished. "I guess so," he said.
"Well, you can stop thinking of the birds and the bees,"
Martine said. "Sex?" he said and laughed.
"Being stung by a bee, helping a cat catch a bird. That's all past."
"That cat," Victor said, "has been dead 182 years. I figured it out while they were bringing us out of suspension. Probably just as well. Dorky. Dorky the killer cat. Nothing like Fat Freddy's cat."
I had to sell the poster, Martine said. Finally. He frowned. Remember, she said, you let me have it when we split up, which I always thought was really good of you. How much did you get for it? A lot. I should pay you something like... She calculated. Taking inflation into account, I should pay you about $2 million.
Would you consider, he said, instead, in place of the money, my share of the sale of the poster, spending some time with me? Until I get used to this planet?
Yes,
she said, and she meant it, very much. They finished their drinks, and then, with his luggage transported by robot space cap, made their way to his hotel room.
This is a nice room, Martine said, perched on the edge of the bed, and it has a hologram TV. Turn it on.
There's no use turning it on, Victor Kemming said. He stood by the open closet, hanging up his shirts.
Why not?
Kemming said, there's nothing on it. Going over to the TV set, Martine turned it on. A hockey game materialized, projected out into the room, in full color, and the sound of the game assailed her ears.
It works fine, she said.
I know, he said. I can prove it to you. If you have a nail file or something, I'll unscrew the back plate and show you.
But I can...
Look at this. He paused in his work of hanging up his clothes. Watch me put my hand through the wall. He placed the palm of his right hand against the wall. See? His hand did not go through the wall, because hands do not go through walls. His hand remained pressed against the wall, unmoving. And the foundation, he said, is rotting away.
Come and sit down by me, Martine said.
I've lived this often enough now, he said. I've lived this over and over again. I come out of suspension, I walk down the ramp. I get my luggage, sometimes I have a drink at the bar, and sometimes I come directly to my room. Usually I turn on the TV, and then... He came over and held his hand toward her. See where the bee stung me? She saw no mark on his hand. She took his hand and held it.
There is no bee sting, she said.
And when the robot doctor comes, I borrow a tool from him and take off the back plate of the TV set, to prove to him that it has no chassis, no components in it. And then the ship starts me over again.
Victor,
she said,
look at your hand.
This is the first time you've been here, though, he said.
Sit down,
she said. Okay. He seated himself on the bed beside her, but not too close to her.
Won't you sit closer to me?
She said. It makes me feel too sad, he said, remembering you. I really loved you. I wish this was real. Martine said,
I will sit with you until it is real for you.
I'm going to try reliving the part with the cat, he said, and this time not pick up the cat and not let it get the bird. If I do that, maybe my life will change so that it turns into something happy, something that is real. My real mistake was separating from you. Here, I'll put my hand through you. He placed his hand against her arm. The pressure of his muscles was vigorous. She felt the weight, the physical presence of him against her. See, he said, goes right through you.
And all this, she said, because you killed a bird when you were a little boy.
No, he said. All this because of a failure in the temperature-regulating assembly aboard the ship. I'm not down to the proper temperature. There's just enough warmth left in my brain cells to permit cerebral activity. He stood up then, stretched, smiled at her. Shall we go get some dinner? He asked. She said,
I'm sorry, I'm not hungry.
I am. I'm going to have some of the local seafood. The brochure says it's terrific. Come along anyhow. Maybe when you see the food and smell it, you'll change your mind. Gathering up her coat and purse, she came with him. This is a beautiful little planet, he said. I've explored it dozens of times. I know it thoroughly. We should stop downstairs at the pharmacy for some Bactine, though, for my hand. It's beginning to swell, and it hurts like hell. He showed her his hand. It hurts more this time than ever before.
Do you want me to come back to you? Martine said.
Are you serious?
Yes, she said. I'll stay with you as long as you want. I agree. We should never have separated.
Victor Kemming said, The poster is torn.
What?
She said. We should have framed it, he said. We didn't have sense enough to take care of it. Now it's torn, and the artist is dead. Rautavaara's case. The 3 technicians of the floating globe monitored fluctuations in interstellar magnetic fields, and they did a good job, up until the moment they died. Basalt fragments, traveling at an enormous velocity in relation to their globe, ruptured their barrier and abolished their air supply. The 2 males were slow to react and did nothing. The young female technician from Finland, Agneta Rautavaara, managed to get her emergency helmet on in time, but the hoses tangled. She aspirated and died, a melancholy death, strangling on her own vomit. Herewith ended the survey task of EX-208, their floating globe. In another month the technicians would have been relieved and returned to Earth. We could not get there in time to save the 3 Earth persons, but we did dispatch a robot to see if any of them could be regenerated from death. Earth persons do not like us, but in this case their survey globe was operating in our vicinity. There are rules governing such emergencies that are binding on all races in the galaxy. We had no desire to help Earth persons, but we obey the rules. The rules called for an attempt on our part to restore life to the 3 dead technicians, but we allowed a robot to take on the responsibility, and perhaps there we erred. Also, the rules required us to notify the closest Earth ship of the calamity, and we chose not to. I will not defend this omission nor analyze our reasoning at the time. The robot signaled that it had found no brain function in the 2 males, and that their neural tissue had degenerated. Regarding Agneta Rautavaara, a slight brainwave could be detected, so, in Rautavaara's case, the robot would begin a restoration attempt. However, since it could not make a judgment decision on its own, it contacted us. We told it to make the attempt. The fault, the guilt, so to speak, therefore lies with us. Had we been on the scene, we would have known better. We accept the blame. An hour later the robot signaled that it had restored significant brain function in Rautavaara by supplying her brain with oxygen-rich blood from her dead body. The oxygen, but not the nutriments, came from the robot. We instructed it to begin synthesis of nutriments by processing Rautavaara's body by using it as raw material. This is the point at which the Earth authorities later made their most profound objection. But we did not have any other source of nutriments. Since we ourselves are a plasma, we could not offer our own bodies. The objection that we could have used the bodies of Rautavaara's dead companions was not phrased properly when we introduced it as evidence. Briefly, we felt that, based on the robot's reports, the other bodies were too contaminated by radioactivity, and hence were toxic to Rautavaara. Nutriments derived from that source would soon poison her brain. If you do not accept our logic, it does not matter to us. This was the situation as we construed it from our remote point. This is why I say our real error lay in sending a robot in rather than going ourselves. If you wish to indict us for that. We asked the robot to patch into Rautavaara's brain and transmit her thoughts to us, so that we could assess the physical condition of her neural cells. The impression that we received was sanguine. It was at this point that we notified the Earth authorities. We informed them of the accident that had destroyed EX-208. We informed them that 2 of the technicians, the males, were irretrievably dead. We informed them that through swift efforts on our part, we had the 1 female showing stable cephalic activity, which is to say, we had her brain alive. "Her what?" the Earth person radio operator said in response to our call. "We are supplying her nutriments derived from her body."
"Ah, Christ,"
the Earth person radio operator said.
"You can't feed her brain that way. What good is a brain? Qua brain?"
"It can think," we said.
"All right, we'll take over now," the Earth person radio operator said.
"But there will be an inquiry." Was it not right to save her brain? We asked. After all, the psyche is located in the brain, the personality. The physical body is a device by which the brain relates to—
"Give me the location of EX-208,
the Earth person radio operator said.
"We'll send a ship there at once. You should have notified us at once before trying your own rescue efforts. You approximations simply do not understand somatic life forms."
It is offensive to us to hear the term approximations. It is an Earth slur regarding our origin in the Proxima Centaurus system. What it implies is that we are not authentic, that we merely simulate life. This was our reward in the Rautavaara case, to be derided, and indeed there was an inquiry. Within the depths of her damaged brain, Agneta Rautavaara tasted acid vomit and recoiled in fear and aversion. All around her, EX-208 lay in splinters. She could see Travis and Elms. They had been torn to bloody bits, and the blood had frozen. Ice covered the interior of the globe. Air gone, temperature gone. "What's keeping me alive?" she wondered. She put her hands up and touched her face, or rather tried to touch her face. "My helmet," she thought. "I got it on in time." The ice, which covered everything, began to melt. The severed arms and legs of her 2 companions rejoined their bodies. Basalt fragments embedded in the hull of the globe withdrew and flew away. Time, Agneta realized, is running backward. How strange. Air returned. She heard the dull tone of the indicator horn, and then slowly temperature. Travis and Elms groggily got to their feet. They stared around them, bewildered. She felt like laughing, but it was too grim for that. Apparently the force of the impact had caused a local time perturbation. "Both of you, sit down," she said. Travis said thickly,
Okay, you're right."
He seated himself at his console and pressed the button that strapped him securely in place. Elms, however, just stood. "We were hit by rather large particles," Agneta said.
"Yes," Elms said.
"Large enough, and with enough impact to perturb time," Agneta said. "So we've gone back to before the event."
"Well, the magnetic fields are partly responsible," Travis said. He rubbed his eyes. His hand shook. "Get your helmet off, Agneta. You don't need it."
"But the impact is coming," she said. Both men glanced at her. "We'll repeat the accident," she said.
"Shit," Travis said. "I'll take the EX out of here."
He pushed many keys on his console.
"It'll miss us."
Agneta removed her helmet. She stepped out of her boots, picked them up, and then saw the figure. The figure stood behind the 3 of them. It was Christ. "Look," she said to Travis and Elms. Both men looked. The figure wore a traditional white robe, sandals. His hair was long and pale with what looked like moonlight. Bearded, his face was gentle and wise. "Just like in the halo ads the churches back home put out," Agneta thought. "Robed, bearded, wise and gentle, and his arms slightly raised. Even the nimbus is there. How odd that our preconceptions were so accurate."
"Oh, my God," Travis said.
Both men stared, and she stared too.
"He's come for us."
"Well, it's fine with me,"
Elm said.
"Sure, it would be fine with you," Travis said bitterly. "You have no wife and children.
And what about Agneta? She's only 300 years old. She's a baby. Christ said, I am the vine. You are the branches. Whoever remains in me, with me in him, bears fruit in plenty. For cut off from me, you can do nothing. I'm getting the EX out of this, Victor, Travis said. My little children, Christ said, I shall not be with you much longer. Good, Travis said. The EX was now moving at peak velocity in the direction of the Sirius axis. Their star chart showed massive flux. Damn you, Travis, Elm said savagely. This is a great opportunity. I mean, how many people have seen Christ? I mean, it is Christ. You are Christ, aren't you? He asked the figure. Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one can come to the Father except through me. If you know me, you know my Father too. From this moment you know him and have seen him. There, Elm said, his face showing happiness. See? I want it known that I am very glad of this occasion, Mr. He broke off. I was going to say, Mr. Christ. That's stupid. That is really stupid. Christ, Mr. Christ, will you sit down? You can sit at my console or Ms. Rautavaara's. Isn't that right, Agneta? This here is Walter Travis. He's not a Christian, but I am. I've been a Christian all my life. Well, most of my life. I'm not sure about Ms. Rautavaara. What do you say, Agneta? Stop the babbling, Elms, Travis said. To him, Elms said, He's going to judge us. Christ said, If anyone hears my words and does not keep them faithfully, it is not I who shall condemn him, since I have not come to condemn the world, but to save the world. He who rejects me and refuses my words has his judge already. There, Elm said, nodding. Frightened, Agneta said to the figure, Go easy on us. The three of us have been through a major trauma. She wondered suddenly if Travis and Elms remembered that they had been killed, that their bodies had been destroyed. The figure smiled at her, as if to reassure her. Travis, Agneta said, bending down over him as he sat at his console, I want you to listen to me. Neither you nor Elm survived the accident, survived the basalt particles. That's why he's here. I'm the only one who wasn't... She hesitated. Killed, Elm said. We're dead, and he has come for us. To the figure he said, I'm ready, Lord. Take me. Take both of them, Travis said. I'm sending out a radio HELP call, and I'm telling them what's taking place here. I'm going to report it before he takes me or tries to take me. You're dead, Elms told him. I can still file a radio report, Travis said, but his face showed dismay and his resignation. To the figure, Agneta said, Give Travis a little time. He doesn't fully understand. But I guess you know that. You know everything. The figure nodded. We, and the Earth Board of Inquiry, listened to and watched this activity in Rautavaara's brain, and we realized jointly what had happened, but we did not agree on our evaluation of it. Whereas the 6 Earth persons saw it as pernicious, we saw it as grand, both for Agneta Rautavaara and for us. By means of her damaged brain, restored by an ill-advised robot, we were in touch with the next world and the powers that ruled it. The Earth person's view distressed us. She's hallucinating, the spokesperson of the Earth people said. Since she has no sensory data coming, since her body is dead, look what you've done to her. We made the point that Agneta Rautavaara was happy. What we must do, the human spokesperson said, is shut down her brain. And cut us off from the next world? We objected. This is a splendid opportunity to view the afterlife, Agneta Rautavaara's brain is our lens. This is a matter of gravity. The scientific merit outweighs the humanitarian. This was the position we took at the inquiry. It was a position of sincerity, not of expedience. The Earth persons decided to keep Rautavaara's brain at full function, with both video and audio transduction, which of course was recorded. Meanwhile, the matter of censuring us was put in suspension. I personally found myself fascinated by the Earth idea of the Savior. It was, for us, an antique and quaint conception, not because it was anthropomorphic, but because it involved a schoolroom adjudication of the departed soul. Some kind of tote board was involved listing good and bad acts, a transcendent report card, such as one finds employed in the teaching and grading of children. This, to us, was a primitive conception of the Savior, and as I watched and listened, as we watched and listened, as a polyencephalic entity, I wondered what Agneta Rautavaara's reaction would have been to a savior, a guide of the soul, based on our expectations. Her brain, after all, was maintained by our equipment, by the original mechanism that our rescue robot had brought to the scene of the accident. It would have been too risky to disconnect it. Too much brain damage had occurred already. The total apparatus involving her brain had been transferred to the site of the judicial inquiry, a neutral arc located between the Proxima system and the Sol system. Later, in discreet discussion with my companions, I suggested that we attempt to infuse our own conception of the afterlife guide of the soul into Rautavaara's artificially sustained brain. My point? It would be interesting to see how she reacted. At once my companions pointed out to me the contradiction in my logic. I had argued at the inquiry that Rautavaara's brain was a window on the next world, and hence justified, which exculpated us. Now I argued that what she experienced was a projection of her own mental presuppositions, nothing more. Both propositions are true, I said. It is a genuine window on the next world, and it is a presentation of Rautavaara's own cultural, racial propensities. What we had, in essence, was a model into which we could introduce carefully selected variables. We could introduce into Rautavaara's brain our own conception of the guide of the soul, and thereby see how our rendition differed practically from the puerile one of the Earth persons. This was a novel opportunity to test our own theology. In our opinion, the Earth persons had been tested sufficiently and been found wanting. We decided to perform the act, since we maintained the gears supporting Rautavaara's brain. To us, this was a much more interesting issue than the outcome of the inquiry. Blame is a mere cultural matter. It does not travel across species boundaries. I suppose the Earth persons could regard our intentions as malign. I deny that. We deny that. Call it instead a game. It would provide us aesthetic enjoyment to witness Rautavaara confronted by our Savior, rather than hers. To Travis, Elms, and Agneta, the figure, raising its arms, said, "I am the resurrection. If anyone believes in me, even though he dies, he will live. And whoever lives and believes in me will never die. Do you believe this?"
"I sure do,"
Elm said heartily. Travis said, "It's bilge." To herself, Agneta Rautavaara thought, "I'm not sure. I just don't know."
"We're supposed to decide," Elm said. "We have to decide if we're going to go with him. Travis, you're done for. You're out. Sit there and rot. That's your fate."
To Agneta he said,
"I hope you find for Christ, Agneta. I want you to have eternal life like I'm going to have. Isn't that right, Lord?"
he asked the figure. The figure nodded. Agneta said, "Travis, I think, well, I feel you should go along with this. She did not want to press the point that Travis was dead. but he had to understand the situation. Otherwise, as Elms said, he was doomed.
"Go with us," she said.
"You're going, then?" Travis said bitterly.
"Yes,"
she said. Elms, gazing at the figure, said in a low voice, "Quite possibly I'm mistaken, but it seems to be changing."
She looked, but saw no change, yet Elms seemed frightened.
The figure, in its white robe, walked slowly toward the seated Travis. The figure halted close by Travis, stood for a time, and then, bending, bit Travis's face. Agneta screamed. Elms stared, and Travis, locked into his seat, thrashed. The figure calmly ate him. "Now you see," the spokesperson for the Board of Inquiry said, "this brain must be shut down. The deterioration is severe. The experience is terrible for her. It must end now." I said, "No, we from the Proxima system find this turn of events highly interesting." "But the Savior is eating Travis!" another of the Earth persons exclaimed. "In your religion," I said, "is it not the case that you eat the flesh of your God and drink his blood? All that has happened here is a mirror image of that Eucharist." "I order her brain shut down," the spokesperson for the board said. His face was pale. Drops of sweat stood out on his forehead. "We should see more before we shut down," I said. I found it highly exciting, this enactment of our own sacrament, our highest sacrament, in which our Savior consumes us, his worshippers.
"Agneta," Elms whispered, "did you see that? Christ ate Travis. There's nothing left but his gloves and boots."
"Oh, God," Agneta Rautavaara thought. "What is happening?"
She moved away from the figure, over to Elms, instinctively.
"He is my blood," the figure said as it licked its lips. "I drink of this blood, the blood of eternal life. When I have drunk it, I will live forever. He is my body. I have no body of my own. I am only plasma. By eating his body, I obtain everlasting life. This is the new truth that I proclaim, that I am eternal."
"He's going to eat us, too,"
Elms said.
"Yes,"
Agneta Rautavaara thought.
"he is."
She could see now that the figure was an approximation.
"It is a Proxima life form," she realized. "He's right. He has no body of his own. The only way he can get a body is—"
"I'm going to kill him," Elms said. He popped the emergency laser rifle from its rack and pointed it at the figure. The figure said,
"Father, the hour has come."
"Stay away from me,"
Elms said. "In a short time, you will no longer see me," the figure said, "unless I drink of your blood and eat of your body. Glorify yourself, that I may live."
The figure moved toward Elms. Elms fired the laser rifle. The figure staggered and bled.
"It was Travis's blood," Agneta realized. "In him, not his own blood. This is terrible."
She put her hands to her face, terrified.
"Quick," she said to Elms. "Say, I am innocent of this man's blood. Say it before it's too late."
"I am innocent of this man's blood,"
Elms said. The figure fell. Bleeding, it lay dying. It was no longer a bearded man. It was something else. But Agneta Rautavaara could not tell what it was. It said,
"Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani."
As she and Elms gazed down at it, the figure died.
"I killed it,"
Elms said.
"I killed Christ."
He held the laser rifle pointed at himself, groping for the trigger.
"That wasn't Christ," Agneta said. "It was something else, the opposite of Christ."
She took the gun from Elms. Elms was weeping. The Earth persons on the Board of Inquiry possessed the majority vote, and they voted to abolish all activity in Rautavaara's artificially sustained brain. This disappointed us, but there was no remedy for us. We had seen the beginning of an absolutely stunning scientific experiment. The theology of one race grafted onto that of another. Shutting down the Earth person's brain was a scientific tragedy. For example, in terms of the basic relationship to God, the Earth race held a diametrically opposite view from us. This, of course, must be attributed to the fact that they are a somatic race, and we are a plasma. They drink the blood of their God, they eat his flesh, and that way they become immortal. To them, there is no scandal in this. They find it perfectly natural. Yet to us it is dreadful. That the worshipper should eat and drink its God? Awful to us, awful indeed. A disgrace and a shame, an abomination. The higher always should prey on the lower. The God should consume the worshipper. We watched as the Rautavaara case was closed by the shutting down of her brain, so that all EEG activity ceased, and the monitors indicated nothing. We felt disappointment, and in addition, the Earth persons voted out a verdict of censure for us for our handling of the rescue mission in the first place. It is striking, the gulf which separates races, developing in different star systems. We have tried to understand the Earth persons, and we have failed. We are aware, too, that they do not understand us, and are appalled in turn by some of our customs. This was demonstrated in the Rautavaara case. But were we not serving the purposes of detached scientific study? I myself was amazed at Rautavaara's reaction when the Saviour ate Mr. Travis. I would have wished to see this most holy of the sacraments fulfilled with the others, with Rautavaara and Elms as well. But we were deprived of this, and the experiment from our standpoint failed. And we live now, too, under the ban of unnecessary and moral blame. The Alien Mind. Inert within the depths of his theta chamber, he heard the faint tone, and then the syntho voice. 5 minutes. Okay, he said, and struggled out of his deep sleep. He had 5 minutes to adjust the course of his ship. Something had gone wrong with the auto-control system. An error on his part? Not likely. He never made errors. Jason Bedford make errors? Hardly. As he made his way unsteadily to the control module, he saw that Norman, who had been sent with him to amuse him, was also awake. The cat floated slowly in circles, batting at a pen that somehow had gotten loose. Strange, Bedford thought. I thought you were unconscious with me. He examined the readout of the ship's course. Impossible. A 5th parsec off in the direction of Sirius. It would add a week to his journey. With grim precision, he reset the controls, then sent out an alert signal to Mecnos 3, his destination. "Troubles?" the Mecnosian operator answered. The voice was dry and cold, the calculating monotone of something that always made Bedford think of snakes. He explained his situation. "We need the vaccine," the Mecnosian said. "Try to stay on course." Norman the cat floated majestically by the control module, reached out a paw, and jabbed at random. 2 activated buttons sounded faint bleeps, and the ship altered course. "So you did it," Bedford said. "You humiliated me in the eyes of an alien. You have reduced me to idiocy vis-a-vis the alien mind." He grabbed the cat and squeezed. "What's that strange sound?" the Mecnosian operator asked. "A kind of lament." Bedford said quietly, "There's nothing left to lament. Forget you heard it." He shut off the radio, carried the cat's body to the trash sphincter, and ejected it. A moment later he had returned to his theta chamber and once more dozed. This time there would be no tampering with his controls. He dozed in peace. When his ship docked at Meknos 3, the senior member of the alien medical team greeted him with an odd request.
"We would like to see your pet."
"I have no pet," Bedford said. Certainly it was true.
"According to the manifest filed with us in advance."
"It's really none of your business," Bedford said. "You have your vaccine. I'll be taking off." The Meknosian said,
"The safety of any life form is our business. We will inspect your ship."
"For a cat that doesn't exist," Bedford said. Their search proved futile. Impatiently, Bedford watched the alien creature scrutinize every storage locker and passageway of his ship. Unfortunately, the Meknosians found 10 sacks of dry cat kibble. A lengthy discussion ensued among them, in their own language.
"Do I have permission," Bedford said harshly, "to return to Earth now? I'm on a tight schedule."
What the aliens were thinking and saying was of no importance to him. He wished only to return to his silent theta chamber and profound sleep.
"You'll have to go through decontamination procedure A,"
the senior Meknosian medical officer said,
"so that no spore or virus from—"
"I realize that," Bedford said. "Let's get it done." Later, when decontamination had been complete, and he was back in his ship starting up the drive, his radio came on. It was one or another of the Meknosians. To Bedford, they all looked alike.
"What's the cat's name?"
the Meknosian asked. "Norman," Bedford said, and jabbed the ignite switch. His ship shot upward, and he smiled. He did not smile, however, when he found the power supply to his theta chamber missing. Nor did he smile when the backup unit could also not be located. "Did I forget to bring it?" he asked himself. No, he decided. I wouldn't do that. They took it. 2 years before he reached Terra. 2 years of full consciousness on his part, deprived of theta sleep. 2 years of sitting or floating or, as he had seen in military preparedness training holofilms, curled up in a corner totally psychotic. He punched out a radio request to return to Meknos 3. No response. Well, so much for that. Seated at his control module, he snapped on the little inboard computer and said, "My theta chamber won't function. It's been sabotaged. What do you suggest I do for 2 years?" "There are emergency entertaining tapes." "Right," he said. He would have remembered. "Thank you." Pressing the proper button, he caused the door of the tape compartment to slide open. No tapes. Only a cat toy, a miniature punching bag that had been included for Norman. He had never gotten around to giving it to him. Otherwise, bare shelves. The alien mind, Bedford thought, mysterious and cruel. Setting the ship's audio recorder going, he said calmly and with as much conviction as possible, "What I will do is build my next 2 years around the daily routine. First, there are meals. I will spend as much time as possible planning, fixing, eating, and enjoying delicious repasts. During the time ahead of me, I will try out every combination of victuals possible." Unsteadily, he rose and made his way to the massive food storage locker. As he stood gazing into the tightly packed locker, tightly packed with row upon row of identical snacks, he thought, on the other hand, there's not much you can do with a 2-year supply of cat kibble in the way of variety. Are they all the same flavor? They were all the same flavor. Notes. The following notes are by Philip K. Dick. The year when the note was written follows the note. Most of these notes were written as story notes for the collections The Best of Philip K. Dick, published 1977, and The Golden Man, published 1980. A few are written at the request of editors publishing or reprinting a PKD story in a book or magazine. When there is a date following the name of a story, it is the date the manuscript of that story was first received by Dick's agent, per the records of the Scott Meredith Literary Agency. Absence of a date means no record is available. The name of a magazine, followed by a month and year, indicates the first published appearance of a story. An alternate name following a story indicates Dick's original name for the story, as shown in the agency records. These 5 volumes include all of Philip K. Dick's short fiction, with the exception of short novels later published as or included in novels, childhood writings, and unpublished writings for which manuscripts have not been found. The stories are arranged as closely as possible in chronological order of composition. Research for this chronology was done by Greg Rickman and Paul Williams. The Little Black Box, From Ordinary Household Objects. May 6, 1963. Worlds of Tomorrow, August 1964. I made use of this story when I wrote my novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Actually, the idea is better put forth in the story. Here, a religion is regarded as a menace to all political systems. Therefore, it, too, is a kind of political system, perhaps even an ultimate one. The concept of caritas, or agape, shows up in my writing as the key to the authentic human. The android, which is the unauthentic human, the mere reflex machine, is unable to experience empathy. In this story, it is never clear whether Mercer is an invader from some other world. But he must be. In a sense, all religious leaders are, but not from another planet as such. 1978. The War with the Fnuels, Galactic Outpost, Spring 1964. Well, once again we are invaded, and humiliatingly by a life form which is absurd. My colleague Tim Powers once said that Martians could invade us simply by putting on funny hats, and we'd never notice. It's a sort of low-budget invasion. I guess we're at the point where we can be amused by the idea of Earth being invaded. And this is when they really zap you. 1978. A Game of Unchance, December 9th, 1963. Amazing, July 1964. A carnival is feral. Another carnival shows up and is pitted against the first one, and the antithetical interaction is pre-planned in such a way that the first carnival wins. It's as if the two opposing forces that underlie all change in the universe are rigged in favor of Thanatos, the dark force, yin, or strife, which is to say, the force of destruction. 1978. Precious Artifact, December 9th, 1963. Galaxy, October 1964. This story utilized a peculiar logic, which I generally employ, which Professor Patricia Warwick pointed out to me. First, you have Y. Then you do a cybernetics flip-flop, and you have null Y. Okay, now you reverse it again, and have null Y. Okay, the question is, does null Y equal Y to the third? Or is it a deepening of null Y? In this story, what appears to be the case is Y. But we find out the opposite is true, null Y. But then that turns out not to be true. So are we back to Y? Professor Warwick says that my logic winds up with Y equals null Y. I don't agree, but I'm not sure what I do wind up with. Whatever it is, in terms of logic, it is contained in this particular story. Either I've invented a whole new logic, or I'm not playing with a full deck. 1978. Retreat Syndrome, December 23rd, 1963. Worlds of Tomorrow, January 1965. A Terran Odyssey, March 17th, 1964. Previously unpublished. Put together by PKD from sections of Dr. Blood Money. Your appointment will be yesterday. August 27th, 1965. Amazing, August 1966. Included in adapted form in PKD's novel Counterclock World. Holy Quarrel, September 13th, 1965. Worlds of Tomorrow, May, 1966. We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, September 13th, 1965. Fantasy and Science Fiction, April 1966, Nebula Award nominee. Not by Its Cover, September 21st, 1965. Famous Science Fiction, Summer 1968. Here I presented what used to be a wish on my part, that the Bible was true. Obviously, I was at a sort of halfway point between doubt and faith. Years later, I'm still in that position. I'd like the Bible to be true, but, well, maybe if it isn't, we can make it so. But, alas, it's going to take plenty of work to do it. 1978. Return Match, October 14th, 1965. Galaxy, February 1967. The theme of dangerous toys runs like a tattered thread throughout my writing. The dangerous disguised as the innocent. And what could be more innocent than a toy? This story makes me think of a set of huge speakers I looked at last week. They cost me $6,000 and were larger than refrigerators. Our joke about them was that if you didn't go to the audio store to see them, they'd come to see you. 1978. Faith of Our Fathers, January 17th, 1966. Dangerous Visions, edited by Harlan Ellison, Garden City, 1967. Hugo Award nominee. The title is that of an old hymn. I think with this story I managed to offend everybody, which seemed at the time to be a good idea, but which I've regretted since. Communism, drugs, sex, God, I put it all together, and it's been my impression since that when the roof fell in on me years later, this story was in some eerie way involved. 1976. I don't advocate any of the ideas in Faith of Our Fathers. I don't, for example, claim that the Iron Curtain countries will win the Cold War, or morally ought to. One theme in the story, however, seems compelling to me, in view of recent experiments with hallucinogenic drugs. The theological experience, which so many who have taken LSD have reported. This appears to me to be a true new frontier. To a certain extent, the religious experience can now be scientifically studied, and what is more, may be viewed as part hallucination, but containing other, real components. God as a topic in science fiction, when it appeared at all, used to be treated polemically, as in Out of the Silent Planet. But I prefer to treat it as intellectually exciting. What if, through psychedelic drugs, the religious experience becomes commonplace in the life of intellectuals? The old atheism, which seemed to many of us, including me, valid in terms of our experiences, or rather lack of experiences, would have to step momentarily aside. Science fiction, always probing what is about to be thought, become, must eventually tackle without preconceptions a future neo-mystical society in which theology constitutes as major a force as in the medieval period. This is not necessarily a backward step, because now these beliefs can be tested, forced to put up or shut up. I myself have no real beliefs about God, only my experience that He is present. Subjectively, of course, but the inner realm is real too. And in a science fiction story, one projects what has been a personal inner experience into a milieu. It becomes socially shared, hence discussable. The last word, however, on the subject of God may have already been said in A.D. 840 by John Scotus Erigena at the court of the Frankish king Charles the Bald. We do not know what God is. God himself does not know what he is, because he is not anything. Literally, God is not, because he transcends being. Such a penetrating and Zen mystical view, arrived at so long ago, will be hard to top. In my own experiences with psychedelic drugs, I have had precious tiny illumination compared with Erigena. 1966. The story to end all stories for Harlan Ellison's anthology, Dangerous Visions. Nikas, fall 1968. The Electric Ant, December 4th, 1968. Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1969. Again, the theme, how much of what we call reality is actually out there, or rather within our own head. The ending of this story has always frightened me. Image of the rushing wind, the sound of emptiness, as if the character hears the final fate of the world itself. 1976. Cadbury, The Beaver Who Lacked. Written December 1971, previously unpublished. A Little Something for Us Tempunauts, February 13th, 1973. Final stage, edited by Edward L. Furman and Barry N. Malsberg, New York, 1974. In this story, I felt a vast weariness over the space program, which had thrilled us so at the start, especially the first lunar landing, and then had been forgotten and virtually shut down, a relic of history. I wondered if time travel became a program, would it suffer the same fate? Or was there an even worse possibility latent in it, within the very nature of the paradoxes of time travel? 1976. The essence of the time travel story is a confrontation of some sort, best of all by the person with himself. Really, this is the drama of much good fiction anyhow, except that in such a story as A Little Something for Us Tempunauts, the moment in which the man meets himself face to face permits an alienation that could not occur in any other variety of writing. Alienation and not understanding, as one might expect. Addison Doug I rides alive on the casket containing the corpse of Addison Doug II, and knows it, knows he is now two persons. He is split, as in a physical schizophrenia. And his mind also is divided, rather than united. He gains no insight from this event, neither of himself nor of that other Addison Doug who can no longer reason or problem-solve, but can only lie there inert and in darkness. This irony is just one of the enormous number of ironies possible in time travel stories. Naively, one would think that to travel into the future and return would lead to an increase in knowledge rather than to a loss of it. The three Tempunauts go ahead in time, return, and are trapped, perhaps forever, by ironies and within ironies, the greatest one which, I think, is their own bewilderment at their own actions. It is as if the increase in information brought about by such a technological achievement, information as to exactly what is going to happen, decreases true understanding. Perhaps Addison Doug knows too much. In writing this story, I felt a weary sadness of my own, and fell into the space, I should say time, that the characters are in, more so than usual. I felt the futility about futility. There is nothing more defeating than a strong awareness of defeat. And as I wrote, I realize that what for us remains merely a psychological problem, over-awareness of the likelihood of failing and the lethal feedback from this, would for a time traveler be instantly converted into an existential, physical horror chamber. We, when we're depressed, are fortunately imprisoned within our heads. Once time travel becomes a reality, however, this self-defeating psychological attitude could spell doom on a scale beyond calculation. Here again, science fiction allows a writer to transfer what usually is an internal problem into an external environment. He projects it in the form of a society, a planet, with everyone stuck, so to speak, in what formerly was one unique brain. I don't blame some readers for resenting this, because the brains of some of us are unpleasant places to be in. But on the other hand, what a valuable tool this is for us, to grasp that we do not all really see the universe in the same way, or, in a sense, the same universe at all. Addison Doug's dismal world suddenly spreads out and becomes the world of many people. But unlike a person reading a story, who can and will finish it and abolish his inclusion in the author's world, the people in this story are stuck fast forever. This is a tyranny not yet possible so readily. But when you consider the power of the coercive propaganda apparatus of the modern-day state, when it's the enemy state we call it brainwashing, you might wonder if it isn't a question of degree. Our glorious leaders of right now cannot trap us in extensions of their heads merely by lugging some old VW motor parts around. But the alarm of the characters in this story as to what is befalling them might rightly be our own alarm in a lesser way. Addison Doug expresses the desire to see no more summers. We should all object. No one should drag us, however subtly, or for whatever evidently benign reasons, into that view or that desire. We should individually and collectively yearn to see as many summers as we can, even in the imperfect world we are living in now. 1973. The Pre-Persons, December 20th, 1973. Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1974. In this I incurred the absolute hate of Joanna Russ, who wrote me the nastiest letter I have ever received. At one point she said she usually offered to beat up people. She didn't use the word people, who expressed opinions such as this. I admit that this story amounts to special pleading, and I am sorry to offend those who disagree with me about abortion on demand. I also got some unsigned hate mail, some of it not from individuals, but from organizations promoting abortion on demand. Well, I have always managed to get myself into hot water. Sorry, people, but for the Pre-Person's sake, I am not sorry. I stand where I stand. Hier stehe ich kann nicht anders, as Martin Luther is supposed to have said. 1978. The Eye of the Sibyl, May 15th, 1975. Previously unpublished. The Day Mr. Computer Fell Out of Its Tree, written summer 1977. Previously unpublished. The Exit Door Leads In, June 21st, 1979. Rolling Stone College Papers, Fall, 1979. Chains of Air, Web of Aether. The Man Who Knew How to Lose. July 9th, 1979. Stellar, No. 5. Edited by Judy Lynn Del Rey, New York, 1980. Included in PKD's novel, The Divine Invasion. Strange Memories of Death, March 27th, 1980. Interzone, Summer 1984. I Hope I Shall Arrive Soon, titled Frozen Journey in its magazine appearance. I Hope I Shall Arrive Soon is PKD's title. April 24th, 1980. Playboy, December 1980. Playboy Award winner. Rautavaara's Case, May 13th, 1980. Omni, October 1980. The Alien Mind, The Yuba City High Times, 20th of February, 1981. The piece that follows appeared in the Best of Philip K. Dick under the title Afterthought by the Author. The basic premise dominating my stories is that if I ever met an extraterrestrial intelligence, more commonly called a creature from outer space, I would find that I had more to say to it than to my next-door neighbor. What the people on my block do is bring in their newspaper and mail and drive off in their cars. They have no other outdoor habits except mowing their lawns. I went next door one time to check into the indoor habits. They were watching TV. Could you, in writing an SF novel, postulate a culture on these premises? Surely such a society doesn't exist, except maybe in my imagination, and there isn't much imagination involved. The way out of living in the middle of an under-imaginative figment is to make contact, in your own mind, with other civilizations as yet unborn. You're doing the same thing when you read SF that I'm doing when I write it. Your neighbor probably is as alien a life form to you as mine is to me. The stories in this collection are attempts at reception, at listening to voices from another place, very far off. Sounds quite faint, but important. They only come late at night, when the background din and gabble of our world have faded out. When the newspapers have been read, the TV sets shut off, the cars parked in their various garages, then faintly I hear voices from another star. I clocked it once, and reception is best between 3 a.m. and 4:45 a.m. Of course, I don't usually tell people this when they ask, "Say, where do you get your ideas?" I just say, I don't know. It's safer. Let's take these stories, then, and assume them to be 1. Garbled receptions mixed with pure inventiveness, and 2. An alternative to dog food commercials in living color on TV. Both bypass what is immediately available. Both assumptions reach out as far as possible. Both sweep the void and return with something to report. That the universe is full of scheming, living, busy entities, intent on their own pursuits, oblivious to the interests of others, alienated from their next-door neighbors, and most of all, wondering who they can contact when all else fails, wondering who lives as they do, wondering, maybe, about us. The majority of these stories were written when my life was simpler and made sense. I could tell the difference between the real world and the world I wrote about. I used to dig in the garden, and there is nothing fantastic or ultra-dimensional about crabgrass, unless you are an SF writer, in which case pretty soon you are viewing crabgrass with suspicion. What are its real motives, and who sent it in the first place? The question I always found myself asking was, what is it really? It only looks like crabgrass. That's what they want us to think it is. One day the crabgrass suits will fall off, and their true identity will be revealed. By then the Pentagon will be full of crabgrass, and it'll be too late. The crabgrass, or what we took to be crabgrass, will dictate terms. My earlier stories had such premises. Later, when my personal life became complicated and full of unfortunate convolutions, worries about crabgrass got lost somewhere. I became educated to the fact that the greatest pain does not come zooming down from a distant planet, but up from the depths of the heart. Of course, both could happen. Your wife and child could leave you, and you could be sitting alone in your empty house with nothing to live for, and in addition, the Martians could bore through the roof and get you. As to what the stories in this collection mean, I will not cite the usual cop-out that the story must speak for itself, but rather the cop-out that I don't really know. I mean, know above and beyond what it says, which is what any reader can extract from them. One time, a whole class of kids wrote me about my story, The Father Thing, and every kid wanted to know where I got my idea. That was easy, because it was based on childhood memories of my father. But later on, in rereading my answers, I noticed that I never said the same thing twice. With all intent at honesty, I gave each kid a different answer. I guess this is what makes a fiction writer. Give him 6 facts, and he'll link them together first one way, and then another, on and on, until you forcibly stop him. Literary criticism, probably, should be left to the critics, since that's their job. One time I read in a distinguished book of criticism on SF that in my novel The Man in the High Castle, the pin, which the character Juliana used to hold her blouse together, symbolized all that which held together the themes, ideas, and subplots of the novel itself, which I hadn't known when I wrote that section. But what if Juliana, also not knowing it, had removed the pin? Would the novel have fallen apart? Or at least come open in the middle and exposed a whole lot of cleavage? Which was why her boyfriend insisted she put on the pin in the first place. I will do my best, though, to unpin these stories. The advantage of the story over the novel is that in the story you catch the protagonist at the climax of his life. But in the novel, you've got to follow him from the day he was born to the day he dies, or nearly so. Open any novel at random, and usually what is happening is either dull or unimportant. The only way to redeem this is through style. It is not what happened, but how it is told. Pretty soon the professional novelist acquires the skill of describing everything with style, and content vanishes. In a story, though, you can't get away with this. Something important has to happen. I think this is why gifted professional fiction writers wind up writing novels. Once their style is perfected, they have it made. Virginia Woolf, for instance, wound up writing about nothing at all. In these stories, though, I remember that in every case, before I sat down to write, I had to have an idea. There had to be some real concept, an actual thing from which the story was built. It must always be possible to say, "Did you read the story about?" and then capsulize what it was about. If the essence of SF is the idea, as Dr. Willis McNelly maintains, if indeed the idea is the true hero, then the SF story probably remains the SF form par excellence, With the SF novel, a fanning out, an expansion into all ramifications. Most of my own novels are expansions of earlier stories, or fusions of several stories, superimpositions. The germ lay in the story. In a very real sense, that was its true distillate. And some of my best ideas, which meant the most to me, I could never manage to expand into novel form. They exist only as stories, despite all my efforts. 1976. That is the end of The Little Black Box, the collection of short stories by Philip K. Dick.